Hello, everybody. How are we doing today?
Good.
Good. That was so much vigor and excitement in that
Yeah.
introduction. So this is what I was talking about beforehand.
I would feel a lot better if I had like a bottle of Vigor.
I I see what you mean. It's just all of the farm animals and then just tiger.
Like it's supposed to be a cat,
Yeah, it's definitely a cat.
but like
okay.
it definitely looks like a tiger. Like I'm sorry.
Well, it says, Old Macdonald had a farm, and you can open it up, and it's
Oh my god, it's got a little book in it. That's
It's a
so
book.
cute.
That's adorable.
and so because you guys already know the lyrics, you start off out of memory. Old Macdonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, and on that farm he had a duck.
Oh dear.
I got duck.
This is
E-I-E-I-O.
such
With
a
a
juxtaposition
here,
from the coming
There,
content.
here, there, everywhere. Oh, Macdonald had a farm. E-I-E-I-O. But when I used to do this with Rory, I would get her to be like, "Oh, you gotta pet the animal." Rah! It was fun. So, oy vey. Okay. So,
You're such a cutie.
yeah.
What'd you do,
and now
though,
I have this
Scott?
darkness on my head for in my fucking.
If you fell asleep, yeah, I know, man. You fell asleep with that on your hand, and then you looked at your hand, and your fingers were all gone, and you couldn't feel them. But then you saw like the animals, like the little finger animals, detached, wiggling towards you, all making their relevant animal noises.
Nightmare. It's an elaborate nightmare.
Like, what? Oh, it's one of
You're like,
those, we finally got him.
you're like stomping on him, trying to keep you away, and the tiger looks up at you, and it's like, I am a tiger, Scott, and
Okay.
then leaps for your throat.
So now that you're talking about that, what's in my head is the fact that there happens to be a Furby in the room. So I
Wait,
look
what?
over and there's a Furby. So I
Wait,
was sitting
it's
there like,
looking at you? Oh my god! Wow, is that what Furbies look like nowadays? They have
They have,
tails,
like there
"Ah,
are
it
weird ones
just
that have
opened its
like
fucking
digital.
eyes.
and
Why
weird
the-
moon ears.
Why did it open its eyes?
Is that
I said,
orange?
but it won't
It's
do it again.
It knows it's on stream.
He's going crazy.
Okay, I can hear this.
I saw it right as he took it away and opened its eyes.
I just yeeted that thing and it hit something glass. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, I did hear like a clong.
Yeah. I have no idea what it was. I don't care. I'm not looking. Gah! Furbies.
So, fun fact about Furbies back in the day, they were quite delicate, actually. But you know what kids are like. So we took our mum's Furby. She had one as a joke from my father. And I was playing with it outside, and I was like, it'll be fun. I'll push the Furby on the swing. So I push it, and the Furby instantly just fucking clobbers to the ground. Ever since that day, the poor thing was not right. Like, it hit its head for sure. It was just
Oh, 30s on
messed up.
low batteries were the most terrifying things.
So hold on. Was this a Furby, or is that just like what you use to talk about your brother?
Oh, it was a Furby.
Oh, okay.
My
I had
brother's older than me.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. I had a little brother. I pushed him on the swing, and he's just never been. And you're like, we just call him the Furby. Like,
Oh.
no. So
Yeah, because he just says sleep and feed me.
Mama.
God.
No. So as Tesh was saying, Furbies, low batteries. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Have you seen the new trend of making Furby abominations?
Yeah, long
Like, someone
Furbies.
made
It's well
long
established.
Furby.
Yeah, love a good long Furby. They're hilarious.
Oh, no. I hate
I mean, like, if I saw one creeping towards me like a snake, I probably wouldn't find it quite so hilarious. But
Tesh, I legitimately have this about Furbies. So you can
Yeah,
imagine
no.
the number of gifts that have been sent to me.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, I more or less get rickrolled with Furbies.
I quite enjoyed Anna's Rickroll, actually. Good.
What one?
It was in Discord. It was probably a lot for you to understand. You had to
Oh,
open
was
it in
that a
your browser.
rickroll? Oh, it said open this in your browser. So I clicked on the image on my phone. I pressed open in browser, and it legitimately just opened that image, which wherever that came from was a really bad cutout. And so you could like just see like the strands of where they did a terrible job cutting it out. And
Yeah,
just
no,
opened the picture, and you couldn't
it-
see most of the letters because it was a white backdrop. And I was like, huh.
It
Weird.
went to a scroll, like
Yeah.
a message in Skyrim, with the same font, but with the lyrics of Rickroll.
Oh, that's funny. Because I
That's
legitimately opened.
fantastic.
I opened in let me try this again.
I went
you,
from
like,
like
right-click
hating
on it?
Rickrolls
Yeah.
to respecting really well done
So-
Rickrolls.
Image, right? And then I hold it, and I
No,
press.
don't hold it. Don't hold it. Discord has a button for open in browser.
Not on a phone.
It does.
I mean, not that. So
Not for your crappy phone, maybe, but
so and that's what happens. And I was just like, I don't get the joke.
okay. One moment, Scott.
So there's a download button, and then
Oh,
there's
the
a share
open
button.
original.
So if I download
So
it,
The open
this
original.
this
Open
is the original
is the
image,
thing,
yeah?
oh my god! So if you download it, it opens a scroll.
Not even that. If you just click open
If
original,
you just
it opens
open
the
original,
scroll.
you just open it on your browser. There's a button for it on Discord.
I mean, where?
You see
You
that
click on
little
it,
one right
it-
there?
You
Yep.
click on the
That
image.
one.
It
That's
makes
not-
it
that's
big.
not on
and
an
you click
iPhone.
open
Yeah,
original.
you don't have that button.
Yeah.
It's because you're on an iPhone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine you could have enjoyed this good joke if you weren't on an iPhone. As with so many other things, iPhones ruined it.
I'm fine with it. I'm perfectly fine with that. All right. Speaking about being fine, hey Jake.
Oh yeah. So are you guys ready for the absolute juxtaposition between Scott this morning singing Old MacDonald's Farm to the brutal removing of a potential terrorist group leadership?
I mean, if we're gonna kill people, it might as well be terrorists, right? You know what I mean?
Actually, Norway doesn't agree with that. Cut out their tongues and break their fingers. That's what.
He's more into
Look.
the old fashioned, like lock them up and torture them for the end of eternity. Like, yeah.
We
Like,
chose
you
this
can't
group
give them sweet escape into the next world. You have to keep them in this one as long as
because
possible.
we chose this group because this group not only do like terrorist attacks and stuff, but they pretend that they're doing it under the guise of being a rebellion while trying to do it all for their own gains. That's why we chose this group.
Yeah, they are not just horrible in the way that they try to earn freedom. They don't actually care about freedom. They want profit. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait,
So-
America?
So like most terrorist groups, as I was gonna say. Whether or not your country views the actions as terrorist or otherwise. So you have the actual soldiers that fill up the ranks are people that believe in the cause, but the others are just profiting from it. So
So yeah, we got to remember to try and find some documents and stuff that sort of expose that. Just because that'll make it especially like we want it to be known that that's what they were doing.
yeah. Tesh wants to make sure that he wants everybody to know I'm only murdering because it's a game. I mean, because even within the game, they're just really bad people.
Tesh wants to know this. Gallon's fine with it.
Oh, by the way, I didn't know what Elden Ring, I think that's what it's called. I didn't know what Elden Ring was. Everybody was talking about it for like the past several days. And then this morning I saw somebody tweeting, just complaining about how ungodly difficult it was. And I was like, oh, it's supposed to be a DS game. And then
Oh,
like,
yeah,
I
it's
clicked
a
out and
Souls
scrolled
game,
and I was like, okay. This person just doesn't understand how to fun. Okay, that makes sense.
Well, no,
I hate to say it, Scott, but you're a massive boomer. I can't believe you hadn't even heard of Elden Ring. I mean, Messi was playing it the other day. Did he not tell you
So
about
was
it?
Rena.
I mean, I know that they've
Yeah,
been
so is
playing it.
Rena.
I know that they've been playing it, but that doesn't mean anything. They play lots of video games. So,
That's fair.
Yeah, and I didn't hang out with them on Friday because I was in New York.
It's unfortunately with another Souls game coming out, it started the infuriating accessibility.
Oh my god!
talk.
But that's not how accessibility works. Yeah, that's actually what was kind of what the conversation I was reading devolved into, but that's not how accessibility works. So it's accessibility is very important for games, but with Souls games, it's not like all the tools are there as long as you have some of the things that
They're very much not.
the tools to be able to play the game.
So it's one of those things where the reasons why people don't want there to be any sort of sliders for anything at all is because they want everyone to experience exactly what, like, you know, the overcoming the difficulty they did. But people experience games at a different, like, difficulty level anyway. What someone finds easy, someone else might find insanely hard, and overcoming it will give the same sense of satisfaction.
Sure. But if you want to watch a horror movie, watch a horror movie. If you want to watch a comedy, don't watch a horror movie. Like you can
Not quite the same.
I mean, but it's a game that one of the core functions of that game is how frustratingly difficult it is to learn each type of combat, each like progressing your ability to overcome your opponents.
But it
Sans
can
boss
be
fights,
that
boss fights
same
are
level
obnoxious
of
in those
difficulty
games.
for someone else on a lower difficulty. That's what I'm trying to get across is the people playing on the lower difficulty have that same experience. It's just at a different level for them because that's the level they're at.
I mean, it's one of those things where I have no problem with developers adding in those scales and whatnot. But it's like, if they want to put that in there, go right ahead. But if they're not going to put it in there, I mean, it saves them literally millions of dollars of money to not recode everything. You know what I mean?
But there's also, like, as Norway's saying, if they have to struggle with the controls, that's an extra layer of difficulty on that.
Yeah, that's where I completely agree with the idea of having accessibility controllers and making sure that there is comfortable formatting to even be able to enjoy the games. You know what I mean? But part of Dark Souls, enjoying Dark Souls, is being angry. Like, you don't play, like, nobody plays Dark Souls like, this is the easiest thing ever. Like, the whole point of playing Dark Souls is that it's supposed to be difficult.
The thing is, that may be why.
Yeah, you're saying for one person it's a 1-to-1 difficulty.
Yeah.
For other people, it might be 1,000-to-1 difficulty.
Even ignoring that, like, if it's a case of, like, not everyone plays Souls games just for that experience. It's the majority.
But that's the uniform experience.
And there can be an option for the default experience.
I mean, again, if the developers want to change it, go right ahead. You know, I'm not saying don't do it. I'm not like some diehard, like, no, it has to be played this way.
I mean, the difficulty comes in the fact that it's a single player and a multiplayer game with PvP, right? You can't have those sliders exist in a multiplayer game. Like, say you played Battlefield or Call of Duty, and like me, you're not like a headshot god or like Counter-Strike. You can't just click heads. It's not fair for me to just turn my difficulty slider down and someone else turn it up, because armor, weapons, spells, etc., progress and get progressively better throughout the game, right? Or I don't know whether Elden Ring has the function New Game Plus. I mean, so you could turn your difficulty all the way down, rush to it quick.
On single player, but just not on multiplayer, and that's that's perfectly
sure.
Fine
but then you're going to get rinsed in multiplayer.
But the whole idea is you would have to have two separate characters, because you can't like slide your difficulty down.
You can't have separate characters. Okay, right. I see what you're saying. You select at the start of the game.
Yeah.
You could also just have it be only people on each level a match made with each other. So,
I understand what you're saying, but it's like
annoying conversation.
Dark Souls is
I loathe PvP. That it always muddles that infuriating conversation.
Because the reason why I stopped playing Dark Souls was because I would turn it on because somebody like Braylon, who was a member of the community that was often around. Braylon would like join on and help me play Dark Souls if I was in a hard spot. But then because I turned that on, all of a sudden somebody else would jump into the game and would like nuke the game. Yeah. But they would like
Yeah,
hack
oh,
nuke
yeah.
the game and whatnot. And it was just like, to me, that's not fun. Like once you go in there and you
Yeah,
just
no,
ruined everything
I
I built up because you pressed like
completely
Control
agree.
5, like that's not fun.
My mind when it comes to I loathe the PvEs. So it's one of the things where, as long as you can turn it off, I'm okay with it being in a game like that. But being able to turn it off is the important part. I'm very much of the mind that if it's a single player game and you're not messing with anyone else, enjoy a game how you want to enjoy it. A great example is durability. I fundamentally loathe durability because of the anxiety it triggers in me. So I cheat it or mod it out of every game it's in. If I can, I will get rid of it. And that makes the game so much more enjoyable.
I have the same concern. So literally every time I walk by any blacksmith ever, I don't care how high the durability is, I press repair all. And I do that in the Souls games. I play that in Diablo. I do that any game I play that has durability. Repair all. What would that be? The Volt games, Fallout, all of them. Repair all.
Yeah. So imagine if the game didn't have an option for repair all, and it costs an insane amount to get the stuff repaired every time. But that's part of the difficulty.
Yeah.
Is that game then fun for you?
I mean,
right,
for me,
but like, there's a level
I
that
swallow that and move on, or I say this game is just not worth my time, and I walk away.
I'm gonna.
There's a level that,
but that's me.
Yeah. Like,
that's me.
The Dark Souls games are presented in a certain way, right? And if you wanted, you could mod that and change that and have whatever experience you wanted. But
people got very angry at people modding Sekiro.
But they are presenting this as a piece of video game art, however you want to call it, and there's an intended experience, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And so ultimately what the Dark Souls games are is just pattern recognition and like rhythm game. That's all it is.
I won't lie. As somebody
I'm bad at rhythm games.
Yeah,
I would not choose to play one ever.
No, like Arkham Asylum is a rhythm game. Like, and I would sit next to let's say Mathis was playing Batman, Arkham Asylum, whichever one you want, and he would blow through fights because he had this, like, in the back of his head, he just is instinctively good with musical stuff. Like, he's not like a singer by any stretch, but he's instinctively good at holding beats and finding that stuff, whereas I'm horrible at that. So I played the Batman games and I struggled. I had to blunt force my way through every fight, whereas he's just making everybody look like clowns in the highest difficulty because he's able to find that pattern recognition of the musical beat to that combat. And it was just like, it was frustrating, but the game was worth it, so I stuck it through. But then there are other games where it's not, and so I just walk away. So
I know the thing that a lot of what I'm trying to get across with this is adding accessibility doesn't take that away from all the people who want it. It only allows people who couldn't before to experience it.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with adding a difficulty slider, aside from the multiplayer aspect that Neil had beforehand. But then you just have multiple save. You have your multiplayer account, and then you have your solo account, and then boom,
I'm
easy.
very much the type of person that I think just a difficulty slider is not enough. I think there should be a lot more customization as far as difficulty for accessibility reasons, but that's a whole entirely different argument.
We don't need to go down that path. But again, I'm not against that stuff. My whole thing is that the whole Dark Souls concept, and I'm not saying that they can't evolve it. I'm not.
You mean where the entire Souls-like tag came from?
Yeah.
It means you die a lot.
Yeah, it's the whole point of that game is to be like the whole experience that they intend is for you to be infinitely frustrated with how seemingly easy. Like, it's one of those things where you just got through the most difficult fight you've ever gone through, and you're so proud of yourself because you just did so well. You walk around a corner and an easy enemy hits you once, you fall off the ledge, and you're like, I hate my life right now. Like, that is literally what they want you to experience as part of the design of the game. You know what I mean? And
what I'm trying to say is, the people who choose the lower difficulties are likely going to experience that because they've chosen the lower difficulties for whatever reason. So it's still that same level of difficulty of being utterly destroyed by an enemy, or falling off a ledge wouldn't change, for example. But like getting utterly annihilated by an enemy, they'll still have that same frustration. It's the difference is for them. If they're on, like, they choose difficulty mode easy,
Yeah.
And then it's like something is this hard for them.
Yeah.
If you then put it back to the normal, that's now impossible for them, and they're not even going to bother.
So again, I 100% get what you're saying. How what is somebody's 1-to-1 difficulty is somebody else's 50-to-1 or 100-to-1 difficulty. I get that. The other thing that they want to do is they want to have good old fashioned, bragging rights among the communities that are built around their games. So again, I'm not saying that this is a good thing. I'm saying that this is what they want. Like I don't agree that you have to have it sit one only way. I like the idea of having that sliding bar in solo mode. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, screw it. Why would you not try to appease another audience and make more dollars, right? Like, you literally, by making it accessible to more people, you're just going to make more money in the end, right? But that being said, if you had if you tried to put, say, let's talk about soccer or football, as whatever your countries call it, you don't just have one league of soccer. You guys have several different leagues of soccer. You have your Premier League or your championship leagues or whatever they are. And the winners of one league are not the same thing as the winners of another league. So if you're saying, I am the best of the best in the world, I win the World Cup or championship or match or whatever the fuck you call it, like, that one team gets to have the bragging rights of having gone through the highest difficulty and sitting there and having it. Whereas somebody else that might be the winner of their lower league, it's like, yeah, you're trying to have the same conversation with me, bro, but it's not the same thing. Like, okay, sure, you beat Pathfinder Kingmaker. Cool, but you like beat it on story mode. I beat it on insane. Like, we're not having the same conversation. You're just a poser. And that's where I feel like it adds this layer of talking down to other people playing the same game. Yeah. And we've unfortunately seen that in other games. And I think one of the things that, again, not defending
the
Souls.
The thing is, that happens even without.
It's going to happen no matter what. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
That's part of the
trash
like
talking
that's
in Souls.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
D&D has easy controls.
Anyway.
I don't know. Do you guys feel like D&D has an easy mode?
Pathfinder is not what anyone would call it. Easy.
Yeah, no.
Easy mode's called 5e.
Does not have an easy mode.
Easy mode's called 5e. Let's be honest. I say that all the time. I'm like, yeah, but I mean, Regicide's on easy mode. You know what I mean? So, it's just one of those things. It's just one of those things where can we really trust Rena, Messi, and Tyler to play in a difficult game? I mean,
I don't think it needs that like post justification. Like, you can just say, do we really trust Rena, Messi, and Tyler
to play?
No, just
need
that.
To explain a little story about how Rena fucked up an entire released the big bad from an entirely different campaign in Will's world by simply asking a question.
That's awesome.
You got teleported into a prison, asked it, why have you tried to escape, which dispelled the spell that was like a stupefy thing. I can't remember what it was. The key thing was, as long as it isn't prompted to think about it, it won't think about it. And so it's like, oh, I don't know, I haven't tried to escape. Teleports out.
So funny. Rena's one of those people. We got to get to our actual game, but Rena's one of those people that when she's part of a campaign, she's like a DM's dream, right? When she's a part of a game, she is all in. And when I say all in, I mean
notes. Oh my god!
Ask her to see her notes. I mean,
yeah, her notes are insane.
Like I was hanging out with her and Cryptic, and Cryptic's like, yeah, I know what's going on and all the stories, you know. And him and Brittany were having a conversation. Brittany's like, oh, I remember the old days before Scott streamed multiple campaigns a week. He would literally come to bed, and I would fall asleep to him just blathering on about everything that happened with that session or whatever it was. And like, Rena is all in on the campaigns that she's in, which is funny.
Her notes for the off-stream campaign are more than are already in like a couple sessions in more notes than I've done for any campaign ever combined.
Yeah, I mean, as a PC, yes. As a DM, no. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
yep.
yeah.
Yeah. But and then Messi is like the quintessential, like, he's like the perfect Zoomer gamer, where like Zoomers are the kind of people that I don't know. It's like you try to make a plan with somebody and nobody ever wants to make any plans, right? because they don't want to feel like they're like held there. But then like once they get there, they like have a good time. He's like the exact opposite of that. Like when he's in the session, he's like so detached from the actual session that's going on. Like watch his little window wherever he is on the screen. He's like so detached from everything going on, like Jake is to this whole conversation, right? But then like in between sessions, Messi will text me or DM me, whatever it is, like 100 times, and comes up with like pages of ideas of like things that he cares to do for the upcoming session or sessions or campaigns or whatever they are. Like so many notes, so many ideas, so much planning and scheming and so on. Like, we're talking tons of it. But then the session shows up and you're like, it's like crickets, crickets, crickets. They're like, where's the dude that just sent me like 125 messages in the past 72 hours? Like crickets. And then you have somebody like Cell. Cell is like a blend between the two. Very present while he's there, but not like as all in with the details of the notes, so on and so forth. Very much pre-planning into it, but not like all in the same way, so on and so forth. Like Cell's like the blend between the two. It's just so funny seeing the different types of PCs. Then you have Neil, who's just like, I'm going to ride my charisma and hope it works.
What do you mean?
I was getting to you. I knew you were
all pre-planned. It's all pre-planned. No. What I was going to say is, so you're saying Cell is the child of Messi and Rena?
I mean, he's young enough.
Flip it, flip it, tag him. You know what to do.
I mean, that would be a really funny picture, like Cell, Rena, and Messi, like almost like out to eat at Friendlies. Oh God, I just got Messi. Messi's like. Just hurt my neck doing that.
Oh, Scott.
Okay. All right, we should play our damn game.
All right, let's get on with the murder.
All right, Jake, are you okay?
I'm good.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
No, it's now, yeah.
Not
He
good.
said,
No, it's yeah. They're both used.
Jake,
he was saying, yeah.
You did not contribute to this conversation. So as an apology for that, we expect to see Percy at some point in time during the session.
I want you to know I'm glad that I did not contribute to that conversation.
Oh, my heart.
Wow, you don't love us?
I hate Dark Souls. I'm just saying. I stay away from any of those type of games. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Oh, I mean, it's one of those things. It's not for everyone. I actually enjoy Dark Souls. I just don't have time.
Scott, we're getting on with the game.
Time for it. So
D&D, not DS. Come on, bro.
Sorry, not Nintendo DS.
The roots run deep in this one.
But at some point in time, we need to see some Percy, okay? We need some Percy action.
I haven't let him inside yet, so it's actually a good reminder.
What?
He's not hit his quotas of spiders and snakes.
Dingo.
I've lost the charger for this thing, and it's still fully charged. I haven't charged this thing in literal decades.
Oh, I have you guys on that screen? Oh, that's funny. Oh, yeah. That's the only screen I leave you guys on in this campaign. I can see your reflection in it.
It's full power. I don't know if you can see that.
Oh, wow.
God, that is yieldy, isn't it? Man, DS.
Yeah, oh, this is the first DS. This is the chonky boy. I don't even have a charger for this. I haven't charged it in over a decade at least, and it's still full power. That thing is. Why do they make things like that anymore?
Nice.
We got a Switch for Roars. Well, Brittany and Roars and myself, but I haven't even plugged it in or set it up yet because we're waiting for like her to earn it. So now it's like just we bought it and it's sitting in a closet and we're waiting for like that thing that she does. So we're like, oh my God, this is.
Oh, that's a good idea.
You know what I mean? So, but we haven't. I'm waiting to be impressed. I have yet to be impressed. Child, why haven't you, I don't know, cured cancer yet? You know?
Thank you.
Damn.
Too high a bar? Should I lower the notch just a little?
That's good. Sorry, Chloe brought me pancakes.
Ooh. All right. Hold on. Is there syrup already on them?
Yeah.
Filthy amount.
Maple syrup. You're not allowed it. It's too much sugar.
Listen, you have no idea. Brittany's probably going to come home from bringing Rory to school and make me pancakes. Even though I was like, Brittany, you shouldn't have bought that ice cream. She'll be like, oh, I just made you pancakes. Give me the syrup. All right. Okay, so let's actually get into this game. Good news is I don't have to like hard piece out. Our limitation is very much Jake and Tesh needing to fall asleep or Neil needing to be anywhere but with me. So let's kind of get into it. As a really quick recap so we don't waste too much time at that. Last session, you guys had a conversation with what's his name? Crow. Crow was just kind of like, the people that you're hunting, I know where they is. They are off in the hills, kind of like near a cavernous area that's around a waterfall, a good bit east, a little bit north of Malisal Harbor. We can head over that way. I get this whole scheme. Totes gonna work. You guys,
to recap, we met Crow, and it turns out Crow is a state Crow, which is some form of spy organization.
That's not important
in Peridel. Of
Who's
course it's
working
important.
for,
You literally just like met a crow. It's not Demon Slayer. He didn't just shout at us where to go. That's an excellent anime joke, but no one got it because you're all not, Tesh got it. He's a state crow. Anyway, carry on.
And we also blindsided him by figuring out who his boss was. His super secret boss that was like supposed to be a.
Sorry, I did not see that anime. I just have to look it up real quick. So and you find out that his the person he's reporting to his boss's pan, and you guys had a funny reaction. Sadly, it wasn't clipped, but that's fine. A funny reaction. Anyways, so the brings you over to the area. You guys do a whole bunch of scouting. Tesh does a badass job with like a billion natty 20s, so you're gonna roll all ones this session in before.
Oh yeah.
And
it already started. The off-stream game, I kept rolling ones.
hopefully that counterbalanced for you. So anyways, so you found out several of the different caves. You're able to fly up high, kind of like memorize a little map. You designed it like a butterfly, whatever it was. Went back, met up with Crow. Crow found out what the leaders were, and you kind of had a plan for how it is you wanted to get this done. And I believe the plan was. Oh wait, I want to make sure. Did we talk?
I apologize
about
for the sound you're about to hear.
What sound?
It didn't do it.
Oh, okay.
I was trying to get it to. Never mind.
Oh, there was a space.
trying. Oh, whoops. I'm trying to clear the thing. Clear the RNG. There, cool. Okay, now we're good.
Look how many 20s are in there. You have 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 20s, but only 4 ones. So you did 9 20s and 4 ones. You just tilted the balance in my favor.
Oh, I'm so screwed.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah. That is 9 to 4. Thank you. Thank you. The number of 17s too, like the sheer number of 17s, like you just lost so many 17s, a bunch of 19s.
The ending 19, 19, 19.
Yeah.
There was. Oh, I screwed myself.
Oh, that is well above average. Like for
see, look at the start. The start is what I was expecting to get. Like the first 5 lines is what I was trying to get rid of. I just overcommitted.
You actually rolled like almost perfectly average. Truth be told.
But I know, but it's.
but the thing is, you rolled average because of extremes, not because of middling, right? You rolled pretty highs and lows.
Sorry, I'm delaying the game more. Let's go.
Okay, cool. I mean that's true, Norway, if you're not dealing with an algorithm. If you're dealing with an actual physical die.
We didn't talk about the plan. We talked about it out loud. I'm gonna set a fire.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure that wasn't like in my head.
No, we definitely did.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna set a fire in the storage and go out via the tunnel, the underwater tunnel, and I'm gonna leave Virgil with them, so that they can tell me exactly when to do it. So there's Is it? Well, actually, I forgot to ask. Is it within one mile? Because I would know the distance. This is something I meant to ask.
Sorry, I was just mapping out the region in my head. Yeah, I would say if you're like as the crow flies, or if you will, yeah, it's probably about a mile away between the two spots. Yeah, so I mean, it's one of those things where you wouldn't know the exact distance. So I'll give you like a let's say, does anybody have a skill specifically? No, this would be a survival. I'd say it's a DC 15 survival to get a solid answer on that one.
Okay. Make sure everything. Yep.
Okay. You beat it for your solid answer. I'm going to say for it is going to be for miles, it's going to be 0.8 plus 1d4. Ask somebody in chat to roll a d4.
V-Sword, go for it. You got this, I believe.
V-Sword, he wants you to roll low.
Roll low.
Let's get down to business to defeat the Huns. Did they send me daughters when I asked for sons? Fun fact, when Aurora was born, while I'm waiting here, I sang that song over and over and over again while I was holding her like less than a day old self in my arms, like crying. Because the meaning behind that song isn't the overt sexism. That's overt. The actual meaning behind it is like. Anyways, I love Mulan, my favorite princess.
Wait, you sang to your. Sorry, let me just paraphrase. You sang to your baby daughter about asking for sons.
About overcoming
asking
all obstacles
asking for sons
that
instead
are put
of
before
daughters.
you in this world, and how you're going to absolutely crush it. Yeah, absolutely. Still waiting for.
I think V-Sword's probably not here.
V-Sword's more or less is ghosting,
away.
So they don't have the responsibility. Let's have Norway go ahead and rule it. But in the meanwhile, while we're waiting for this, so the plan is obviously to set the fire to be the distraction, so you guys can go ahead and more or less attempt to slaughter all of the leadership that's there. That is what you're doing, which is kind of removing you from the immediate combat. Now, obviously, you do have the ability to fly to get there as quickly. Yeah, and you're going to be doing so in the middle of the night. The question is, what is your speed? And how far is a mile? So we know how many rounds it would take for you to get there. Because obviously once you get the fire really started, you could potentially get a little bit of headway before, because they want the distraction fully in play. It's not like as you light the fire, they're murdering them. You want to light the fire, let people notice it and react to it, giving you some time to get from A to B. So we're going to have to do that math out real quick.
Let me put all the things together. So what I would be doing.
I mean, they're murdering the leadership of the criminal organization, but fire is to destroy the stores of a criminal organization. The fire is not to kill people, and the murder is not for the lowlings. As a matter of fact, part of their plan, if you didn't remember it from last session, is to try to kill as few of the lower level people as possible to take out the leadership and the lieutenants, as opposed to just the people that genuinely believe in their cause being duped by the leadership. Since we seem to still be waiting for that D4, Jake, you want to go ahead and just roll it inside our Roll20 game? Thank you, sir. 1.1 mile. Tesh.
Cool. I'm just figuring. So, once I've done the fire, I can quick change, and I'm back into the water. I can quick change one of the upgrades to
You don't want to be
speed.
back in the water.
What?
You don't want to be back in the water.
Not staying where I start the fire.
Did you think you were going to swim back out and then meet up with us?
If I stay where the fire is, I'm going to have the entire army bearing down on me.
You've got an invisibility potion, right? And you can fly.
Yeah, he's saying more or less use the water to get in there, light the fire. The water being dripping wet will help you be resistant to like being hurt by the fire as you're getting it started, right? But then pop the invisibility and then fly out and head to them as fast as you can. So what is the top speed that your fly has? Yeah. And this is why Jake shows up.
Because otherwise you won't get there with any time. If you've got to swim all the way out and then try and meet us in there,
you're exactly correct. So let me Okay, so once, because I'll use the invisibility potion specifically, so I don't have to have the chameleon augment.
And the chameleon augment would allow you to work your way into the location before and set the fire.
I can swap it. I can swap it when
Yes.
Yeah. So this is once I've set the fire and I've taken the potion to fly out of there. I can change the augment because I can literally change the chameleon augment to fly.
Correct.
And then I change my other
You can
augment
swift
to
once
speed,
or every once in a while.
Gives me 50 base speed.
So your fly speed would be 50.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what's your maneuverability with fly?
The medium one. The good. It's good. It's not perfect.
Right?
It's it's good.
Okay. So good, I believe, means you can actually run while flying, if I remember correctly. Give me 1 second.
Cool.
Pathfinder, fly, running.
Just a quick question about invisibility. The potion. Is it enhancement?
So the fly spell doesn't allow you to, but if you have a base speed that includes,
Yeah, it just gives me a
so if it
flight
gives you
speed, the speed of my base speed.
you can run as far, so you actually can fly, run, but you won't be able to do that the entire trek, right? You'll be able to do that for, say, 4/5 of the trek.
I'd
right?
wait until I was a little ways away from the people I have to fly stealthily past before I do that.
Yeah. Let's say out of the 5,800 feet, 4,000 of them you can do that. So what would you say your new base speed was?
50.
50 semi equals 200, right? So if
Yes,
you're 200 around, so that's going to be 4,000 divided by 200. This is how much you can run for while flying. Mind you, running has its own negative thing. You have 20 rounds of running, which is 2 minutes. But again, remember, that's 2 minutes. When you start the fire and start running, they're not jumping into the combat immediately. They have to wait for the fire to build up and react. And so that's 2 minutes. But then you have another 1,800 feet that you have to move where you're probably not running, but you can definitely double move. That's 100 feet. That's another 18 more rounds. Right? So that's 38 rounds of you moving from A to B. So less than 4 minutes, which is pretty solid. Because again, just to be clear, it's not like, oh, Tesh, sorry, you have to wait 38 rounds. It's like, no. A good amount of it is going to be them waiting and you coordinating with them. And the cool part is when you light the fire and start flying, after a handful of rounds, you can connect with them again.
Yeah. So it'll be good. That'll be perfect.
Exactly.
I'm giving you a bottle of Alchemist's Fire for the fire as well.
I was going to ask for that, so thank you. Good.
That'll help with more fire-resistant things, like fire retardants things, I should say. Mm-hmm. But you have, but you're going to want to set other things normally because you don't light one fire. You want to light multiple.
No, it'd be a case of, I'd be setting things to start fires, and then I'd do the Alchemist Fire, then light them, and then get the fuck out.
Now, it is important to note that arson...
No, I'd light them, then do Alchemist Fire and get out. Because the Alchemist Fire is going to make a...
Well, the Alchemist Fire is its own fuel source, right? So it's important to note that the art of arson is in fact an art. It's kind of a semi-delicate science because if you light too much of a fire too soon in an area that doesn't have airflow, it's going to snuff itself out with the amount of smoke in like the mouth going into a room or whatever it might be. The amount of smoke that's there could reduce the amount of oxygen that can get in and cause the fire to burn low and slow and make it more easily put out by others that are there. You want to have some degree of airflow. This is just going to come down to a simple skill check, to be clear. So you're going to need to make a skill check. For this one, it could be a knowledge engineering would be a really good skill check for this. It could also be supplemented with a slightly higher survival check. Can go through it. So, but that's just to make sure that you light the fire and get it going the correct way. Thank you, Tesh. You're awesome. Moving on, okay, cool. So we have a plan. We know what you guys want to do for your aspect and for getting back to them. Last two things about your travel. Is there any way you can expedite that travel? Any means of like a short distance teleportation that'll allow you to shorten the traveling time? Any way of enhancing your speed beyond what you've already seen through either spells or potions or what have you? And moreover, how long can you run for before you're actually out of breath? What's your constitution?
Oh, I forgot. This is perfect timing. This is where I'm glad I didn't give you the cloak yet. I can also apply Expeditious Retreat, which for a minute will give me increased speed. So let me
bloop that in chat if that's possible.
I will bloop what I have on my sheet, which is because I don't have a spells section on my sheet.
Thank you. So this increases base land speed by 30 feet.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't work on.
But that's okay because it depends on.
Oh no, mine goes off it goes off the base speed.
Is no effect on other modes of movement such as burrow, climb, fly, or swim. So
okay, never mind then.
So that is an important distinction.
That is indeed. Never mind then. That's fine.
But so what for your actual land speed? What would that bring you up to? Because you could do a combination of running and flying.
That's a good point. If I get to a spot on land where I'm not, it takes it to 80, which is 320 run.
So this is an enhancement bonus to your speed. What does your ability of your armor do?
It just changes speed. It's not a type of thing. Let me double check, but I'm pretty sure it's...
Bloop or copy paste?
I can copy paste. It's still... I remember it's... here we go. Yeah, just land speed is increased. Base land speed is increased.
Yep, and if it doesn't say what kind it is, then it does stack. So that brings you up to an 80.
I'll copy it in just in case, but it's very short and simple.
Perfect, thank you. So brings you up to an 80. So let's be clear. So we already said 38 rounds in a perfect scenario, right? And now we're saying that if your speed goes from 50 to an 80, but you can double move, that more or less takes off an additional 50 feet every round. So just being fair here for how long you can maintain on foot with it being relatively safe, why don't we have... can I get 2 people in chat to roll me a d6? Any 2 people? And that'll math that out for us. And Tesh, just so you're aware, what's your constitution?
My con is 14.
So you can run for a number of rounds equal to your constitution score without needing to rest.
Cool.
So that is 20 rounds of running is going to be difficult for you. I'm pulling up the rules for it right now. Waiting for the other, whatchamacallit, D6. Okay, so that is a 2 and a 5. It's 7 rounds that you can do on foot. So that's going to remove another, because of how many there are, that's going to remove another 4 rounds. So a combination of flying and running brings you from 38 to 34 rounds, which is, again, better. Just trying to get to the run rule really quickly to make sure that we're good here. Here we go. Run as a forward action. When you run, you can you can run for a number of rounds equal to your Constitution score, but after that, you have to make a DC 10 Constitution check to continue running. And the DC increases by 1 for each. If you fail this check, you must stop running.
Con or fort check?
Constitution. A character who who has run to his limit 1 minute, 10 rounds.
That's considerably more dangerous then.
No.
I would have thought it'd be fort.
All it means is that you have to stop running. It actually doesn't apply fatigue or anything. It just means that you...
Yeah, but it will slow me down considerably.
It adds an additional 2 rounds for if you each round that you fail the check. So you actually should be relatively fine on this. You should be okay. Oh, during the rest period, you can't move faster than a normal move action. But you should be able to hustle, which is a double move. Yeah, more or less bring you from a sprint down to a painful jog. Okay, Cool. Awesome. Now that we know 34 rounds, but after 14 rounds of flying, you're going to have to, Jake, do you have any way of temporarily enhancing his constitution before we're 100% done with Tesh?
No.
You have no way of enhancing his constitution?
Let me double check if I do. I'm pretty sure I do.
Technically, he does. He has an armor that allows him to.
I can't. It would slow down my speed considerably. I guess I could actually. Wait, how much would that change? Let me quickly just check.
While he's mathing that out, because we already know his math, 34 rounds, and then we have to deal with the other thing. Let's go back to you two. So the idea with the two of you is to go with Crow to go there. So kind of bringing this down into RP, where he's pointing out the cave and the approach. So as you can imagine that Gallon's a part of the conversation, but not entirely involved in this planning phase, so he can kind of be semi-distracted. Crow's like, so right here is the cave mouth that I had mentioned before. I think sneaking our way up to here, I've already found this path. I've already walked it and marked it and whatnot in a way that we'd be able to find our way back there with relative ease. The important part is not getting ourselves, too obvious. Gives me a bit of concern. And he slowly drifts his eyes over to Tristan. He goes, we're going to need to try to get you there without getting noticed, I think part of, having the fire and whatnot will be a bit of a distraction. So, people will be looking down into the fire rather than up to us. It's the whole point of this. But, we can get you pretty close as long as we don't get caught by no scouts. I can try to see to that myself. We can try to get pretty close without getting caught by scouts. And then you could come barreling in. Unless you got some tricks up your sleeve about sneaking that you haven't showed to us yet. He just looks at Jess.
There's no way you're going to sneak me and Carol in there.
I mean, you said there's no way you're ever going to sneak me and Carrick in there. He shakes his head. He goes, no, I don't think so. But we can get you pretty close with the, being quiet. And he kind of like gestures.
We can certainly try.
He'll gesture to the crude map, and he'll be like, I'm saying we can get almost the whole way there with you being quiet.
This entrance.
Go barreling in. Yes, sir.
Is it in like a cliff face?
So the whole thing is along like the side of a cliff area, but even like where these entrances are, most of them, including this one, they have a bit of a flat land in front of it. So it's not one of those things where you step out the cave mouth and you're like, oh, yeah.
I mean, like, is it possible to get from above them to the cave entrance without having to go over a cliff?
Oh, yeah, rough terrain, like really rough terrain, but without a cliff. Yeah. Okay,
that's better than I was expecting.
Yeah.
Is there a place? Because I saw it where Virgil would be able to sit within like easily 30 feet of them to talk to them, and but also like this is after they've gone into the cave, within 30 feet of them, but still outside, so I can switch to crystal suit before I get in there.
You can 100% do that. Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yep. So he's saying, so if you don't, I mean, you're going to come barreling in. This is where coordination matters, and I'm not sure how easy it's going to be for us to communicate with one another. Too many signals are going to be a bit obvious. So he's, drawing lines in the sand. He goes, so this is the cave mouth, right? We have way down here, we have Gallon is going to be, because you guys said real names, right? You did.
Yes.
Yes, we gave real names.
He goes, Gallon is going to be making his way from here up to here pretty quickly. Apparently you can get some aerial views, so we're going to use that to our advantage. Viggo and we're going to go sneaking up to the cave itself. I mean, if we can get on top of the cave, down next to it, what have you, as close as we possibly can. If feasible, we're going to have a signal given for Tristan to then come galloping in. We're already in position, so it doesn't matter how loud he is. Hell, him being loud, luring some of them out, could actually be beneficial for us, right? That would give us an opportunity to catch some off guards outside of their defensible position. Now from there, Tristan and Viggo are going to go into the cave. It's your responsibility to make your way in and to cut them down. I'm going to stay outside the cave because, truth be told, I'm better with a bow than I am with a blade. So, and we all know carrying a bow into a sword fight is a quick way to get yourself cut. So I'm going to hang.
I'm on the same boat as you, there, Crow.
Thinks for a couple moments. Looks over to Tristan. Are you kissing this plan goodbye, or are you you think that you can more or less handle what's in there yourself, even if it's just to lure them out?
Well, it's not like I'll be on my own. And he'll pat Karok on the neck.
If you guys,
can we not go in there if we
I
have
have an
ranged
idea.
weapons?
Oh, you can, but if you're caught in melee or around corners or whatnot, you'd be, you know.
Could I use
hopefully,
spider climb and
this is
climb along the
assuming-
roof?
Potentially,
thing?
yes, but you don't know how tall the ceilings and whatnot are because
That's
nobody's been
true.
able to go in. Yes, Tesh.
We're assuming there's likely not another exit to this place. Hopefully,
I did a good bit of scouting, and I can tell you that I didn't see one, but I also didn't go into the cave and walking through it. So it is possible there's another one. Unfortunately, like I said, having a good old I wish you remember the name of that spell that allows you to know the land. We could have known then, but unfortunately, none of us is mages.
well, May's just not without ability.
He nods. He goes, "No, I get it. You're you got the magic blood. I don't remember the words for that stuff, but yeah."
Close enough. If the goal is to try and last until I can show up to then full on assault in, because Tristan is a fantastic fighter, but even having everyone focus on him might not be the best.
Which why I think a
if
good
he-
old lure
if
out
he-
would be beneficial.
Yeah, goes in and then starts fighting and then backs out to where you guys are. It'll pull some of them out to defend into your fire, and it will stop the others inside from getting out that entrance until I show up.
Yeah, he nods. He says, "There was this one time where Pan and I got ourselves into a little bit of a situation. She has this way with people. People tend to either love her or hate her, right? Because she's a very charismatic, so she certainly has her influence over others, right? So I had to go in, but like when I went into this place, I was a couple steps back from her, and she walked up ahead of me. And honestly, they were so furious with her that the dude went up there and just straight up tried to clock her in the side of the head. But, she just coyly smiled at him, no defenses, nothing, as he went up and tried to punch her. But she wasn't actually there. And so, I knocked an arrow and hit him in the side of the throat, and he bled out, over the course of the next couple of minutes or so, right? So
Sounds familiar.
So you can do this then. You can use like a double.
No,
to
I've seen it. I just may have heard about it before.
Ah, shit. Well, this is the plan. We set fire, pull their attention south. You and I get into position. Carrot comes galloping in. We take a couple shots of the first person out the cave. Hopefully we down them. That's going to frighten everybody else still inside the cave. Then we're going to have to go and send Tristan in to either finish the job or to lure them out so we can aid him. All the while, we're going to have Gallon come in to join us so that he can push the fight deeper in if need be. If the concern is them coming out a different way, I imagine that these caves ain't so deep, so dim, so far, so on and so forth, sans the one that you discovered with the water pathway, that it won't be too far off. So to this, I'm going to say to you, Viggo, one of us can stay on the cave mouth, like outside of it, out front of it, hiding in a bush behind a tree, what have you. One of us can stay above the cave mouth so that we can kind of like leave an ear out to see if somebody's trying to sneak away from further beyond, if there's a back door, what have you. In that scenario, would you rather be out and in front to provide direct aid to Tristan and maybe hop in if need be? Or do you got a keen ear and you can listen out for some things from above the cave and focus kind of being beyond? He's clicking over and going, I wish I was playing 1 right now. I'd do everything.
I mean, he still has pretty good perception from what I remember.
Yeah, it's all right.
Would you like some potions of cure light wounds? Neil, you're muted for some reason.
I was talking to Chloe.
Oh, my bad.
Tell Chloe we said
like
hi.
some potions of cure light wounds?
Tell Chloe we said hi.
She's downstairs now.
Now you have to
I'll
yell.
tell her when she.
No, now you have to yell downstairs. Oi!
Oi! Scott says hi! She says hi.
Yeah, do you want any extra healing is what I'm asking, Neil?
I've got a bunch of cure light wounds. Literally,
Same.
I've got 8 on me.
You've got 8? Okay, never mind. I have 4, so you're good.
Yeah, killing wounds are
Scott,
great,
the
great
option
potions for
is-
out of combat. What's up, sir?
Well, it's
The
still
option is,
something in
Yeah.
combat.
Yeah. It's just action economy makes it difficult. Luckily, with the arm thing, it alleviates that pressure.
Exactly.
Yeah. Which is why I invented it, right? It's one of those things where you don't want to feel like your character's being taxed just because you want to use an item. 2 taxed, I should say. Yes, Jake. I honestly should
So the
reduce
2
it down
options
to
I've
2
got
instead of 3
is
and do more
to
rounds.
stay like removed and like be a lookout to see if anyone
So more or
tries
less,
to
imagine
escape,
like a cave mouth with like a bit of land in front of it that has like bush and trees around that, and then kind of like a bit of a drop off that's not like drop, but like you're gonna have to run down the hill kind of drop off. You would either want to be in that area directly in front of the cave mouth where you can provide direct support in and be there, or you can kind of like be up on top of the cave mouth where you can provide direct aid down, but it's more difficult to get into the cave if need be. But you can also kind of like hear and focus behind the cave in case there's somewhere deeper in, a second way out that you're not aware of, that's under a bush or what have you. That way you can kind of like, so you want to either be directly down and in so you can more easily run in and provide aid, or be above providing aid, listening beyond. Those are kind of like the 2 options, but feel free to modify.
Being above, what's the visibility like of Tristan and that?
What's the what? I'm sorry?
Visibility. Like, can you still see him, or is he going into the cave?
If he goes into the cave, depending on how deep it is, which you unfortunately don't know, it's a matter of how deep in he goes. Luckily for you, Tristan wears shiny armor, and Tristan doesn't have the ability to see in darkness so easily. Correct me if I'm wrong? You don't have dark vision?
Yes, I do.
Oh, you have dark
Yes, I
vision?
do. Yeah.
Ooh, he has legit dark vision. You guys don't. So he could actually, I know you can get it, Tesh, but
Yeah, I can
but
get it.
that means he can actually straight up walk into a dark cave, and you'll be able to see the moonlight, starlight, whatever it is, shining off the back of his armor. And
Put out a camera, put out a fire or light or something.
Alexa, play the Doom music.
I think as
oh, sorry.
Tris, would you rather me watching your back, or do you want me to have a view over the top? I'd incline more on being closer and able to help more if I can. I just don't know how good of a help I would be.
Even just administering potions can be helpful. Like, if
Well-
worse comes to worse, that can be very helpful.
I've seen you save his life. Matey boy here says they're not as good with the sword as they are with their bow. Or rather, you're there to staunch the bleeding if something accidentally nicks something important.
All right, that's settled then.
So, thanks, V-Sword. Ouch. Okay, so you want to be down and in front so that you can more easily provide aid if need be, correct? Cool. That means we're going to rely on what's his name's perception, which, if I remember correctly, he was rolling like solid +8s or 9s before. So he actually has.
Yes, I believe he was rolling solid 9s or 10s before. Yes, correct.
Well, he was rolling poorly. Yes. But either way, so yeah, we are. We can definitely run with this plan. I'm all in on this idea of how to go ahead. It's funny that he's like, I'm not melee, mind you. He's Mr. Hyde. You know, he can absolutely go melee if need be.
Yeah, but that's if Neil's dying, and I don't want, I have to, consider killing Crow after we win. And that's that option.
He doesn't necessarily have to see it if he's up top.
That's why I asked about visibility.
It's fine. Don't worry about it, boys. Let's just go.
Okay.
I love having these boys do all the planning. It's the best. I'm just like, no.
My plan is
You get to
get
hit with a
Carrick
big
there
stick.
and hit them with things. So, cool. I do want to point out that Gallon and Viggo did get a winnie from Steve. And
yeah.
I also.
Is that from this session?
Oh yeah, they just gave it to you.
Oh, I have two now.
It's been so long since I've got one of those. It's +5 to a skill check, right?
Yes.
Cool. Just double checking.
And don't forget,
It's +5 to any check, right?
all of
Any
your
D20.
characters currently have a hype train stored up. Do you have? I imagine you've written down what it is.
yes. I got a level
Level 4. Yeah.
I have a level 5.
Level 4
Daelric.
Daelric, which should probably check what that does. It's been a while since we've had any real combat.
I mean, you
We
like
haven't
a
pinned,
line
luckily.
of damage is what you can do, Neil.
5d8 all in line attack. Wow. Will save or unconscious. Jesus.
Mine's will save or dazed 20-foot area 5d8. Spicy.
Oh god, my DC for that is so high. Because hype
Yeah,
train level is 4.
mine's-
It's a 19 DC. Or
I just
you go
realized, it's
unconscious.
been ages since.
Oh!
Where's the DC? The DC is 10 plus Dex Mob plus Hype Train.
Oh yeah, it was that. Yeah, toast. That was a song.
Yeah, mine's 19 as well.
I think I remembered what it was. Whoa. Hold on. I hate that YouTube, if the
no,
last thing you
wait,
watched on
I'm-
YouTube was a short, then as soon as you open
in-
the YouTube app, it immediately plays the next short. It's fucking
I'm in
awful.
V-Sword, Norway.
I hate how often YouTube's like, hey, YouTube Premium. I'm like, go away.
I can't remember what the generation before Boomers was, Norway, so I didn't.
I don't actually.
I think Boomer is just like Boomer and older.
Well, Baby Boomer is what he means, I think.
You did not take it out. I appreciate the option.
I found the song. I'm gonna post it in Discord. I'm gonna post it into a spoiler chat for Inkling
Oh
May.
god.
I was like,
Okay, well,
I
the
remember.
rest-
By the way, it was posted onto YouTube 14 years ago. So what's that? 2008. So think about where you were 14 years ago.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
2008. Oh.
I was 22. So
I was probably practicing Pirates of Penzance in high school.
Yep, 14 years ago. I posted it. I didn't check what
my
month
God.
that was, but yeah. So I just posted it into the thing. It's like all around the country, coast to coast. Yeah. I have to listen to it later on to remember the lyrics, but we used to sing that way too often.
Okay, while the details are getting finalized, I'm going to make a coffee so I'm ready for the action.
Cool. Oh, and he's gone. Oh, this is him slipping into darkness. That's right.
Yeah. I'm underwater now. I'll be there in 20 minutes.
Okay, so while we're waiting for, even though his technically chronologically his character goes first, while he's making his coffee, we're gonna get to you guys sneaking up. No, you're fine. You make your coffee. You make your coffee, sir. We're gonna have you guys sneaking into position, and then we'll go over to what he's doing. Then we'll come back to you guys. Okay.
So, question: if I'm mounted on Karok for my stealth, so I'm not moving, do I get a massive bonus modifier to my stealth?
I mean, you still have creaky armor as you move, and
But
your
I'm not
horse gets a
moving.
penalty for being larger and all that other stuff.
It still has a +5 or +4 better modifier than me.
Are you sure? Let me look at it.
Yeah, it has a +1. I have a -5.
Let me look at Carrick.
Yeah.
Because I have to make sure all the correct details are in there. So, like, your stealth is coming from a dexterity of 2, and it has 0 ranks in it, but it only has a 1 on there. Where's that -1 coming from? Is it it's carrying?
It's coming
capacity?
from his barding.
His barding is giving a -1. Hold on. You have to look at how much its load is. Let me just check this real quick.
Its load is light.
It should actually be, because it is a large size quadruped, it can carry significantly larger of a load than what it says here.
Yeah, so it's light. It's a light
because
load.
your weight matters, right? So let's
Yeah,
look
yeah.
at give me
Even
one
with me on it, it would be a light load.
second. I just want to make sure that all the math is on the sheet correctly while we're waiting for what's his face.
So with absolutely everything, I weigh 82.
A larger quadruped should be ×3. So when you come down here, this multiplier, you click 3. So its light load is 600
okay.
pounds. So how much do you weigh with all of your equipment?
82.
You don't weigh 82 pounds with all of your equipment.
Oh, that's how much all my equipment weighs.
Oh, okay, yeah. So more or less, it's 200 pounds sans you, and you probably weigh a solid 200 pounds. So you're 400 pounds. So Carrick, like you said, is light load, which is all fine. Cool. But
What's
it's
his
a
face
large
has
size.
returned.
Thank you. What's his face? But Carrick is a large size creature, and unfortunately, the sheet never actually incorporates the size aspect to stats. So your stealth gets a -4 for being large sized. So -4. So it's actually a -3 stealth for that. So its
Still
stealth
better.
would be a -3, which, funny enough, is better than you. So you could absolutely do that. That is hilarious. You know what you need, Neil? Horseshoes of the Zephyr. Those.
You know what I need? I need a fucking rules system that doesn't say full plate is the loudest thing in existence, because it's actually very quiet.
I mean, it's just cumbersome, and so you move awkwardly, right? Like
It's
you don't
not.
have full dexterity.
It's not. You know what is cumbersome?
I want you to put on full plate and then scratch your asshole.
You literally have an armored asshole. Like, that is the point of full plate. Like, you're not supposed to be able to get to the holes.
Or make new ones. All right, so you guys are so yeah, you can absolutely roll that. So for you, Jake, again, we're not even rolling for pretty much anything leading up to the like we're talking being about a mile or so away from where it is you're going. We don't have to make a 50 checks or anything like that. I just need for where it is that you're breaking off from Neil, because he's going to hang back. Each of you are going to roll 1 stealth and 1 perception check. This is to get up to where you're breaking off from Neil.
So me and Carrock.
Oh, here comes Brett.
Both rolling stealth, yeah. Okay.
And that's Viggo and
Carrock's-
Carrick.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's actually very solid.
Oh, nice.
I rolled a 19.
That's fantastic.
So
It-
I'm
I was going to say,
gonna let Carrock roll perception on this one as well.
Brittany got a haircut yesterday, and without even asking her, the stylist or whatever you want to call it, straightened her hair. And Brittany has very curly hair, so it's just funny because like she just came in to like I saw her after work yesterday, and I was like, oh, I didn't expect that, you know what I mean? Not in a bad way. And then she just came in and gave me breakfast because she's an absolute sweetheart. Wasn't pancakes, by the way, so call that a win. And it was just one of those things where I looked at her and I was like, I forgot you have straight hair right now. It's just, you know.
Can I use invisibility?
Invisibility will not aid you because of how long you're traveling.
How long are we traveling?
So this is literally going from your camp all the way to being, several hundred feet away from where you're going. Yeah.
All right. Well, I don't have a great stealth, but let's see.
Oh,
Oh, anyone watching that dice just went through a fucking roller coaster.
Hold on. I inhaled so hard, I felt the food like for a second. I thought I was gonna be
Oh,
there was not
Neil,
a time.
it rolled over the one, but it rolled over so slowly that it was like almost guaranteed to land on the one, but just made it over to the 19.
Oh my god, that was crazy. Okay. Oh, so the perception wasn't for Carrick. The perception was for Tristan. I'm sorry, even though Carrick was the stealth. I know I was literally talking to Brittany as you were asking me questions, sir, and I do apologize.
Didn't even. So cruel.
I mean, I thought it was pretty obvious for not having Carrick do the perception check. Right?
Yeah, but Carrick's got a +5.
Go ahead and roll.
It's okay. Tristan's not the person who's supposed to be keeping watch, so we're good.
It's fine because Carrick's got scent and low light vision, right? They're not getting within the perception of my horse. It's fine. He rolled a 16.
All right, cool.
So while I might be oblivious, I'll look down and like just find like a bloody mess where Carrick's just stomped a man to death.
You're perfectly fine. It's Viggo we're gonna work with anyways. Are you fine with your 16 stealth, sir, or do you want to modify that just in case?
What do you guys think?
It'll let you know how much luck you have going into the rest of the session.
Try and modify it so we can just.
I say it. Yeah, it lets us know. Plus, it's really important to have them not know before
3
like
left.
things start.
Okay, 3 left. It's an 18.
Okay.
I'm
You
sorry,
guys-
Vsauce, we're probably going to go through a lot this session.
Hold on 1 second. You guys are able to get up to the breakoff point for Neil, with at least as far as you can tell, 0 issues whatsoever. Now, mind you, that's not because you didn't find a scout. Absolutely, Viggo noticed a scout, and it was one of those things where it's like, hold, wait until the scout passes, wait until the scout passes, wait until the scout passes, and you guys have the opportunity to choose to either engage and remove the scout from future combat, or by removing the scout, you have a chance of playing your hand and being noticed in case things go awry. So it's your choice, Viggo, because you're the one you can't really converse. You're kind of having them hang back. Do you want to give the command to go and take out that scout, or do you want to just allow them to pass and then move ahead?
We'll allow them to pass.
Okay.
If we have to deal with them later, we'll deal with them later. But like you said, we don't want to show our hand if we can help that.
Okay. So you guys allow the scout to pass, and you move up to the point where you're going to be breaking off from him, which again is a few hundred feet away. So now, unfortunately, you can't run when you have difficult terrain, and this area, as I've already described many times, is difficult terrain. But you can double move, which at half speed is a single move around. Carrick's speed is like a solid 50 or 60. Like, Carrick is pretty quick. So even if he's like, say, 300 feet away, because I said a few hundred. So even if he's 300 feet away, that's only 6 rounds to get to you guys when it's time to come charging in, right? So that's good news. Now,
Carrick can ignore difficult terrain.
Oh.
bloop for me.
Also, just as a note, while he's blooping that, Virgil is going to be with Viggo. You don't have to worry. He'll jump off you when you get into position. You don't have to worry about placing him or anything. I just need to note that he's on you till you get to the cave. Okay.
Thank you, sir. It's on whose shoulder? I assume Viggo's.
Viggo's, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. So it's 1 minute per level. That's amazing.
Wait, I've also got this for myself. I have Feather Step.
Oh my god.
Spirit's Gift seems great, huh? It's so versatile because you literally commune, and it's like instant. And I can get Blur for 5 minutes on Carrick, +2 AC for 5 minutes, +2 Strength, Flight 5 feet of flight, but still.
I forgot about that. Yeah, just.
But that's the horseshoes of the Zephyr. They allow you to float. They allow you to float like 6 inches above the ground, which allows you to do things like run on water.
That's cool.
Yeah. So or not make footfalls. So that's for 5 minutes. That's a long time. So you can.
So it's one standard action from me to trigger it, but then yes.
Yeah, exactly.
It's his running. Yeah.
No, but that's amazing. That means because he has the run feet, so that means he moves 250 feet around. that means you can actually get to them in more or less one round. You get like they see and hear you coming, and the next round you're hitting someone. You know what I mean?
Does he have the run feat? Is run a feat?
Run is a feat that almost all horses have, unless you chose to alter the base feats that he had as a horse.
I mean, he has a running speed, but as far as I'm aware, there's no run feat. I wasn't aware of it.
So there is a run feat. If you did not take that as his animal feat,
I don't think they get that as base. Then horses don't get that.
Horses do, but you as the as a
No, an
as
animal companion horse won't
you
get it
can
as
alter
base.
it. Correct. You could choose other things.
No. They don't get it as base.
My apologies. Almost every horse that exists in the game has the run feat, but as an animal companion, you could choose different. You could choose different things.
No, I've not chosen differently. I've never had the choice. I didn't know it existed.
Oh, okay. Well, that's just ignorance. You know,
It's not there in the list of
feats.
options.
It's a general feat.
Doesn't exist.
Pathfinder feats general.
What's happening right now?
Look for run.
Yeah, I was about to say what's happening right now.
But either way, so that's fine.
What do you mean? It's one of the 6,000 feats, and
Yeah.
I missed one.
Yeah, it is a
Oh
general.
my god.
Feat. Yeah.
God damn it!
If we are in difficult
General
terrain,
feat.
I will also drink a feather step potion.
That's awesome.
A what potion?
How long does that
Feather
last?
step.
Feather step.
Me.
And by the way, for the record, Jake,
100
now,
minutes.
now if you wanted to do invisibility, you absolutely can. For this next roll you're about to do.
God damn, Jake. Nice.
Yeah, so I have feather step for 100 minutes, so it should be good for the whole thing.
I honestly have no idea what Feather Step does. It's a newer spell.
For the duration of this spell, the subject ignores the adverse movement effects of difficult terrain and can even take 5-foot steps in difficult terrain.
Oh, cool. That's nice. I will say that will matter if you're like running into or running out of, but not for like where you're kind of like, because you're going to stealth in like one square of difficult terrain and then step into pretty clear terrain after that. But it's still good to have that on you. That way, in case you need it, it's there. So you're going to drink Feather Step as you're moving up to this area, so on and so forth. It's 100 minutes, so it's almost 2 hours. You're good there. And then 2, you're going to obviously drink your Invisibility Potion for this next stealth check to move actually up to the area, correct?
Yep. I will also be doing this so I can actually like not use the potion.
Alchemical accolation. The extract causes a pale aura to emanate from your mouth. If you consume the potion or elixir the rounds following the consumption, you can spit it back into its container as a free action, gain all the benefits, but it's not consumed. You can only gain benefits of 1 potion or elixir in this way per the use of this extract. Cool. So you more or less just kind of froth at the mouth. You drink the potion, slosh it around, and spit it back out. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. That's awesome. So you did not use which potion?
An invisibility potion.
Perfect.
Oh.
Cool. Now, this is an invisibility potion you fabricated or you...
It's one I made, but even if I buy it, it still functions as my caster level, which I also have extended potion, so it's double time. So 10 minutes I've got it for.
Can you bloop the thing that makes it so even if you buy it, it acts as your caster level? I know about the extend, which is only so many times per day, but which is pretty awesome. It's like
He doesn't
half time.
trust you.
No. I'm just not super familiar with it. A number of times per day equal to the intelligence modifier alchemist can cause the potion to function at your cast level. So your intelligence modifier is a 5.
Yep.
So invisibility potion is gonna be as though you cast it. So it's gonna be 5 minutes. Beautiful. I know of the abilities. It's just limitations, right? Cool. So you have an invisibility. You have Feather Step. You're good to go. Anything you want to give to Duty McDuderson?
No, he has his own potions, I'm pretty sure. All right.
Certainly
Oh,
not.
you're talking about
Crow.
Crow. Oh, waste resources on Crow.
What are we checking with Crow?
I'll give him that invisibility potion that I just spat back into the...
There you go, mate.
Yeah.
Don't let him see it.
I like it.
Can you roll a diplomacy check?
Oh.
No, I'm not. If he doesn't want it, like I offered, you don't want to turn
You
invisible.
don't even have to
that's on
say it
you.
as words. It's one of those things just kind of like how graceful you are with the situation, including how you hand it over.
I don't want to be graceful.
Okay, so
This is like more or less he'll turn and be like more or less like almost at him. You want the potion or not?
he looks at it, looks at you, and like his hand slowly reaches out to grab it and says,
Oh, I just realized I'm actually invisible, so he can't see me.
well, you can imagine as the invisibility is kind of like forming, you hand it over
Yeah,
to
yeah,
him, right?
yeah.
Because you can imagine the frothing is taking its effect. So he'll slowly reach over and he takes the thing, like as your hand's like literally turning invisible, and he takes it and he goes, it'll still work, right?
Yeah, drink it though. Don't spit it back out.
He nods slowly, looks at it, and just goes, cheers, mate. Pops it, and like throws it down. And you can see you've never had to deal with this before, but it probably has an aftertaste. So he definitely mixed its saliva. It's one of those things he looks down and you can see like a little bit of like, food in it, like a little bit of egg or whatever.
Dude,
Oh, that's the worst. Oh, no.
you're a fiend.
He's kind of like, and he drinks the potion and he's like, oh, and then looks at his hand as it slowly starts to turn invisible as well, and then just kind of like shivers and then turns to walk.
So he was a member of the army, all right. This ain't that. That ain't that bad.
In what army do people spit in each other's mouths?
Probably do a lot worse than that.
Hell.
The Navy has a reputation, right?
They sail the 7 seas. All right. Don't ask, don't tell. That's right. I remember don't ask, don't tell. I say all the time that one of the people that used to babysit me was a drag queen, and he was married to a naval officer who captained a warship, and he kept pictures of his. They couldn't get married back then, but pictures of his boyfriend in drag in his locker. And when his subordinates would see pictures of Tonisha, they'd be like, "Oh, she's so hot," and he'd just be like, "Yes," and just like close his locker, and it was like his secret. He was gay, and nobody knew. It was just, I mean, it's funny to like look back at how he handled it. It's horrible that he had to handle it, but either way. Moving on. You got just need to be. I'm not even going to have you roll me a stealth check because your stealth is going to be so disgustingly high with that plus 20. There's no way in hell I'm going to be able to know, because what's the minimum stealth you can get now? Viggo.
23.
Yeah. So the minimum you can get is a 23. Actually, I will have you roll me a stealth. Because if you roll real trash, I can genuinely catch you. And then there is your perception check.
Ooh.
Well then, I wish you did that for your perception.
Oh my
And nothing
fucking
to
god.
enhance that. You have nothing to enhance your perception.
Nope. Alright, perception. There it is.
And would you like to enhance your perception? Enhance.
Enhance.
I like that meme, like when it oversimplified and whatnot.
Does
Does it?
Crow get a roll? I decide after he rolls.
You decide for yourself before he rolls.
Oh god. 19.
Nice.
$19.
Oh, 19.
All right. So you guys are making your way downtown, walking fast, faces past, cave bound. So you guys are able to get to the cave, and what you do notice is that outside the cave, there is a single guard that is posted. Single guard. Sitting there. Roll me a sense motive check, please, sir. You can tell that this guard is, unfortunately, not looking particularly sleepy. They are propped up. They are alert. So you guys rolled really good stealth checks. I'm not even gonna. Again, the minimum he can get is a 30. So because he has a +9, minimum he can get is a 30. So he's good. But
Maximum, you mean?
minimum that Crow can get is a 30. So I'm not even gonna roll because the other guy can't even get a 30.
I thought you meant the minimum the fucking
no.
guard could get was 30. I was just like,
because you guys don't do crits. So you, sir, are able to get there, and you notice this person, and you personally notice that they are fully awake and alert, and actively searching. So they're not getting the whole distracted -5 penalty or anything like that, so on and so forth. So when you get yourself nestled into your spot down below, and Crow kind of gets nestled up to the spot up above, there's that moment where you guys are like in the spots, but you unfortunately cannot see each other. And I don't think that. Can you communicate with him through the crystal? I think only Tesh can communicate to you guys through the crystal, right?
I think so, yeah.
If needed, Virgil, you can communicate with him. It's just consider it a. I don't know. He'll think it's just a magics. It's fine. So Virgil's with you. So if you want, you can tell him to.
What's
to
the
talk
range
to
of
him.
that, Tesh?
30
they're
feet,
about.
which
Okay,
is
I
what-
was gonna say they're gonna be about maybe 45 feet apart, including distance and height, and so on and so
okay.
forth, because of like the area in front of the actual cave mouth. So, and because you're invisible, you can't just like do hand signals or something like that, or shine a mirror, because you're invisible. All right. So you're going to be sitting there and just kind of like waiting for your moments. Now we're going to have Neil in place, you guys in place, and a whole bunch of goofing finally got us to this point in the session. So Tesh, it's your turn. Getting back to that cave is going to be a single. So a survival check to find your way back there should be very easy for you. I mean DC 10 easy.
Go. Just double check all the things are on. Yep. Okay. Let's do this.
Beautiful. I'm going to need a stealth and perception check from you, sir.
Yep. So starting things off, it's going to be I'll have when I get to because I'm underwater, I would be using
Not underwater yet. This is just getting back to the, the
okay.
actual cave that you were. Yep.
That's fine then. So, boop. Okay. And then
you notice that over by the area where you were able to get into the water and go under, there happens to be a patrol that's over near there, but it doesn't look like they're actively waiting for or looking for anybody, so on and so forth. Again, you rolled so high, you can easily move in close and observe them and so on and so forth. It seems more coincidental than they're here than they caught signs of you being before and they posted guards, or even that they necessarily know that this goes to their cave, right? Because they might not even know that. How many people are going to just dive underneath a lake and go swimming through to see? Like that's
it's also that I had just struggled to get through, and I knew I could breathe underwater. So
exactly,
someone not knowing they could breathe underwater or can't breathe underwater might not want to push their way through that.
Exactly that. Like, that's not something that you just go and check, because they don't have breathing devices. So cool. So by sheer coincidence, they're there, but your stealth is so high, there's no chance of you getting caught. You slowly lower yourself into the water. You switch things over to water breathing, so on and so forth. Because time is not a factor right now, you are very much able to make your way through that tight squeeze area. You chose not to have anybody else there, so the fact that I put a tight squeeze area there doesn't matter to anybody else in the party. You just take 2 minutes, take a 20, and you make your way through it. You're good. So you come out the other side of the tight squeeze, swim the rest of your way to where it is that the thing comes up. This time you don't just pop your head up. You're very cautious because you know what's on the other side of bringing your head up in the water that's there. You're going to say something.
So with this is just logistics before we get into me having to give the signal, so it's still technically before everything goes down. With Virgil, them being invisible means they can't really signal to Tristan, can they? This is something we would have had to have discussed ahead of time.
But you can link to Tristan, can't you?
Virgil would have to be with Tristan, so it means I would have left Virgil with Tristan. He can jump off before Tristan gets to the cave.
Then they can always get Tristan's attention by like shooting an arrow in his direction. You know what I mean? There's also things like whistle arrows and whatnot. But that
that's a
would also
good
be
point.
very
Yeah.
obvious. Yeah.
No, just a normal arrow in his direction would probably be a good idea then.
Yep. And he
then,
knows
I'll
where
do it that
Tristan
way.
is, and he's a really good shot. So he's a proper archer.
Cool. In that case, yeah, then everything's fine as is then. Yeah, cool. So I'm gonna stealthily get out of the water. This is I've got 2 power points down because I wanted to use one on the approach and one now.
Okay.
Because I want to have that stealth activated.
Yep. So now your head is, of course, going to be slowly crushed in the water, so you can take in what's there. What's the minimum stealth you can roll?
At the moment, it is 26.
Roll me stealth.
And what's cool is okay, I'll roll stealth. What's cool is since I'm going to be flying out of here anyway, I can switch my water breathing and water speed to flight, and I can hover in here instead of walking from place to place.
That's beautiful. And go ahead and stealth and perception.
Ooh, that's a lower stealth, but it's okay. And then
The thing is, I can't beat a 31. That's beautiful. I can't beat a 31 stealth, to be clear.
Sweet.
Like, you know, it's one of those things where I have +7, so if I roll a natty 20, then I could luck a daddy's dice it. And so I have a 1 in 20. What's that? 1 in 20 times 1 in 5, so 1 in 200, however that math works. 1 in 4, I meant. But you know what I'm saying.
Okay. And how long does the invisibility potion last? And how much of an increase is it? Because I'm going to drink it now.
Invisibility gives you a +20 to stealth, but it will not stack with chameleon.
I know that I'm swapping everything over now because
Correct.
this is when I'm doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So how long does it last?
Is it made at my caster level?
Unless you pay extra money, it's made at the minimum caster level, which is level 3, so 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Okay, in that case, I'll wait till the end to do the swap over, and I'll wait till I lit the fire to do the swap over, because ideally it'll take me that long to get to them.
Also, if you do aggressive actions while you are invisible, you will drop the invisibility.
Noted. Good point. Okay, so yeah, I'll do the fire stuff first, then I'll swap over.
So you see that there is still a guard posted up inside this room. Unfortunately for you, while they're a bit distracted, the guard that's in here is wide awake. You also can see the footsteps. You see the guard that's down the hallway that's doing their pacing back and forth. There is definitely another guard inside here, same as beforehand, that's making their rounds inside the cave. But because you have a really high perception check, one of the things, and you know what they did before, the person that's making their way around, they more or less just kind of like walk along the perimeter of the place. And part of it too is they'll actually go back outside the cave and like spend maybe a minute or so outside the cave, just kind of like looking around, looking outside, making sure everything's good to go over there, make sure nothing's happening out there, and then they come back inside. So obviously, because nothing that you're using right now is on a proper timer where we have to worry about rounds or even a couple minutes, everything's on the 10-minute plus timers. You're fine for the moment, where you're able to literally just wait until not the first time they go outside. You're just making sure it's a pattern. It's the second time that they go outside, which is where you're going to want to properly act, right? So there is, in the room where you are, where you're chameleoned in and nobody can see you because the water isn't rippling in any way that they notice or whatever it might be, even though water inside of this would be very still water. They don't notice anything rippling because of the chameleon and whatnot. So you raise your head up and you see that one person that's inside the room with you. That person is awake. They're alert. They're not distracted. You need to handle that situation before you can even have hopes of anything else.
Yeah. Okay. Do they look hard? This is where I have to decide whether I'm going to kill this person or distract them. Do they look hardy?
So it's really hard to make judgments of those things without actively seeing them practicing, because this is BAB checks, which we've done before, to see how tough somebody seems, and that's without having extra abilities. But unless you see them acting or moving in such a way, they're legit just standing there, leaning there, it's hard to tell. I mean, the person is not, they're a bit thicker or whatever, but that doesn't mean anything. Are they like just a tough, thicker person, or do they just really like cupcakes? You don't know. It's one of those. It's hard to make that judgment.
Yeah. How much of the area, the like, is there a good place to set some of the fires in the room where he can't see?
No.
Like in places behind any of the supplies?
It's a fire. It would light up the room. He would absolutely notice instantly.
Okay, so this is where I don't know Pathfinder well enough. What are the sort of options for surprising someone in terms of combat or otherwise? Because I don't know how this works. Is there any options to? Is there any ways I can eliminate this guy quickly or knock him out quickly, something like that?
Yeah. So there's something called a Coup De Gras, right? I know you know what that word means beyond D&D, but Coup De Gras in D&D specifically requires them to be, I believe, pinned or helpless or unconscious, which is also helpless. So it's a full round action to do, and the way it works is a Coup De Gras is a full round action. You can use a melee weapon to deliver a Coup De Gras pronounced. Because it's spelled Coup De Gras, but Coup De Gras, they actually show you how.
Yeah, I know.
To help his opponent, you can use a bow or crossbow provided you are adjacent to the target. You automatically hit and score a critical hit. If the defender survives the attack, they must make a fortitude saving throw or die, etc., etc., etc. It provokes an attack of opportunity. You can't. So the problem is, it requires them to be helpless, and they're not, which would be either unconscious or pinned or blah 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 blah. They are not helpless.
And I don't know I don't know if I have a good enough.
So instead, what you do is you'd be attacking their flat-footed AC in a surprise round, which means that you would get an attack before they're able to do anything. You're able to attack, and you're able to resolve that attack. And then after you resolve that attack, you roll for initiative if they're still alive or standing or what have you. So there's the option number one is to just attack them and hope they drop, whether it be melee, lethal or non-lethal damage. Another option is to literally just grab them and pull them into the water, where even if they try to scream, there's and then after they fall still, the water itself will mellow the hell out. You know what I mean? And that allows you to, now you've already tucked it underneath in the tunnel, and now there's not even like a body that somebody might accidentally bump into.
Yeah. So, I'm just checking something because I think I can.
And this, unfortunately, back to what Nora was talking about 2 hours ago or whatever, is a soldier that is an unfortunate. It's part of war, if you will. The soldier's going to go, even though you're trying to avoid harming as many of them as possible. And that's not to say that after you drown them, you can't resuscitate them.
Yeah. Let me just check something.
The room around you is in blazing inferno, and you're like giving this person CPR.
All right, so the maximum amount that I can sort of do in one round with an attack.
Oh my god, you know what would be really smart? If you brought Carrick with you, and like tied a rope to Carrick, and then brought it with you the entire length and into the tunnel, and then you came up and you just like lashed
the guy's angle,
the rope, and then Carrick feels the tug and just starts running, and he's like, "What the?"
Yeah,
and then he might come out the other side and actually live, because you know.
TP. We'll see about that. So the maximum amount of damage I can do in one go is 2d8 plus 6 and 2d6. So
that's
how much
lot
does that
of
average
damage.
out?
Like,
yeah.
If you assume this person's like a skilled warrior, so a 3rd level warrior, that means they have 3d10 plus Constitution health. So the average of 3d10 is going to be, what do I call that? Let's say it's 7 each. So 21, plus let's say they have a +2 con because we're going all in here. 21, 23, 5, 27 health is the higher end of where they're going to, that's not the top, but the higher end.
Yeah. I just I would be funnily enough would actually be able to do more, but unfortunately I didn't take the empowered blast augment. But that's okay because the first one is against his flat-footed anyway, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay.
And I described this
I
person
guess-
before as wearing like a simple ring mail.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and unfortunately, I'm gonna try and instant gib this guy. This is probably the best way of doing this. Meaning, so I'm gonna power up using another PowerPoint. Power up the braces, the deep crystal braces. I assume I don't have to worry about cover with this guy.
I'm sorry. You sure you have to worry about what?
I don't have to worry about cover with this guy. He's pretty.
He's
pretty
exposed.
easy to hit. Yeah.
He's exposed. So his AC will, to be clear, because he's flat-footed, he has no dexterity to AC. But if he's wearing ring mail, which I don't believe is an armor, I think you just call it chain mail in Pathfinder. Yeah, ring mail isn't its own; it's chain mail.
Well,
chain mail is you just because you know the stats. It's a +6 to AC, so it's a 16 AC. So
okay.
I
I got to roll a 6 or more.
because you have a +10.
Yep.
I mean, is there anything you can do to modify your any abilities you can add on to you before you do this, or is that what you got?
Nope. This is the downside of using the rapid augments, because I have the rapid augments. I have a small selection of amazing augments I can choose between very quickly, but I also can't quickly. I can't take like a turn and try and change it into some of the more niche augments that are very powerful.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is the trade-off I've unfortunately I'm finally seeing the downside of the trade-off. Okay, so that's as good as I can get. Here we go. Oh, why did oh my god. If there was ever
roll another 20. If you confirm again, you auto kill them in accordance to the homebrew rule we always use.
roll a d20.
You roll another attack roll, more or less, or a d20 plus your modifier, whatever you want to do. So
Uh,
1d20 plus 10.
I can actually just hit my ranged attack thing.
That
He's
is
dead?
that is an automatic instant. like a 20 confirm we've always done as a extremely rare but happens. Lucky you just the scene is yours.
It's not a natural 20.
No, natty 20.
No,
natty 20.
I have to
Just need to
beat
confirm the
confirm.
second.
Yeah, all I have to do is
I
beat
didn't
his
even
20.
see that. Holy shit!
Yeah.
All right. Damn, that's an insta kill.
Yeah, so you
So-
sir go right ahead and oh my
This is
God.
very much a case of peering out of the water, making sure, yes, I was right. The rotation is the other two are out. Pull myself out of the water, create the crystal, move slowly over, and then just like as I'm moving over, just angle my entire sort of like torso so that I can just with all my force straight up, and it goes straight up through there, and just. And he falls off the oh, actually, I'm going to catch him as he falls off the chair and then go put him in the water.
How do you catch him?
Just, and then sort of take him over to the water and put him in the water.
Reflex save on that one.
Okay. This is apparently the mission that I was made to do.
And who sits with their legs spread quite that wide? Like,
that was real spread. Oh, I'm so, you know what? I'm glad I did that RNG cleanse at the start of the session. That was a good choice.
Bro, you just rolled 5 dice and 4 of them were 20s.
Yeah.
You just rolled 5 dice and 4 of them were 20s.
I'm snipping this because this is that's
I wonder what the
that's
chances
fucking
of
good.
that.
And if you do Doxy's weird dirty 20 thing, then that means you got 5 out of 5. I mean, I don't count that other one; it's not real. But what the? Why? You know I'm gonna roll all ones.
That would be quite amusing, to be fair, Scott.
Tesh,
Oh.
who do you know? Who do you know? Who at Roll20 do you know? No. I'm calling this bullshit out. Who do you know?
No, it's okay. I've learned from Neil. I've got his luck stealing techniques down now. It's just taken this long to get them down.
Now, why do you think I no longer roll natural 20s, Scott?
I was excited for the other ones. Now I'm just angry.
He told you. He told you. He powered up before this. He spent like a good minute just screaming.
His
Walking
neighbors,
to another room.
all of his neighbors are just hitting on the neighbor, hitting from this wall, this wall, this
Please
wall.
stop.
Like stop. He's like over 9,000.
Oh, even if like it goes horrible in terms of it gets wrong to the point where I don't get to make it to the other fight, I'm okay now. I was at first I was sad that I was going to miss out on the start of the fight. I'm good now.
Please come to the fight.
I want to come to the fight.
And now we drop him in the fight. So he dies, and you perfectly catch him. It's one of those things that as he goes down, obviously the ringmail armor is something that is loud as it goes. So as you catch him, you literally kind of like spring yourself up. So there's a bit of dripping water, a little bit of splash or whatever it is. But
I already said that I sort of got out of the water. Yeah, I already said I got out of the water and was walking towards him as I did the shot.
I missed the walking towards part. By the way, you are able to go over and again catch him by the shoulders on his way down. So there's a little bit of like a ching, cling, cling, cling that happens. But it's quiet enough that nobody outside the cave is going to be able to hear it.
I have a question, Tesh. So when you extend your two sharp crystal blades and into the back of his skull and then pull his head and his spine out, do you then like stroke the spine with like a purr?
I can't do the predator clicks. I wanted to do the predator clicks.
All right. You slowly drag the person over. You put them into the water. And as I've said many times, they're wearing ringmail. In case you weren't aware, this armor alone weighs 40 pounds of metal.
At first, I was originally going to be like, okay, what do I need to like put on him to sink him? And you're like, he's wearing ringmail. I'm like, oh, we're good. He'll sink.
That's 40 pounds of metal alone. Like, never mind anything else on them. Okay.
Poor cupcake employer.
Enjoy it all.
Enjoy it. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. So what do you do with the other person? Obviously, you have a couple of they've got half a minute, whatever it is, before they come in. What do you?
So, what I'm gonna do is try and get the other fires going first, and then when that person comes in, that's when I'm gonna throw like an alchemist fire behind them, take the invisibility potion, and go.
Oh wait, you're gonna wait till they come in, correct?
For the alchemist fire and then the invisibility potion going.
My point is the other person that's on patrol is actively moving. Are you going to more or less try to drop this person too?
Oh, if they're gonna if they're gonna come in soon, I'm probably gonna have to get ready to drop them as well.
Okay. Yep. So they're going to come unless you intentionally wait until they go back out. But part of their runs is coming in and seeing.
They're gonna see
really
the person.
Yeah.
They'll probably see that this person isn't here, so I can't let them go back out again.
Yep. All right, cool. So the person's doing their rounds. What is your prepared option here? So are you going to attack them before they even come into the room? You're going to attack them as they come into the room? Like, how do you want to handle this other person that's on duty?
I want them to be flat-footed because that's probably my best bet. So I'm going to do it before they get to a point where they can notice that this person isn't sitting here anymore.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And you're not invisible. You're just chameleon. Okay. Are you attacking melee or ranged?
Ranged.
Okay. So it's literally one of those things where as they walk into the room and they look over at the table where the chair where the person's
that's
not
exactly
there.
the idea.
So you literally it's leaving your hand as their head's turning. Cool. Probably from the opposite side.
That would very much be the idea.
You're going over to the other location. You're gonna. You don't have to roll a stealth because you're gonna stay perfectly still, which already gives you a +10 to your stealth because you're for a visual because you're literally staying perfectly still in that spot and you have chameleon on, so you don't even have to roll. This person takes their time. They come over. They come walking into the room. and you make your same idea is you just automatically have a free attack because they're not aware that you're there. They are flat-footed. So the second one was your confirm one.
Cool.
So you absolutely do.
Yep.
Hit. I imagine you regain sonic focus and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, I was also going to say I did that. So I'm actually doing the one that I don't have to use sonic focus for. I'm just spending power points.
That's fine. And the other one you used whatever you said you were using. It's just
it's the same one. Yeah,
Yep.
it's the adding the damage using power points.
Yep. So I'm saying you spent the power points twice. Yes.
Yes.
Because that was called before you confirmed.
Point blank shot is on for this one.
Those cupcakes were to die for.
So it's
can we call him Private
this.
Cupcake?
Oh, less good on the second one, but still 23 damage.
23 damage is solid. So again, even if this person was a level 3 warrior, that is 3d 10. That's 19 health. Ooh. That's a solid number right there. Good thing for you, it's not a 3rd level warrior. It's only a 2nd level warrior. I rolled a 10 and a 7, so that's 17. Plus, the average person is going to only have a +1 con. So that's going to be 19 total health, funny enough. So 19 total health. So 23 points of damage is going to be enough to bring them to -3 or -4, whatever it is. So you hit them as well. You drop them as well. This is going to be a harder reflex save to try to catch them because there are people, even if they're sleeping, that are out there. So you go ahead and roll your reflex.
Okay. If this is going to be a harder one, I wonder if I want to use my Winifred's.
It's up to you, man.
Because this is the one. If I make this, it gives me longer to set up the fire.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you're good. It's your Winifred's. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
no, I'm going to use my Winifred's on this one because it is. This is like if I make this, that's it. I have like until the change of shift to set up the fire. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm using my Winifred's on this. I don't. Oh, I can augment it up here. I was about to say I don't know how to augment it, but never mind. Oh, I'm glad I used my Winifred's.
Yeah. That's a pretty solid roll. I assume you're happy with the 23, unless you want to luck it to confirm.
I think 23 for catching him should be okay. Like it's harder, but it's still like I was expecting it, getting ready to do it. And
I mean, last time you got a
all that
26,
stuff.
you heard the result. It's up to you whether or not you want to try to get to that same level, or if you want to be happy with slightly different.
You know what, Plug, as I said, this is the important one.
Okay.
So I'm gonna roll luck.
Okay.
There we go. Okay.
So it is different tiers. So just to be clear, it is different tiers.
Yep.
So I mean,
25.
Even with a 15, you would have caught them before they hit the ground hard. But
sound
but
is the
it's
important part.
different tiers for how much. So again, it's like as they're going down, you quickly it's like you throw the thing, and as you throw it, you are taking a step forward. So as it's piercing him, you're already taking that first step forward, step, getting one arm, then the other arm under, and kind of catching them on their way down. So there's a little bit of clinking and whatnot, and you do move yourself into the view of what's out there. But luckily, there's nobody immediately watching, so on and so forth. You catch them pretty quickly. You've got them. You just start slowly dragging them over to the water, climb into the water yourself, and you drag them so they're fully in. And then just because of the weight of the armor and everything else on them, they just submerge. Cool. Now you have time.
Yes.
What do you want to... You don't know exactly when the next change of guard and whatnot's going to be, but you do know that there's usually a big gap of time between them. You don't have what time of day it is, when they do it, if it's routine, everything. You don't know that stuff, but you do know that you have time. So would that time be 3 minutes or 3 hours? You have no idea. So what is your plan from here? Do you immediately start pouring...
So I have one quick question with regards to how psionics energy types work that'll either make this much easier or just I'm gonna have to do this normally.
Sure.
So fire energy type.
Yep.
Does that create fire if I hit something with fire energy type?
It burns it, like it chars it, but it doesn't usually ignite a flame unless the ability explicitly says that it causes it to catch fire.
That's what I know to know, because I switched to fire energy before just in case, but I forgot to ask.
But to be clear, though, if you wanted to do something like, let's say you dropped an alchemist fire, which does intentionally set things on fire, right? and then you use your fire energy burning ability next to it, it just makes logical sense that it would expand the fire, right?
Okay, cool. Then I might I'll get ready to do that. But first, I'm going to set the normal fires. You know what I might do, just in case someone walks in, like everything goes horribly wrong, someone walks in, I'm going to put the alchemist fire on something, on like some supplies that I think are going to burn near where those people are going to walk in.
So remember when you're inside the very back room, there's most of the supplies are back there. Then the kind of almost like snowman style, like three chambers. So the very back room, the booty of the snowman, was where the you came in through the back door. And then in the middling room, there was that off chamber that you had seen beforehand that had some like smaller supplies in it, so on and so forth. Then in the front room, like the head of the snowman, there was the opposite side small chamber that had some supplies into it, et cetera. And then you walk out the head or hat of the snowman is what goes into the great world beyond. So you snuck in the booty. You can definitely put that alchemist fire maybe in that front room to the side.
Yeah, I think I'll put it in the middle room, just so like if someone comes in far enough to see the back room, which is where I am, I can reactionary ignite that one and then get ready to get the fuck out of Dodge.
Cool.
Because I can ignite that one with a ranged energy blast.
Or you can even just like throw a fucking at it, and it's an alchemist fire. It'll work.
Yeah.
So, and then what size is an alchemist fire, Jake? Is it tiny or diminutive? I believe it's probably diminutive. Which diminutive or wait, is it diminutive? Which is why I'm setting the other ones. It's actually can you look at alchemist fires? Are those flasks?
Yeah.
Okay, so hold on. Pathfinder size of flask. It matters if it's diminutive or fine. I just don't know if it's fine. Nope. Dim. Nope. Hold on. I'm trying to see if it's diminutive or fine. Holds 1 pint of liquid. Let me just try this. Pathfinder sizes. Because this just changes the AC if you're trying to hit it. That's the only reason why I'm quickly looking this up. So let's see. Fine is 1/8 of a pound to 1 pound. That's diminutive, sorry. Fine is 1/8 or less. How much does an alchemist fire weigh?
1 pound, I think.
Is it like a half pound, 1 pound sort of a thing?
It has weight of 0. That's what it says on here.
A weight of 0? Is that inside the actual, like, or is that just on your character sheet?
It's on the character sheet.
Okay, that just means it may have been put in wrong. Give me 1 second. The Pathfinder Alchemist Fire is 1 pound. Is what it's supposed to be. So Jake's just been cheating. How dare he? So that means that for its size is diminutive, and the reason why this matters, Tesh, is for the sake of throwing something at it to hit it. Its AC is either a 14 or an 18. That's why it mattered. So it's a 14. It's a 14. That's what it comes down
okay.
to. Yeah.
If it matters, it's a touch AC instead of anything else, just because it's that's how
same because it's a matter of size, and size affects touch. So.
Cool.
So yeah. So it'll be a 14 if you try to throw something at it or range whatever ability you want to hit it.
I just feel like if I can set that up in a spot that's going to burn, I'm more likely to hit it with a ranged attack than I am to throw it at the correct spot. So I'm going to do that.
Throw it at the correct spot, depending on what you're trying to do. If you're trying to hit a very specific like spot, it's a DC 10. If you just want to fucking throw it into a room, it's like a DC 5, 6, 7, somewhere in that range.
Oh, then maybe I'll wait to throw it then. If that's the case, because then I'm more likely to hit where I want to hit.
It's entirely up to you.
Are you using it to ignite the supplies?
Yes. Not all the. I'm setting normal fires. The alchemist fire is what I'm going to use to start the burning and panic.
Yeah.
Sort of thing. Okay. Because the alchemist fire is going to be harder to put out, so it's the one closest to the entrance.
Personally, what I would do is I would set normal fires inside the cave to the best of my ability, and throw the alchemist fire at the tents outside.
Yeah, but I don't want to throw it and then be like, look at that guy flying away. It came from up there.
Oh yeah, that's why you start flying away and drop it on them. but that's because I'm an evil fuck. You don't want to hurt that many soldiers if you don't have to. So. Yeah,
I think I like the idea of making
Gallon's not a bad person. He hates the fact that he had to kill those soldiers, but is aware of war. So he's trying to keep it minimal. All right, let's move on. So, so you're gonna keep it on your person then to toss if you need to. You're a good old-fashioned
Yeah,
tosser.
I'll do that then. Yeah.
Awesome. So, you are for setting up these fires. So you're literally just gonna go right immediately into setting up the fires.
Yes.
Cool. So all I needed from you was a knowledge engineering if you have skills in it. If not, then a survival check. Survival's slightly more difficult.
Survival. I don't have knowledge engineering. I don't have a tick on it. I have it, but in terms of just I have no ranks in it though. I just have 2 as a default, and I can't use it unless I have a thing in it, right?
You have to have at least 1 rank in the knowledge.
Yeah,
to
I
get
know.
above
So
10.
survival
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
It's not bad.
Do you want to sit with that 17 or do you want to luck it?
No. So I apologize, guys. I am going to luck it just because this is the final nail in our plan for regards to distraction, which we don't want soldiers coming to fight. So.
Playing my hand, I set the
perfect.
DCs at
20.
12 and 17. So, but either way, so, but a 20 is great. So you actually, with your 20 there, you're able to come up with a perfectly good arrangement of what it is that you need to do here to get things set up. I mean, you're not an idiot. As you were traveling here, you gathered with you a bit of brush and whatnot. You gathered with you dried leaves and twigs and everything that was along the way. Starting a fire is super easy for you anyways because of your energy weapon that doesn't cost any power points for you to do anyways.
No, it's just yeah, I have it.
Just to have. So you
It's a movement action to switch between that and crystals. So
you go around and you silently, again, because they're sleeping, so they're distracted and unconscious, and you have a very high stealth right now, are moving around and setting up a whole bunch of like twigs and leaves and all sorts of stuff to get things arranged in such a way. Most things here are set inside crates, which are made out of wood anyway, so it's its own kindling or fuel for the fire. So once you kind of go around and you spend several minutes getting this all situated, set up, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, you're able to then, from the back room, just go ahead and just kind of... Now, I don't think you've ever used your fire attack before, have you?
no, this is the first time I'm using the energy blaster.
Describe it in the room with the water.
So it's essentially normally what happens is crystal sort of like forms out of the palm of my hand, and I catch it and throw it, and it sort of like breaks off in my hand to throw. These very much are a case of there's sort of like a glow of refracting light in my palm, and it's almost like the crystal moves and shapes to like perfectly align the beam and like sharpen it to a point where it fires. That point is when it like hits the damage, and then it sort of like dissipates.
I almost imagine it's like you can almost see like a prism happening, but then the prism just
Exactly.
kinda, as it starts,
It sharpens and then
like almost like red shifts. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
because
yeah.
infrared's invisible to the naked eye, right? So it's almost like you see it like switching and focusing into the red, and it literally becomes invisible and then
well,
you
yeah,
get the
yeah.
last like.
I sort of liked that idea. The
Yeah.
idea is you could very much say that it's like the whole palm lights up, and then as it's refracting, the part that's actually like you can see visible light gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it's like a fine point, at which point it hits the damage.
Yep. And so kind of like dragging that along. You can imagine it's like a slow drag because you're infrared light more.
I can do it every round. Just attack. There's no sort of detriment to doing that, so I can take my time with it.
Yeah. So do you see it as being individual beams, or almost for thematic purposes, like dragging an open beam?
I think in combat it'd be like beam, but in this I can imagine just be like and then drag across, because it's mechanically the same. For thematic thing, I like the idea of just dragging it across.
Yeah. All right, cool. So you drag it and you get this back room fire started, right? And it's one of those things too. Once you get the actual kindling, the leaves and the kindling and whatnot that you have there, the twigs lit up, then I imagine you just do one more back layer across after you get all that like layered up underneath it or in the front of it, whatever it is. You then go one more layer back to the front of each of these crates, just to, as we said before, once there's a fire started, it just exaggerates the burning that's already happening.
Yeah.
So then you just kind of like drag back and just
something
add to
that's
it.
already like hot and has like sparks in it is going to ignite a lot better than just plain wood.
Yeah, once you heat it, I mean, the whole idea is that things combust anyways. When they get to a certain temperature, you're increasing that temperature drastically, so it just burns easier. And then you walk up to the second room, Where in the second room, you had already pre-planned that to be the same idea.
The alchemist fire. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was going to do a little bit of fire, then the alchemist fire, and that's when I leave.
Yep, I was gonna say go to the first room. You do that fire as well, and then finally you just kind of take the because you want to also make a show of it. You also have just like again shit just littered about inside the big area here to make sure there's just more stuff that's going to burn, even if it's not that much. And then you just hurl the alchemist fire into whichever one you had set there. But literally, as you hurl the alchemist fire, it has like a pop, smash, burst.
That's
ability.
I'm literally like one hand throwing the alchemist fire, other hand invisibility potion, because I can swift action it thanks to the belt.
Yeah. So it's almost like you hurl it, drink, and then turn, and you start running. With that last step out of the cave being like a hop.
And I'm up.
Yeah, up and away. Awesome. So you are soaring through the skies.
Soaring, flying.
Doing the Superman. I think it's actually probably more like Iron Man, like in terms of like using the hands for propulsion as well.
Get the infrared beam. So
I like to imagine it's more like Saruman when he's stabbed and he's falling off the and it's just
I'm falling and missing the ground. That's all that's happening.
constant rotation.
So there is actually an augment I can get for my suit, which I can just constantly reverse gravity at will. Just as I'm flying along.
wait, reverse gravity just for yourself?
I think so. Yeah.
Because reverse
I was
gravity
just
is
looking.
usually for like a.
Oh no, it's not
area.
an augment. Not an augment. It's a ability.
Yeah, that's an
a
area.
warrior ability. Oh, okay. I didn't look at it carefully enough. This was me just going through and looking at options
Yeah,
for stones to buy later.
I remember we had a session a long time ago where more or less they had prepped it in such a way that the druid had cast a spell, so it was like vines and whatnot, and one of the PCs went in there and intentionally failed their reflex save, so that the first level spell entangling vines or whatever grappled them. And then I believe it was the wizard that
that's
cast
so good.
the reverse gravity, and so everybody around them went upwards, and they were just like anchored down by the vines, and they were like, I could still make attack rolls from here. I just have a -4 to my dexterity.
So the thing that I was talking about with like the gravity reversing in Terraria, one of the end game ways to travel is you can run on like as long as you don't have to jump or hit a block or anything, you can run and speed up to a really fast speed. But of course, you're going to hit terrain or a block or something when you're traveling. So there's a gravity potion. So you run along, gravity up, down, up, down, up, down. You just keep reversing gravity and fly across the map.
That's fun. That's a fun little use of the rules,
Yeah.
I was always one of my favorite things is how people use the rules to do things. Like one of the old ones is if you cast Dimension Door while moving quickly, does your trajectory, your momentum, travel with you on the other side of Dimension
Now you're
Door?
thinking with portals.
Well, yeah, of course, right? and this scenario that I'm referencing, I was 18 or 17 at the time, so it was around when Portals 1 came out. And so my older brother was a wizard falling off of a ziggurat. And so he cast Portal on the way down. Well, no. It was an argument. He cast Portal on the way down. And so he was just kind of like, yeah, I cast Portal on the way down, but then I want to step behind the other person, like 10 feet behind them and be able to da-da-da. And I was like, that's not how that would work. And so it was literally an argument with my brother and I at the table of whether or not Dimension Door would force you to keep momentum or allow you to ignore it. And my dad had to be the arbiter. And he was just kind of like, Scott, why are you bringing physics into this? He's like, magic is smart. Just magic compensates for, and I was like, no.
I kind of like the idea because a lot of magic is intent. It could be just if you want it to carry through the momentum, you can, but otherwise it doesn't.
Yeah. So, just so you know, luck did get added to the pool. One of them got added 8 minutes ago before you use that. So even though your pool says 0, you should have seen 1 on there. Okay.
Thank you. I've used my quota for Lux for the month are gone. But it paid off.
You say that, Cell, but you're going to keep using them, and somehow the camera's temperature is too high, so.
Who's Cell?
It's you, Sal. What do you mean, who's Cell? You've been Cell all along. You've been playing in a Monday game
Cell
for
was
months.
working in chat. That's so perfect.
Whoa, that's hilarious. I sell. I had no idea you were here. I got to get a new fan. The fan that I bought for this, literally the first time I used it for a stream, it's 2 fans connected through with a USB for power, and literally one of the fans broke before I ever even I hooked it up, and one of them was already broken. And I was like, I'm not gonna return it. It's like $12. Now I'm sitting here kicking myself in the ass, and I've got to get a better fan for my camera. All right, let's go on. So back to the game. You guys are you're flying away. You're no problems. The only thing I need from you, Tash, for the sake of speed and getting there, is 14 rounds pass. Constitution check. So you literally click Constitution.
Okay, here we go.
Do you have any feats or anything to add to your Constitution score?
No, the only thing I could do is switch to my armor, my Juggernaut suit, but that takes a full round, which kind of takes away a lot more movement anyway, and also takes away movement when I switch to it. So it's not. It's only for 1 point increase in terms of I have a +2 would go to +3. It's not worth it.
I mean, it is in the fact that not only so it increases your actual Constitution score by 2.
Yes.
That's 2 less rounds you have to roll for, and increases your modifier for the ones that you do have to roll.
It would so it would take away a full round action, and it would lower my speed by 10% on when I'm running, because running is the point where I assume this is happening, right?
Okay, yep, you're worth it.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So yeah, because of the full round action is the big thing. I have to land full round action and then be fine. So. Actually, it would be more than a full round action because I have to use a swift action to dismiss, and then a full round action to put on the Juggernaut suit. So
like you said, overly complicated.
Oh. That's not gonna make it.
I thought you were at least gonna get a few of the 6.
This is where my unfortunate. This is where the luck trader is.
Yep. So your 34 rounds immediately jumps with 6 more up to 40 rounds. So it takes 4 minutes. The good news is after the first less than a minute, you're able to be within a mile of your crystal, and your crystal is able to communicate to Jake. And for the sake of timing, because Jake drank a potion that puts him invisible for a period of time, he went to his area, so on and so forth, well after you got to your area down below, right?
Yeah.
More or less, he was kind of moving into place as you were coming up and throwing that first crystal to kill the first guy. But then you waited a whole minute to kill the second guy, and then you spent several minutes setting the whole arrangement up, and blah, 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 blah. So by the time you're actually moving and floating to Jake, the invisibility on Crow has long since passed.
Wait, aren't they? Don't they last? They last 3 minutes. Never mind.
10 minutes on Jake, 3 minutes on what's his name.
That's right.
So,
10 minutes on Jake. That's
and then by the time that you're reaching out to Jake, which is a solid 10 minutes after he took the potion, by the time you're reaching out to Jake, his invisibility had literally just dissipated. He's now visible, but to be 100% clear, hiding in bush and not moving. He's staying still. He's not an idiot, right? So he's staying inside the area, and literally it's one of those things just looks down at his hand. He's like, damn it. And in his head, damn it, Gallon, you got to move quicker. And we're talking 15 seconds later, you kind of tune in. Not because you just became within a mile, but because you've moved for a whole minute. So you now know you're well within range. And so you're able to kind of you're 3 minutes out at this point. Go ahead. Or you don't know that. You think you're probably 2.5 minutes out, but it's going to end up being 3. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I would tell him that I'm about 2.5 minutes out then, because that's what I think it's going to be. Fire's lit. I'm on my way. And 2.5 minutes out.
He can respond, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he can respond. Because this is it's
I'm
talking with Virgil, and then I'm
here.
experiencing it through Virgil, essentially.
Yeah, but so what was the plan again? Am I supposed to let Neil know now? Is that what it was?
Not yet.
You
don't have to wait for Gallon. You just want to wait as long as you possibly can.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because we want the alarm to raise as well.
Correct. Well, yeah, you want that down there to happen.
Over there.
Now that fire has been going off because he's been flying for a minute. That fire has been going off for realistically. He started the initial fires. 30, 40, 50 seconds prior to even, maybe a minute prior to even flying out of there, right? So that fire's been going for a bit, so you can imagine the initial alarms are already being raised down there, but then word of what's going on needs to spread amongst them. So you're going to wait a little bit of time to allow others to get distracted. So probably like a good minute and a half from now is when you're going to start acting there, Jake. Now, to coordinate with the guy up above, I imagine you guys had some sort of plan, like whether it be a bird call or some means of you communicating with him to make sure you guys were on the same page. Because he cannot communicate with Tesh right now. Only you can.
Yep.
So you wait a period of time. We'll say that you wait 12 rounds. So he has what? 30 left. So we'll say that you wait, because we'll say you wait 15 rounds plus 1d10.
25.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
so
So
we're going to
someone
have
needs to.
roll a d10 in chat. Who do you want to roll it to, Jake?
Is Cell actually still here?
Cell might still be here. If he is, that'd
Stell
be
was
awesome.
talking, so.
But it's very possible he. Hold on, I'm just checking over here. I mean, Bot says he is, but that thing always drags by five minutes, so he might not be because he just got out of class. Might go to another one.
Oh, I literally came by to drop a luck on my way to school. He might not still be here.
Yeah. So choose another one in
let's
case.
Get Amanda.
Cool. Amanda, roll a d10 for us.
Yeah.
And now you're gonna give the signal to this guy. What was your signal? Was it like a flashing, like try to like reflect a little bit of light with a mirror? Was it a bird set? Like what was it?
I don't know how often birds are in the caves.
I mean, not in the caves, but you're in nature. There definitely
Yeah.
were birds there. Yeah.
Yeah, just call like a crow, man. Would do it for us.
Oh my god, that's perfect.
I can see like the internal conflict in Jake's where he's like, do I attempt the crow noise? Do I
Do I roll
No.
for this, or do I do it a safer way?
Your
The
your
meme
house is
or-
empty right now. You could absolutely be obnoxiously loud and affect nobody.
No, what about poor Percy? He's asleep.
Fuck Percy,
Oh.
okay.
Yeah.
What did you say?
How?
To be honest, I think some type of reflecting light would have been a little bit
It would be
though,
better,
'cause
yeah.
you know. So we'll try that. But I mean, weirdly enough, obviously we would have had a backup if he's not reacting. Then yeah. So I'm gonna try and do some type of like a glint or something that he can see.
Okay. So you want to do a little bit of reflected light because you're too embarrassed to make a crow noise. I get it. It's cool. You didn't like Hook. It can speak to you as a movie. I get it. All right, cool. So that's 3 more. So Tesh is about 7 rounds out when you give the signal for him. Okay. So
Okay,
the
cool.
signal to him is not. So the signal to him is for just to be 100% clear. Is it for him to immediately tell him to roll up a Carrick? Or is it for both of you guys to attack the guard and then alert Carrick?
I think it was for Carrick to be alerted.
So
Yeah,
so,
I think they want a character come in.
because you're gonna hear a
Seven.
twang as he releases an arrow to go to Carrick, and there's a guard right there that's fully alert that you know. So it's your choice if you want to hit the guard first or alert Carrick first. Your call. I don't care either way.
Well, I'm not a melee combatant.
That's fine, because
So-
if he goes twang to alert Carrick, that just means that the guy is going to turn up and react to him because he's going to hear it. That's a DC 0
Yeah,
perception
yeah.
check. He's going to hear that. In which case, you can then get him from behind.
Yeah, all right.
That's what the plan is? Cool. So you do a little reflecty, lighty, reflecty thing. I'm going to literally, as Joey was saying right there, /R 1d20 plus DC 18. So it's one of those things where you're doing your little reflecty, lighty thing. And the person's head kind of perks up and they look over in that direction because they see a little bit of reflected light and it kind of catches their eye, but they don't immediately know what it is. So they're very obviously looking in that direction. And as they see the little reflected light kind of like bouncing around, they're looking in that direction and they do stand up and try to like get a better look at it. Maybe like a half step forward. It's not that they go charging with their sword drawn or anything like that, but they are looking in that direction. A few moments later, you hear twang as an arrow is shot from Crow's bow and sent over in the way of where Neil is. Now, Neil is only about 300 feet away. The target he has to hit, which is a square-ish area, is a relatively simple target. So it's a DC 8 for him to hit. But because of the range of a bow being 100 feet for a bow, that's he's a -4 to his roll to hit a DC 8. Crow's attack modifier is, hold on, dexterity is plus his level is plus skill plus, okay. So he is literally rolling, because he has a -4, he's rolling with a +6. /R 1d20 plus 6 against a DC 8. No problem. An arrow goes twang, goes soaring through the sky, and comes Neil, from you where you are. You hear like a cutting through the leaves, and finally an arrow like smacks into a tree, not like immediately adjacent to you or anything like that. He's not an idiot, but smacks into a tree probably a good 10-15 feet away from you, because again, he's not trying to shoot a spot, he's shooting in an area. So smacks into a tree a good 10-15 feet away from where you are. And so you look, you see that, you immediately know what that means, and you go, spell.
Oh,
Spell? It's not a spell. It's an innate ability.
SPECIALABILITY.
So Scott, you said I was 7 rounds out once the signal goes out. I put 7 on my token. On my character's token. Just tell me when I need to drop that down to down 1 thing.
yeah.
Perfect.
Also,
So this
I
is
didn't wanna
literally,
interrupt
this
you.
is number 7. Yes, sir.
Cool.
So you
I
said
didn't want to interrupt you, but I would have been able to drink a potion, right?
yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. You can reflect while going quaff. Why would he drink it?
I am drinking a Cat's Grace and a Shield.
So it's 2 potions.
Yeah, but I've got plenty of time and they last long.
So you could do like are any of these on your arm, or are these 2 individual ones?
Well, I do have the shield on my arm.
Okay. So you could drink
and
that
the
one as a swift,
one
and the
is,
other one
yeah.
as a standard while interacting with the object to give him the signal as a move, and that's perfectly fine. That is literally round 7 for you. That guy's round 7 was he already had his bow out. He draws, knocks, pulls, and releases an arrow. And then, for his move action, he kind of like takes a crouching position to make sure that he has improved cover because of angling and whatnot from the person that's down below. That's most likely going to retaliate to this. That is literally surprise round, which is round 7 for Tesh. Now it is round 6 for you, Tesh, and we're having everybody go ahead and roll initiative.
Oop. Do you want me to roll initiative just so we know, like,
Yeah, of
remember
course.
to count down?
Of course.
Yeah, because if we don't do that, we're going to forget to count down the thing, because I will.
And Neil, you were preparing an action to use that ability the whole while, giving Carrick pets and maybe feeding him a carrot slowly, whatever it is. So that was a prepared action for you. So that round 7, countdown 7, for you was activating your ability. So we're on the same page. Cool.
So Triss will pat Carrick on the neck and whisper some words in his ear, and then say, "Come on, let's show him what you're made of." And
Poop.
his eyes are wild-eyed, and he looks like a horse that's ran for an amount of time. Like, his veins are beginning to bulge, his muscles are bulging, he's beginning to froth a little bit. A little bit of foam at the mouth, as if he's been chomping his bit, raring to go this entire time, which he hasn't, because he's a very good-natured horse. And then he will kick, and they will go.
It's funny. I'm rewatching 30 Rock because I fucking love that show, and it got away with a lot of things that would never be able to get away with nowadays. But it does so from to shine a light on how bad things are. Anyways, so there's an episode where Frank, who's a character, he's actually a funny stand-up comedian and a member of TYT. But Frank meets this one character. His name's Jamie, I think. And he's like in love with that character. He's like, no, I'm not gay. I'm just gay for Jamie. Like, I just want Jamie. And so at one point in time, Jamie comes walking into the room, and he immediately walks up to him, like starts massaging like a shoulder with his hand in like this super uncomfortable way. He's like, hey, did you just work out? Or are you always that veiny? Oh, like, just you describe a character made me think of that.
Oh. No, thank you.
It's so creepy. It's so creepy. And the guy's like, nah, what? It's so funny. All right. Anyways, so you guys have your initiative. Tristan is obviously able to go first. Tristan, you spend your full round action doing a run action, which brings you from about give or take.
It's 200 feet for Karok.
It's going to be 200 feet. So for how far away that you were, why don't we go ahead and say that you were 270 plus 1d6 times 10 feet away. So we'll have, hey, Will, if you're still in chat, can you roll me a d6? I mean, if you watched Lost Initiative, you would have known that by now. That's assuming my brother is still here. And Will, Dad was here earlier, which is kind of funny. Will might not still be here. And if he is not, then I will throw this to Joey immediately afterwards. So if Joey rolls first, that's fine. But that way you can keep track of how far you've moved. So it's 70 plus 10 times is how far away you are. Needless to say, that's loud as fuck. That's so needless to say, that's loud as fuck. They absolutely hear you charging in. For that guard, they hear galloping coming in. They are obviously like, so they call into the cave. Be like, my one arm yourselves! Incoming! As they like turn back and they saw the blinking light. They saw the lights overhead. Which baddie are they going to prepare for? 10% chance prepare for Neil. 20% chance attack Jake. 70% chance go for the person where they heard the twang. I want...
Is Crow on the initiative?
Crow is not on the initiative. I can add him right now. Give me 1 second. Joey, D6 and follow it by a D100. And those numbers we're counting up.
Oh yeah, Joey just brought up Crow's initiative. There's a little bit of a delay there, Joey.
Joey very often has a delay, so
the mobile app, unfortunately, is just absolutely the worst.
Trash. Yes.
Whoa.
No, the mobile app is really bad.
It is.
Whoa there.
Trash.
Whoa there. Whoa.
Oh hey, he gets.
Yeah, even.
It's
100
first.
He rolled 100 on a D100.
That means
Nice
that means
going, Snugger.
That means he would attack Crow. To be clear. Oh damn it! I was gonna try to modify it to make it so my guy can go before Crow, but he wouldn't be able to because he failed.
So Crow, take him out.
So it's Crow's turn. Crow, as I said beforehand, is a +10 to his attack roll. So he's gonna go ahead and roll with his +10.
He's like me.
I do enjoy that Daddy's dice. There's nothing like your DM's will being broken.
I'm enjoying this session.
And I didn't say he was using rapid fire in advance because there would have been a penalty to that attack roll, so he didn't make 2 attacks. He only made 1. Otherwise, it'd be
He only
2
made
+8s.
a 1.
This is actually bad for us, guys. Even though it's funny.
Well, now his position is completely exposed because he's taking another shot, and it was a terrible one. So he's standing up and goes, twang! And the guy's like, aims his Stalingrad crossbow back up at him. Only Stalingrad for the sake of DM uses. If you pick it up, it's a chintzy one found at Walmart.
I'd like to be clear that, you know, these Stalingrad crossbows that are like amazing, rare, such quality items, every fucking body has
everyone
one.
has them.
Literally everybody
he
has
doesn't
a
actually
Stalingrad
have
crossbow.
one. That was the joke.
Bandit on the street,
One
bandit in a
bandit.
cave.
One
They
base.
all have
Really
funny.
And
that,
it
like
gave you,
every time it comes up,
and it gave
it's
you a
mentioned as
point
Stalingrad.
to work
Right.
with. It gave the character
I actually wiped my bum with the Stalingrad crossbow. Just like put the paper on and just twang, whoosh, done.
Ah! That hurt so much.
Yeah, I put sandpaper on for you, Scott.
Oh, the bleeding. My anus is bleeding.
Wow, that's an old one.
If Steve
So
was
is it-
here,
yeah, it's close.
I'd say clip that out of context. But you know what he's like.
All right, cool. Let's get into So it's his turn. He's going to level his totally not Stalingrad crossbow up at Crow and take his shot.
How do you feel about rolling 2 1s in a row, Scott?
I feel like it's not going to happen. I am not a snake, and these aren't my eyes. Okay, we good? Now I'm nervous. I don't want to press the button. Okay. I am.
If these aren't your eyes, they could be a snake's eyes, you realize.
Oh my god!
I love it. I truly
Oh,
truly
this is
love
amazing.
it.
It's fantastic. I love this.
If someone could very kindly clip that, I'd like to see the exact moment on Scott's face
Same. I really
where,
want to
where he sees it, because I was watching the wall and I was like, no, yeah.
Yeah, I reacted before I went to see what he did, and I really have to see it.
So this boy like aims the crossbow right up, pulls the trigger, and just the bolt comes right back down on him. Yeah.
The best part about watching that dice is it didn't even roll. It like
No,
landed.
it just
on
was
the
like
wall.
1.
It was just thud one.
It definitely felt like a weighted die. I won't lie. Like
It did. It really did.
feels like somebody cheated here. I don't accept. I don't accept this. All right. I was rolling fine until I switched my camera. All right. So
Look, they both have stormtrooper aim. It's you know what it is? It's that cinematic moment, like in every movie when there's a fight, where the two people who aren't main characters have to fight. They just all the shots are missing because they can't have anything happen till the main characters get in the fight.
I love the line in Star Wars Episode 4 where they're like, "No, you see these blaster marks? This is too precise for sand people." This
Did you
is
know there's
Imperial."
actually a theory about that? Because the part of A New Hope that everyone like jokes as how terrible their aim are is the stormtroopers shooting at Luke and Leia on the Death Star.
Oh my god, it's so terrible.
But at
Then
the same
Leia
time,
like grabs the gun and like hits a guy.
well, yeah, the theory is like that would be when he knows Luke's there. Darth Vader knows Luke's there, and he knows who they are. He wouldn't want them dead. So he's ordered them not to kill them.
Nope, because he doesn't know who Luke is at that point.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
No, he knows. Not Luke. Obi.
Yeah, but
Obi-Wan's there. He knows Obi-Wan's there.
But I'm almost so even if he knew Obi-Wan was there at that point,
I know
he has
it's
nothing to
just
do
a
with
fun
those two.
theory. It's not I'm probably not remembering it right anyway because I saw it ages ago. But I liked the explanation. It was interesting.
Yeah, it's. Either way, Star Wars is poorly written. Like you don't watch Star Wars because the movies are written well. You watch Star Wars because the universe is exciting. So, but either way, all right, cool. Let's go. Cool. Let us go into the. Where were we? Oh, it's your turn, Tesh, which just means you travel.
Yep. Drop it to 5.
Cool. After that is this is your round 6. So yeah, next
Oh
round.
no, this is 6. Sorry, this is. Wait,
That's okay.
no.
You can drop it to 5 now because last one was 7. So
Okay,
this
cool.
is your 6. So that's fine.
Yeah.
Next up is going to be Viggo. Viggo, it's your turn. You're 45 feet from what's his face, but about 35 feet or so from the guy in front of the cave. 30 feet because of height. That's right. 30 feet from the guy in the cave, outside the cave. I just called into it.
Yeah, so I'm still hidden in my bush, right?
You are, except I'm going to say when that guy took his shot and missed horribly, he's not an idiot. He wouldn't leave himself exposed to the guy overhead. He aimed, took his shot, and then, oh no, because he would have had to draw his weapon as a move action. Okay, no, that was his turn. Drawing the weapon, taking the shot. Cool. It's as we said.
He's not an idiot.
There are, but I mean, he hasn't seen me. He's seen some light or whatever.
He knows a general area where you might be. He
Yeah,
doesn't know
that's
where
fine
you
because
are.
I'm not breaking cover. I'm just drinking another potion.
Oh,
I just
yeah.
don't want him to charge me.
What are you
When
drinking?
he's got other things to worry about. Bark skin.
Okay.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
Jake's going to be that
This
quintessential
boy's like
character
buffing
that
up.
buffs up so hard, and then the combat ends as he drinks the last potion. He's like, huh? Oh, okay.
If I don't use a mutagen, I don't want to fight. I don't want to.
I'm razzing on you. You play your character the way you want to. I actually like non-combat characters. Fucking loser.
Dude, your potions are so fucking useful. Like,
So
they are everything.
after Viggo's non-turn, it's going to be Triss. Triss, you are able to. I mean, if you can move through terrain, no problem. You can literally. We got a D6 rolled earlier, or was that never rolled? It was a 6, which meant it was exactly 300 feet away. So you are moving 100 feet to get here. Unfortunately, the likelihood of you being able to charge the guy this turn is very slim because you are. My brain's not working. It's not a straight line, and unless you have an ability that allows you to charge, not in a straight line, you wouldn't be able to make a charge attack. But you can definitely move 100 feet.
Don't you only need 10 feet of distance to charge?
You do, but you have to. But to do the charge action, it has to. When you charge, the whole movement needs to be in a straight line. But you wouldn't be able to do a straight line as you're running down a hill and turning. And
the Pathfinder thing, if you can't do movement, stop movement, start movement again, is the issue.
Yeah.
So yes, if you had 2 moves.
So you can do two things. You can either move up to melee and be there, or you can like just hang back 15 feet from him and on your next turn do the charge.
Why wouldn't I hang back 30 feet?
Or 30 feet, for that matter.
Or
So long as you're in a straight
35
line. Like,
feet.
I don't care if trees are in your way because you have an ability to ignore the trees. So long as you have a straight line between you and your target, barring terrain.
Cool.
Okay. I know, Joey. I did the math. If it was a 6, it would have been 330 feet instead of 300 feet. So you, sir, are... so yeah, you set yourself up for the next turn. You'll be able to full action charge. You're good to go. So all you did this time was double move because unfortunately your speed's 50, I think. So you double moved. But that also means that you're not denied your dexterity to AC and whatnot from having run this round. This gets us back to Crow's turn. On Crow's turn, he's going to stand up and try to take another attack at the guy that's down below.
I mean, look, three-eyed snakes don't exist, Scott.
Okay.
It's fine. Three-eyed snakes don't exist, Scott. But one-eyed snakes do.
Moving on. So yeah, with a 25, he absolutely is able to hit his target, and with his bow. This is the damage he's able to do with the bow that he has and abilities that he has. Oh, hold on. Ooh, solid. Oh, God damn it. I forgot to do rapid fire again because I don't have the sheet open in front of me. It's elsewhere. I forgot to do rapid fire, so he only gets the 1 attack again. God damn it. Otherwise, it'd be +8s. So he takes the shot, hits the guy for 11 points of damage. This very much injures the person. That person is then going to, on their turn, because they are injured, like that hurt a lot. Reloading a crossbow takes a move action, which would mean that he would have to move action, reload the crossbow, and fire, but then can't do anything else. Yeah, he ain't doing that. His move action is retreating back into the cave. Was cries of pain. Makes his way back into the cave and then uses a standard action to take like a proper cover and whatnot from inside there, effectively going and hiding inside the cave. This gets us to Gallen's turn. You're able to reduce your number by 1. This gets us to Viggo's turn.
Oh, my turn. Is the guy in view at all?
You're gonna have to roll a perception check, but he's taking a degree of cover, so it's not gonna be like right there.
All right.
Are you happy with your 16?
Yeah.
You are not able to see him now.
Oh wow,
Let's see.
got good cover.
Okay, well, I am going to just do this.
What's that? Alchemist allocation. Is this the same thing you did before?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
cool. And what potion are you drinking this time without drinking?
I will do spider climb.
Oh yeah.
Spider climb. Cool. Thank you very much, sir, with your spider climb, and you get that going, and that's your whole turn.
That's standard, and yeah, yep.
Cool. Then before we get into the next person's turn, let me do this. Oh, natty one on that last one. So that last one, it's not just going to be a 2. It's going to be
Misses around.
yeah, misses this round. They only have a.
These are
action.
the people he called into the cave for.
Correct. So it is Tristan's turn first. Unfortunately, Tristan, the guy moved out of range of your charge attack because he ran into the cave. It is your turn first, though.
I mean, I need to go in there anyway.
Yep.
At what point can I see this boy?
So you're gonna have to travel up 30 feet just to get to the cave mouth itself, and then turn, which you'd easily do, and you're gonna start moving into the cave. You're welcome to make a perception check as you walk up to the cave mouth and look in, because you're not just gonna blindly go running in, right? So.
Okay.
You got this, I believe.
Nice.
Oh.
All right, so with your 6 total perception, you absolutely cannot see the boy as you go looking into the black and white cave inside. You're welcome to move into it, though.
So I've moved 30 feet, so I've got 20 more feet on Karok.
Correct.
Sure.
So as you go walking into the cave itself, the cave is a bit of height to it. Enough height that you're able to, at least at first, sit up straight on the back of Karok. But you can already see that even though the whole cave ceiling is not getting lower, there are a couple of, as I said beforehand, the stalactites have been cut. So there's no chance of it falling on anybody, but the base of the stalactites are still there. So they've cut off the bottom, say, half or so, or 2/3, depending on how dangerous they looked by their formation. So the stalactites that are inside there, or rocks or whatnot, they're inside there, are kind of like shaved, but they do make it so that as you're going deeper in, you will have to kind of like duck and weave, making it a little bit more difficult for you. The only way that that's going to affect you is because the discomfort of being in a smaller area while being on top of Karok is going to counterbalance your bonus for higher ground of riding on the horse. So you just lose one of your +1s. That's all that'll mean. So as you go riding into the thing, it does get a bit lower, but you can still stay on top of Karok, no problem. The cave actually, as you go in, it opens up, but not like opens up to a huge cavern in front of you. It actually kind of opens up to your left-hand side. The right-hand side kind of like drops off pretty quickly. The kind of in front of you drops off pretty quickly, and opens up to a big bulbous-looking cavernous area on the left-hand side. That is actually where the person's going to be. As they ran into the cave and ran around the corner, they're able to kind of like go over and run in, and had to use a double move to go all the way in, go around the corner, kind of like flop themselves down. They pulled out a bolt, and their like hand is quivering as they're starting to try to like reload their crossbow. They weren't able to last turn. They will this turn. So you go walking in, and you can see the thing has been opened up, as previously said several times, but you also immediately are able to see inside there with your dark vision that there's actual furniture and stuff inside here. So there's a couple of desks that happen to sit inside here. There's an armoire that sits inside here. A couple of other almost like IKEA style cubby shelves put up over there, not actual IKEA, that happens to be set up over there, as well as even some basic bed frames with basic mattresses inside this area. When I say that this is where the people of like wealth or influence or whatever of it happens to be, they actually have, even though it's one big room, they have it so it's definitely going to be significantly more comfortable for them than it would be for others. Another thing you notice is that while it was dark as you started to walk in, somebody is literally lighting, like as you're walking into it, like sparks spark lighting up a torch in a sconce off to the side. So we're going to say that the person that rolled that 2, the reason why they lose their turn is because they're the one that's actively lighting it, and they're kind of like surprised by what's going on. So
they probably didn't expect a horse to fucking come in the thing while they were lighting the torch. They're like, oh, people are attacking. What the fuck?
Yeah, actual horse coming trotting in. Mind you, in like a what's it called, like a cavernous area that's in the middle of the woods. Like, how did a horse get it? You know. So, anyways, so they're actively lighting up one of the sconces, and you can again see with your dark vision while they're lighting that up that the whole room has like 6 or 7 sconces set up on the sides that they would light if they wanted to. As for the people inside the room, you can see that there is the injured soldier that's kind of like plopped down on the side, as I said, it's slowly starting to try to reload their crossbow. And you can see 3 others in the room that are moving about. There is a woman that is lighting the sconce, as previously said, and there are 2 gentlemen. One of them who has already gone over, and you can see he's kind of taken like Japanese style armor, where it's like more or less kind of like a lamelier that you just like throw over your shoulders and you tie off on the sides, and it's very simple. Yeah. So you can see that he's already thrown that over his shoulders, and he's actively tying one side. And he has sitting onto the bed adjacent to him a sword inside of its sheath, like sitting there by him. And you can see another one is literally actively taking something out of a chest that's in front of him. He's actively taking something out, but like their back is turned to you, so you can't see who it is or what they're doing or so on. All right, so Neil, that was your whole 50 feet, was walking up to the cave mouth, turning, walking in, and turning and seeing all that. That's your move action. You now have your swift and
Haramaki, is that it?
Yeah, I think it might be what it's called. Yeah.
I was looking into it because it's a really good like no max bonus dex thing to enchant for later if I want to get better armor.
Yeah,
but it costs a lot of money because it will only be an improvement if I enchant the fuck out of it.
Actually, if it's something that you're legitimately interested in getting, this is where you should get it, because that kind of armor, like the Eastern armor style, is out of Kajinxi.
Oh, okay.
That's like they're supposed to, Kajinxi's supposed to have that kind of like Eastern feel to it, if you will. So this is the area where you would actually find that stuff. You're going to be hard pressed to find that back west.
Unfortunately, I think it's going to cost a metric fuck ton to enchant it as much as I needed enchanted. Now I know this is where to get it.
Yeah, for at least the base, like getting like a masterwork quality of it, whatever it might be. But Kajinxi's where it's
buying a normal Haramaki buying a masterwork one is something I could do, and then
150 plus, yeah.
Yeah, and then that's just 153 gold because it's 3 gold.
Oh wow, that's super cheap, yeah.
The whole point is it's armor bonus 1, but no max bonus,
and it weighs 1 pound, which is absolutely sexy.
Yeah, so that's actually a good point. I might pick one up while we're out here, just so I can enchant it later. Thank you. That's good.
It's funny. You wouldn't even you have to have masterwork to enchant it. That's just the rules, even if there is no or whatever. So that's just funny. But all right, cool. You are able to continue. Yeah, Haramaki is literally just kind of like a stomach covering. It's
it's often depicted as being the stomach covering with the samurai stuff on it, essentially.
Yeah.
It mechanically it's just the stomach covering, but it's often depicted with the samurai stuff as well.
Wow, I'm actually looking at some clothing styles, like Haramaki, like modern clothing styles, like dudes wearing this. I'm like, and then there's like ladies versions too. I'm like, wow, that looks wicked cool. Like, I won't lie.
Yeah.
Like that
Dude
looks badass. It's almost like an Argyle style that like adds color to an otherwise blank shirt and blazer. Like, I totally rock that. That's so cool. All right, cool. I'm sorry. Neil was trying to speak words.
4 of them, yeah?
Yes, including the injured person. Yes, sir.
And I'm not in range of any of them, so I will use a swift action and drink a potion.
I didn't give you dimensions of the cave, to be clear. So the cave, like I said, it bulbs out considerably. The ceiling stays a bit lower, so you have to do the duct. We already discussed that. So when it bulbs out, it does, like, as you turn, it widens a considerable bit. So as you had turned to your left side kind of bulbs out a good 15 feet because it goes back towards, like, where the cave wall is, right? So it goes back at 15 feet. Your right-hand side goes like a good 30-ish feet over, and the depth of the place is a good 20 feet deep. So you got, what's that, 45 feet wide, about 30 feet deep, and about like 15 feet up is what we get for dimensions here. The woman is way off to the 35 feet to your side. And you got the guy that's grabbing something is off to you. She's to your right side. To your left side, he's grabbing something. And the person that has the sword and is putting on the armor is directly in front of you, more or less. So he's about 20 feet ahead of you. 15 feet ahead of you. I'm sorry, you said you were drinking a potion as a swift action. What is it?
Shield.
Okay, perfect.
That's a good idea.
And now, what are you doing with your action?
Is this correct, Scott? I drew on the...
Yeah.
Perfect. Good. Okay.
Yeah.
What do I do with
So you guys can see what Tess drew.
There we go. Yeah.
Yep, pretty solid. I mean,
Cool.
the one that goes northward would be a little bit larger than the one going southward, but for the most
I tried
part,
to do that, then I failed.
That's really good representation. Yep.
Go. Where were
Um,
the people in here so I can mark that as well, just so it's...
Yeah, I can mark
easy
it
to
for you.
keep- Oh, perfect. Thank you.
You are welcome.
That's the sconce dude, right?
Nope. That's the grabbing something out of a chest, dude. This
Oh,
is
right,
the
yep.
putting on armor, dude, and this is the sconce lady.
And then injured dude is like right up
Yeah.
here,
Yep,
right?
I'm grabbing
Oops,
his
I
token right now.
didn't realize I still had the draw on.
You're good. And he's like right about here-ish. Yep, cool. You're good.
Perfect. Okay.
All right, Neil, so what's your plan, sir?
There you go, Neil. Now you have a better idea of the layout of them.
So where am I?
In the entrance, sort of here, I believe. Right, Scott?
Okay.
Yeah, right in the very mouth, like as it turns in. Yep. You would just turn to your left to look inside and take in everything that I just said to you.
Does the
Is
lance
it-
have reach?
Yeah, it does. But
Is he
I
within
can't
reach of
attack.
that
I
gun?
can't. I don't think I can attack through rock.
You can't see him.
Well, I don't know whether I can see him.
Who?
But
He
if
described
I'm
it, so
literally
I
where
think
it
you can
turns,
see.
then I'm more or less
Yeah,
like
yeah.
here.
I would say
It's
you're.
obviously a lot smaller.
I would say
as
you're
well,
at the actual mouth area because like you turned and you looked in. That's how you're able to see this person over here. But the injured guy, he didn't just like turn the corner immediately. He turned the corner, hobbled over a little bit. Otherwise, he would have moved less than 30 feet. So he would move like a good solid in around the corner, over, and then plopped. That's why it was his whole turn. Yep. Otherwise, you would have been able to reload a crossbow, do all sorts of things, but didn't. So continue, sir. I'm sorry.
Kid me cave.
Triss will. I don't have anything to do with an action other than drink another potion. I don't want to do that. So Triss will shout at them to surrender.
So you want to do like a standard action intimidation check?
Mm-hmm.
You can absolutely go right ahead. That because at the very
Surrender.
least you can get them to be shaken. Go ahead, sir. Anything you can use to modify that?
And I could use luck, but no.
Okay. So that is actually against a. So you have to make a DC. Demoralize opponent is a DC 10 plus their HD plus their Wisdom modifier. So even if they're like HD, say 4 NPCs, which is not incredibly tough, but also not super weak either, that means they would have to have at least a +2 Wisdom, and you would still affect them. So you can imagine that you're able to demoralize opponent. The problem is the way demoralize opponent works is it only technically affects one person. So you have to choose because unless you have special abilities, who would you choose? Person putting on the armor, person lighting the sconce, person who's literally grabbing something out of a chest, or a guy bleeding on the ground.
Guy who's already bleeding seems like the easiest target to me.
That is an absolutely simple target. So what do you say to him?
Surrender or die.
Okay. You deliver your line. We'll get to what that person does in a moment. Okay. Person that was grabbing something out of a chest pulls the thing out of the chest that was there, and you see them finagling with it. Their back is still to you, whatever it is that they're doing. They're finagling with this
Got a
object.
gun.
They're finagling with the object or whatever it is, trying to make sure that whatever it is prepared. Could be like a magic wand, could be
around,
whatever
like,
it is.
It could fucking be a boomstick.
Well, we've never seen anything like that in this campaign so far, right? I've even said that like those don't really exist on Aroth. So either way,
There's always a first.
they're finagling with whatever it is that they had just pulled out of the thing that's over there, right? So that is unfortunately that's their turn. After that is going to be Crow's turn. Crow, who luckily never got hit. He's gonna like shake his head because he's pissed off at his failing miserably.
Oh, yeah, well, he hit the guy once, but he did.
He actually calls over, it's like down, so you would easily be able to hear this, Neil, because he says it like 2 or 3 times. So you wouldn't be able to necessarily hear the first time, but one of the times he calls it, you're able to hear it echoing into the cave. And Jake, obviously, you're right there, you can hear it. He says, "Incoming! We got company!" And then like he turns and he's going to start walking away from the being immediately on top of the cave. As he's going to go intercept remember the scouts from before that were kind of around?
Yeah.
Neil's rushing in clearly drew attention. So he's going to go try to handle that scenario. And that will be his turn as him noticing that. So luckily you guys don't get surprised. He's going to go try to work on that one. And we will have him doing that. Perfect. After that is going to be the guy that's on the ground and bleeding. And you're more or less just like, "Bruh." And he was like, "But," he's like, "Bruh." And he's like, "Yeah." And he actually like looking at you, he's got the crossbow bolt. He was literally actively putting it on there when he's like, seeing you coming into the cave, and you say your words. You say your words, and he just kind of like drops the bolt and puts the crossbow down. He hasn't even like properly jacked it back yet. He just like puts it down, and like goes to like put his arms up, and like, lowers his injured arm down and puts his other arm up. Does like I surrender. Like I'm not dying for this, you know. So that's what they do. It's important to note he's not wearing a mask. So to be clear, the others that are inside the cave, remember that whole round that he was yelling and they didn't do anything for that first round? Because during that first round, they were literally grabbing their masks and putting them on before they did anything. So that was the non-initiative round that they had, was putting their masks on. So they are wearing masks. All right, cool. That's going to be their turn. Gallon, tick yourself down. And that gets us to Viggo.
Hey.
Can I move
Whee!
into the thing and shoot?
You can get literally to, if you're looking at the cute little drawing that what's his face put, you can like get to, we're talking the very center point here at 30 feet. So that is your regular move gets you here unless your speed is above 30.
You might be able to hit this. Does he have an angle on this guy? Or
No.
is it too far
Because
back?
remember, it's deeper than that is right there. Yeah. And
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
you'd be able to see light kind of coming through it, but you wouldn't actually be able to see it. So you'd be getting to right about here.
All right. And how big is like the roof of the cave?
About 15 feet up.
15. Yeah.
Yep, which is why it's a bit of a
Does it look like it
difficulty for-
expands up?
No. That's
in
it.
the
Actually,
cave?
it actually goes down from where it is here to where it is in here.
Okay.
It actually goes down to being only 15 feet up. It was higher at the beginning.
Right. Well,
15 feet is still enough if they don't have reach weapon.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Right? Is that right, Scott?
So if you're
If
15
you-
feet and your feet are on the ceiling, your head is hanging down to 10 feet above their head. So in theory, yeah, you're right. They would need a reach weapon or a ranged weapon.
Yeah, good. This is good because that means I can when I come in, I can be flying at 15 feet.
Yep.
all right. I guess I'm going to. I can't get to a point where I can shoot them, so I'm going to use an extract that I've never used before.
Sure.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Surprise me, Daddy. So you run up to the
Yeah,
cave
so,
mouth. You run up to the cave mouth and drink an extract.
Yep.
Cool.
But
But that means you're also
it is,
still out of combat for now. To be clear, you're not even in there yet. Cool. Go ahead.
Yeah. To note that this liquid is there's barely a few drops in the thing, and it is black, like tar.
Okay.
As he does this.
Ooh. I
Ooh.
like it. This is a very good
Yeah,
one
so-
for reasons and things.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is fantastic.
One thing I hate
That's
about the
really
spell,
cool.
one thing I genuinely hate about this spell is the hard numbers. I like the idea of it being percentages round down, right?
Oh yeah.
Like I like the idea of fighting off death alive at 4 or more health points. Is healthy, sorry. Like I think that's stupid. I think healthy should be
4 or
like
more health points is not healthy.
healthy should be 25% or more. You know what I mean? In my
Yeah, I was
opinion.
gonna say like, I have what 27, 40, 45 max health. That is.
So when if nobody's using Death Watch, which has hard rules to it, and you guys go, what does that person look like? And I say, oh, they're injured, they're very injured, they're near death. When I give that thing, I use the mentality of like you're playing Baldur's Gate, the video game, and you hover over the NPC and you
It's
see,
percentages, yeah.
yeah, it's like a rough percentage number.
That's how I've always imagined those sorts of things as well. Like, not like perfectly accurate, but like they're below half health. You can usually tell that they've been
They're
fucked up a
injured.
bit.
Yeah, they're bloodied, they're injured. It was a phrasing like that, yeah. But either way,
Yeah.
so 100% Death Watch, great spell. So cool. You use that black ichor, almost like a
Yep.
tar, and you drink that. That is your turn, moving up and doing that. Nothing with your swift.
Yep. Nope.
This person, more or less they finished putting on their thing because it's actually only more or less an action to put on the armor that he was putting on because of how simple it was. So his armor is on. As he steps forward, he draws, grabs up the blade, drawing it as he goes. It's one of those things like he puts his hand on the hilt because it's on the bed, and he like swings his arm hard, drawing the weapon from the hilt while literally kind of like throwing the sheath over at Tristan. As he does so, it's like grabs it up off the bed and like unsheathes it while hurling the sheath over at Tristan. Not an actual attack roll, just for the sake of like thematics, and then literally starts rushing forward to attack at Tristan on his horse. So like I said, he was only about like 15-ish feet away, wherever he was. So he draws the blade and rushes up to attack Tristan. Unfortunately, so you can actually draw a weapon as part of a move action, and that part of that move action can be part of a charge too, which is nice. So he's literally going to charge attack at Tristan. Tristan, do you have a ranged, like a reach weapon in hand or no?
Ooh,
Yes, I have a reach weapon in hand. I have my lance.
Okay, then technically speaking, you can make an attack of opportunity against him as he charges.
nice.
Oh.
Because you can't
Lances are
charge.
awesome.
Because you can acrobatics through somebody's thing, but you can't charge an acrobatics. Or you can't do like an acrobatic charge unless you have that fee or trait or whatever.
Let me just make sure. And my bonus from horseback is a -1, so let me -1 is a +1, but I've lost it right now because of where we are.
Yep. Ooh.
Okay, that is a 15 chance to hit. So this includes all the modifiers that you have just mentioned.
Yeah.
Okay. Then are you happy with your 15?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Your 15 attack of opportunity does not hit him. So it's one of those things that as he's doing his charge attack rushing towards you, which does reduce his chance to hit. Sorry, his AC. As he's rushing towards you, he is able to. Let me actually do this the correct way. Technically speaking, I can't just say no. I have to do this first. As you try to hit him with the lance, he's rushing towards you. He smacks out wide your lance that he does, and he finishes the run, and he does like a little hop up and thrust forward with the sword to attack at you. He is attacking you, to be clear, not your steed. I'm going to do my actual attack roll against you. This is going to be with the charge attack. I assume it's 29 hits.
It does.
Okay. And his damage with the weapon will be... Ooh! Ooh, Max. That's sexy.
Ooh.
So he does a solid 13 points of damage as he rushes up. You try to attack him with the lance. He smacks it out wide, takes another step and a half. That half step being literally the jump up to thrust at you with the sword, and he kind of catches you in your side in one of your vulnerable spots. He cuts through like one of the softer areas in your armor, one of the like where the pata area is, and puts a little nick onto your side. I mean, it hurts, but it's not debilitating or anything like that. That ends him with him being immediately adjacent to you. He just gets the one attack. I mean, if you charge, you only get one attack. So that was his turn.
Just as a note, Virgil jumped off Viggo the second he got to the cave mouth. So Virgil's at the cave mouth waiting for me.
Absolutely. It's going to be the so that's perfectly fine, of course. So as the it's the woman's turn. That was literally anything. She turns around. She's like, huh? As she sees you like rush into the cave, and this is her first turn since she rushed into the cave. So she doesn't have a standard action. She only has a move and a swift action. So with her move action, she literally just kind of like steps away from where she is over here, and steps away from where she is and kind of like puts more distance between you and her. Literally goes over to where the armoire in there is, and as she walks over to it, she grabs the door and opens it up. So you can see like clothing and whatnot hanging inside the armoire, and she's standing behind the door. So even though you can see like her legs sticking out from underneath the door, she's using the door itself as like a degree of cover. Now, to be clear, this thing is made out of like a solid mahogany. It's like a really well-made door, so on and so forth. So it actually does provide cover for her, in case you were to use a ranged attack or whatever, or you just kick the door in it, Poof, ow. But she does move over to take a degree of cover because she only has a move action. She can't really do anything else. Awesome. That is going to go over to Tristan's turn. And Tristan, you have somebody immediately before you. What do you do?
Who's this one here? This was the woman?
That's the lady that just opened up the clothing thing.
And this one is...
Chest boy who's fiddling with something he got out of a chest.
They're all wearing masks, right?
Yes. Like domino mask style, or like masquerade mask style.
Can I charge this person? As part of a charge, overrun that other boy?
If you successfully bull rush that person or overrun that person, the answer would be yes. But you have to successfully bull rush or overrun them to be able to do so.
Okay, let's overrun them as part of my charge.
So an overrun is a fun mechanics in the game. So Pathfinder overrun. I just want to make sure it's overrun and not bull rush. It might be over. You have improved overrun. I hate you. You do not provoke attack of opportunity when you overrun. In addition, you receive a +2 to it. Your foe receives. You also receive a +2 bonus on your combat defense when they try to overrun you. Okay, and then looking up the actual rules for overrun. So as a standard action taken during your move or as part of a charge, you can attempt to overrun your target moving through its square. You can only overrun an opponent who is no more than one status category larger than you, either one smaller than Carrick. If you do not have the improved overrun feat or similar ability, it provokes attack opportunity, which it won't for you. If your overrun attempt fails, you stop in the space directly in front of your opponent or the nearest space, so you have to roll. Okay.
So this is a CMB, correct?
Correct. Oh, I just want to finish reading this for a second. Isn't there an ability to, if your maneuver is successful, you move through there, and if your attack exceeds your opponent's CMD by 5 or more, your target is knocked prone. And if they're knocked prone, I think that Carrick can trample because of an ability they have. I think. But why don't you first go ahead and roll your CMB and make sure the +2 for being overrun is included, or we just meant they'll math it.
Ooh.
Nice. Roll a 3. I don't think I can even get that with a luck because they're a fighter with a +13 attack, so that their CMD will be like 20-ish.
Yeah, that's it's +13 because they charged, right? But yeah, a 13. Does that include your +2? Is it a 13 or a 15?
That's a 13 with my +2.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty low. It's up to you if you wanted to. Maybe that was the time to use a Winifred's if you had it. But yeah.
I don't have a Winifred's.
Do you want to luck that, or are you solid?
I mean, he literally has a +13 to hit, so the chances of a CMD being beaten even by a 16 is very, very low.
Yeah, it's based off BAB plus other. attributes.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Yeah, so I
Probably.
can't, so Carrot can't overrun. So my alternative is what?
so
Do you
that
get
was
to beat on that guy?
so the issue is you can attempt to do it as part of a charge, but the thing is, if you fail, you stop in the space directly in front of you or the nearest space open in front of the creature that is on you. So literally, that's part. You fail your overrun. That is, I think that's your turn. You literally you had an action in place
Shit.
and you failed your action. So unfortunately, that was.
I guess that's the downside of it's really
Yeah.
strong, but it's like big risk reward, I guess.
Because I'm pretty sure Carrick, unless he doesn't have the trample ability, Carrick can actually trample.
I'm unsure. I don't think he does.
Carrick does not have trample, which again is something that typical war horses get, but not all horses have. So either way,
so I can't use a swift or anything.
you still have your swift action. You already used your full round action to charge.
Okay, that's fine. I'll challenge the guy with the sword in front of me.
Okay, cool.
Ooh.
Cool. You can still get something good out of the way. Once per day, Cavalier Challenge, swift action, so it's +2 AC versus that target, but -2 versus other targets?
Mhm.
Okay, cool. So
Nice.
what happens if another target engages with you, though? I can't remember. Does that change anything or no?
No,
Okay, cool.
it's
Minus
done
2
on a
AC.
target by target basis.
Because there are different types of challenges that affect differently. So cool, awesome.
Yeah.
So you unfortunately try to overrun the person. And what happens is you literally you give Carrick the kick and the shifting of weight and whatnot that Carrick is very familiar with. More or less, ignore this fool. You know, trying to ignore your wounds. But as Carrick kind of like takes that step and turns and starts doing like does like a rear up. To get the guy to like step back a little bit to throw him a little bit off balance and then land and charge forward. This person apparently is very capable of equine. So as you go to do that action, they step into Carrick rearing up and like avoid the kicking legs, kind of avoid them by stepping to the side and nicking the back of one of Carrick's legs. Not to a point where it does any form of actual hit point damage, but throws Carrick's weight off to the point where you literally have to grab onto the saddle because all horse riders have horns. You grab onto the saddle and shift your weight to not fall, and Carrick lands somewhat sideways, throwing off the momentum and the plan that you had. And you're like annoyed, so I imagine you look at him and give him a sharp glance and say whatever words to initiate your challenge. After that is going to be the other person that was fiddling with an object's turn. So they finished fiddling with their object, and they are going to turn around, walk up to you, keeping a little bit of a distance. But because you're a large-sized creature, so you're a little bit wider, they don't have to worry about like their ally getting in the way of an attack because of like the way that the lines are. They walk over and they produce a small object like it looks kind of like a hand crossbow, but has like this big black tube on the top of it. They aim it at you. They pull the trigger, and there is a very loud echoing bang. They use a good
It fucking was.
a good old fashioned hand cannon on you. Now,
Oh shit.
when you use a hand cannon, there is a cumulative 5% chance that it simply explodes in your hand. This hand cannon, since the last time it was tooled on, has been used once. So that means there is a 10% chance that it actually goes off in their hands. Neil, I'm about to shoot at you with a hand cannon, but you need to give me
So bad that we called it.
You need to
We ruined
choose
it
somebody
big
in
reveal.
chat to roll a D100, and I will say if they roll a 1 to 10 is the bad thing.
Joey's
Sorry,
already
Scott.
had 100, so statistically, he will now roll a 1 to 10.
Okay, so you're gonna give it to Joey.
Joey, you got this.
It's important because that if it blows in the hands, more or less, it kind of like the cast iron cracks. Then
D100.
96, yeah, baby.
Damn. Damn.
All right, cool. Because the cast iron, more or less, what it is the controlled explosion that goes off inside the cast iron barrel causes it to blow backwards and explode in your hand and harm you, rather than projecting it forward. Right. So he shoots you with a hand cannon. Luckily for me, they're not. What is it? These things are very dangerous. That's why they're super rare in games. So I'm gonna make my attack roll against you.
Uh-oh.
Okay. So hold on, give me 1 second. So it's gonna be, and this is where I have to give you the bad news. Do you want to hear the bad news? It's a touch attack.
Wow, it's a touch attack. Okay,
It's a touch attack.
nice.
Are you ready for this, sir? Wait, what kind of armor do you wear?
Full plate.
Oh, you wear full plate. It is not a touch attack.
Oh, thank fuck.
I mean, it's a hand cannon, which means that the projectile is a lead ball. But full plate is designed. Well, it depends on when it was made, right? Like the Spanish full plate had an angle to it to deflect the balls,
curves.
right? But
They all have angles, but
yeah. But they were specifically designed for it, right? So I mean, like yours isn't specifically designed for that. But I'm going to put in the rule that full plate transitions it from being a touch to a normal attack. It's one of the perks of
really
having
glad
full
it's
plate.
not touch.
Yeah. Okay.
That was a little bit spicy. A little bit worried for a minute.
Okay, here we go. I can't even see it. It's an 11. Okay. So, a 20. You don't use a shield. You have a really good AC.
I do use a shield.
Right now? You have a shield out?
Yeah.
God damn.
I also have a magic shield out, so the shield is actually obsolete.
Why did you tell him? I was trying to resist the urge to tell him that he has the shield spell on.
Dova, you're able to ignore things like armor. The spell shield, which doesn't stack with a normal shield.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm
That's
only
why
getting
he
a
has-
+2 from the spell shield,
Yeah.
essentially.
Yeah.
I'm going to use I don't have Daddy's dice. Fuck! I can't even click Daddy's dice. I'm stuck with a 20. Oh.
Good.
So there's a really loud roaring bang. And this thing releases, it's a hand cannon. So you're thinking like pirate style. Think like literally like a mini cannon on a stick, where the blowback on it is insanely powerful. The damage on it absolutely sucks. You know what I mean? Like it's not a good scenario to be in. It's not like a musket or a flintlock pistol that has like
this
a
thing's
bit
got
of
some
grace to it.
momentum.
This thing is a big ol' ouchie. But again, specifically, full plate armor is supposed to transition these simple weapons and simple. It's supposed to be that cusp change. So, Neil, the first time ever in all of Aurorum, which is 2.5 years or whatever it's been, we've been playing these campaigns, a firearm is used, and you cuck me. Ugh.
Oh, man.
At least it didn't explode, because that would have been even
You
worse.
see how I
Just
knew
the
it was a
first-
gun instantly, though? Like, he's just fiddling around the chest, and I'm like,
I
he's going
don't
to
know
pull out a
how.
gun.
We all called it. Like we were all like, yeah, that's a gun.
Well, I've also hinted towards this for several sessions now on both campaigns. Where I'm like, well, Malisal Harbor is where you see things that come from other countries, other continents.
Yeah.
There's different peoples that exist here, and there's different. I've literally described, I think, 2 other races that you haven't seen anywhere else in Roth yet. So, yep, there is a big loud boom, and when I say a loud boom, I literally mean Neil and Jake need to go ahead and roll me a fortitude save. Oh, and Carrick as well. Carrick has to roll a fortitude save and a will save.
Oof. It's like I used booming blade in a small cavern.
Yeah.
And deafened myself.
So Tristan, unfortunately, from that very loud explosion that happens in front of him, because that's literally what it is, the very loud explosion that happens in front of you, this thing flying at you, and the big ting on your armor and everything, your character is unfortunately like thrown backwards from the force of this, not unhorsed by any stretch. But you're literally thrown backwards by the force of this. The only reason why you didn't get thrown from your horse isn't just ties or whatever. It's that Carrick luckily is able to keep his wits about him. Carrick does not get frightened, does not get deafened, does not get frightened or anything like that, is able to maintain cool under pressure like he's been trained to do. And has certainly been around loud noises before. However, your ears are ringing. You're going to be deafened for 1d4 rounds. We're going to go ahead and have the first person to roll a d4 in chat affect him. So, yeah, I got them, Joey. So for 1d4 rounds, you're going to be, so for 3 rounds, you're deafened. You can't hear anything. Click deafened on your character sheet for you.
Yeah.
And everybody around, I mean, how many rounds away are you, Tesh?
3.
Cool. So 3 rounds is, let's call it 150 feet or whatever it is, right? So your 3 round, yeah, you absolutely hear a loud booming sounds echoing from out of the cave. You have no fucking clue what that is. It sounded like a building collapsing, right? As it echoes multiple sound waves out of the cave, right? So it sounds like a building collapsing.
Is dynamite a thing?
No. Yeah, you guys.
So
have not
nothing
seen,
like this. Yeah,
no.
This is very different.
The closest thing to explosives we have are good old fashioned. What's the word I'm looking for? Like terracotta pots, which have like almost like a fuel source, like an oil or whatever.
I imagine. I was gonna say maybe like fireball in an enclosed space.
Greek
Maybe
fire.
the closest thing.
Yeah. The closest thing would be magic. Yeah, undoubtedly.
Yeah.
But even still, fireballs don't have a boom sound to them. You know what I mean? Like,
It's
cool.
This is new.
Yeah.
God.
You mean?
Oh no! No supply.
Hey, listen. I asked 4 times, so you're just gonna go straight into burning everything? Thinking to myself, maybe he wants us. I was like, you have anywhere between 3 minutes to 3 hours. Thinking, are you gonna search through the supplies that are down there? And
Nope.
Tesh is just like, we have a plan. I'm sticking to it. He has no idea what's down
The
there.
best part is that is 100% Gallon as well. That is how Gallon operates.
Remember how there was one room, the one that is in the middle section that you wanted to use the alchemist fire
Off
on
to the
originally?
side, yeah.
That
I
I
remember that
described
room.
with extra detail and whatnot.
I
last time?
deliberately didn't go in there because I was fully expecting someone to be in there.
Yeah. There was some supplies that were down there. Either way, they're gone now. Oh.
It's okay. That's a lot of money gone if that's the case. Like, I'm sure those supplies are not cheap.
Oh yeah, you're crippling them in this scenario. Cool. So a big loud boom literally throws you back from the force of this. Your character, no question, is gonna have a huge fucking welt. Your nipple is purple. You got a purple nipple. Okay, like you are absolutely going to be pained from this. It's one of those things where as you move your arm, you're going to feel that just for the sheer force. Your armor literally gets dented inwards. You're going to have that tinged back out.
Have
like,
you ever seen like bruises made by like Kevlar vests that are being shot?
I live in America.
It's nasty.
Yes, anyways, so yeah, your character, this impacts your character, to be clear, Neil. I wouldn't say that you have to make a save to be actually, would you be? Because I had a Carrick roll an intimidation check as he witnessed a big flash and everything. You know, screw it. I'm going to have you make a will save against the fear check too. I didn't originally intend to, but my description convinced me.
If it's to be unhorsed, it should be a ride check.
Not unhorsed. Shaken.
No, he's shaking.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So it's a fear check if you have any bonuses for that.
I do actually. That's with +2.
Cool. So you actually have you resist it just as Carrick did. You're not shaken. You just throw it off. You know what I mean? All right, cool. Not your horse though. All right, so that was their turn. Was stepping up, leveling their again hand cannon and firing. That thing just being like boom as it throws off, and you can imagine the sheer shockwave up their forearm and everything. That
would hurt.
Yeah, this isn't a comfortable condition for them. We're going to go to the next person in initiative, which is going to be Crow. We're more or less skipping Crow. We're going to go to the next person, who I'm going to say automatically fails their fortitude save as they're shaking and everything. So they're literally grabbing their ears and rolling to the side, kind of like rolling over and getting up, because they have no idea what the fuck that was. And they're going to move away from the combat, whatever that's going on. They're just try to get away because they're definitely scared now. It's now going to be Gallon's turn. I'm going to go ahead and alter the number that's on Gallon from a 3 to a 2. You're welcome, sir. And then we're going to go to Viggo. And while Vigo's there doing his turn, I'm going to roll those fortitude saves there aforementioned /R, since I have no daddy's dice anyways. GMR 1d20 plus. Viggo, it's your turn, sir.
Yeah, no, I was waiting for you to do your thing.
Yeah, you're good.
I am going to move where I can see now and shoot someone, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
Yep. So you're absolutely able to more or less stand behind Carrick's big booty. So Carrick is between you and targets. So that does provide what's called soft cover. And if you choose somebody that's in melee, that does also have that other penalty as well. But there is the target that's over here, the one that just shot the gun, that is not in melee range. So it's just Carrick providing +4 AC from soft cover.
He has a +4 AC.
From soft cover, correct.
Carrick's in the way, unfortunately.
Is Carrick taking up the whole of the...
Yeah. Carrick's 10 feet
He a
wide.
big horse.
Because of how spaces work in combat.
Yeah.
So you have to imagine, like I
Alright,
said, how I
well,
described him
then-
being like thrown off balance. You can imagine he's almost like diagonal in that way. You can move through a square. It's an ally. You can absolutely move through a square if you want to, like, more or less kind of spend a moment and then like duck around Carrick real quick.
Yeah, I don't want to put myself out in the open. I want to have cover myself. So I can see the boomstick guy, right?
You did not hear it. You heard it go off. And then you step up and you see the person that's standing there. You'd almost see like the shock in his face and whatnot as well, as he looks uncomfortable. And there's like smoke billowing out of some strange object that he's holding, something that you've never seen before. You're not familiar with. There is no context for this because you've never even seen.
Yeah, no, that's
cannon
fine.
before.
It's more of
So-
the I don't want to shoot the guy engaged in melee.
Yep.
Because
you
obviously
can't
that
see that guy.
Yeah, so I would shoot the next closest person that was not in melee,
Perfect. What are you doing?
which I think is that guy.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna.
You actually
Nice
can't see
shoot.
her because she's behind the open closet door.
Yeah. So it's shooting him with the Stalingrad crossbow, I think. So it's just this. It's not even. It doesn't even have good damage. So -4.
That's a 19 with the -4. Are you satisfied with your 19?
Yeah, I'm not going to use the luck on that.
Are you sure? What if you hurt him?
Oh, never mind. I don't want it. This is not.
Yeah, you're baiting me.
I'm a
You're
masturbator.
baiting me. Yeah, you are. No, all right. We're going to try that.
Okay. You, sir, hit.
Yeah.
I knew it was a hit when he waited that long. I was like,
I know. Yeah, the second he waited long, I was like, oh, good.
Alright, the Stalingrad crossbow doesn't. I can't. It's just. What's special about it again?
Many things, including like it's usually a masterworked weapon. It usually is extremely durable.
Yep.
It can also be used as a melee weapon, and there are many different attachments that can be done to them depending on what you get your hands on and whatnot.
Okay, so it
So-
doesn't have any bonus to damage though, just off the bat. So it's just a 1d8, which is jack shit. It does 3.
Okay. Perfect.
Oh, and then I'm gonna swift blow.
Okay, cool.
Ooh.
It sounds like you've used all the potions in your shoulder because you've did multiple swift action things. That would be probably your shoulders empty.
I've done 2. I have the cure light wounds in
Oh,
there.
Cure Light Wound's still in there? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, so this person took 3 points of damage. Not a big deal. Just kind of finished off with it was they were dealing with. Okay, now it's her turn.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's not her turn yet. It's the guy with the sword's turn. So the guy with the sword's turn kind of like sees you blown back. You take the attack, and it doesn't really do much for you. While you're seemingly distracted, the person is actually going to attack not you, but seeing how you seem to be in tune and whatnot with your horse, they're actually going to attack your horse. So I'm going to go ahead and make that attack roll against you. Unfortunately, I'm not charging anymore, so it's just this for attack roll.
If only you could. Oh fuck! I was gonna say if only you could like chug a shield potion down Carrick's skeleton. Drink this.
I am going to. Am I? 29 is a lot.
Do you have like a ability to reduce it or something?
Yeah, I'm gonna try it. Why not? So per round when the mounts hit,
Yep.
I can attempt to negate it
As an
if my
immediate
right
action.
check is greater.
Did you already
Yeah.
use your swift action this turn, though? I think you did because you're at the top of initiative. You used your swift action to challenge the guy, didn't you?
Yeah. Is that
So
the same as an immediate action?
Yep, you get to do one or the other in the turn. That's why I was saying while he's distracted, while
Oh,
you're seemingly
okay.
Oh,
distracted.
I thought immediate actions
Immediate.
were different. Interesting.
Nope,
Okay.
that's a 5e where you can do both. In this edition, you can do one or the other. So he's going to do his damage to you, which is just, it's nothing crazy. It's a 1d8 plus 5 to poor Carrick. Okay, 8 points of damage to Carrick. Carrick's a pretty beefy boy, so that's not that big of a deal. However, he is going to follow up this attack with a second one. So instead of a plus 11, it's going to be a plus 6. This plus 6 attack, he is also going to attack at Carrick. That is unfortunately a horrible roll. So Carrick, so he steps forward as Carrick's there, and he takes a slash against Carrick, and Carrick like reacts and kind of like cow kicks immediately afterwards, which throws him. He like throws back, so his attack that he was going to do immediately had to abandon, and does not get hit. Cool. So he is he's safe. After that, it's going to be the woman that hid behind the whatchamacallit before because she didn't really have a turn. She starts her turn with immediately kicking the door in front of her. So it's literally one of those, like, she gives it a boot so it comes flying open. So Viggo, who didn't even know that she was there before, is like, there's someone there. Ah, blimey. And she immediately follows up kicking the door with rotating her hands, casting a spell.
Fuck, mage.
And hurling something over you guys' way. So she's able to summon it. Let me just make sure I get the, hold on. It's
Oh no, is it a summon?
hold on. It's I'm pretty sure she can put it right on top of where it is. Right on top of it is. So because the range is, yep, perfect. So she all of a sudden she casts a spell which literally puts a
24 wolves. The entire chamber is just filled with wolves.
she puts a ball of fire directly on top of Tristan and his little Carrick there. So it's literally just a sphere of fire, just like
I know that spell.
immediately is summoned on top of the two of you guys. So to read the rules to you really quickly, a burning globe of fire rolls in whichever direction you point and burns for those it strikes. If it enters a space of the creature, it stops moving for the round and deals 3d6 points of fire damage to that creature, though a successful reflex save negates the damage. So you and Carrick are able to make a reflex save to negate the damage for this round.
Yeah. And in the future, I think it can only hit, if it's moving into a space with them, it can only hit either Carrick or Tristan, right? It's just this time because it's in their space.
They're able to share a space, so she's able to attack their shared space.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They are the same person for the sake of spacing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's one of the downsides. of
I
being
never
unbalanced.
got to hit
They both
yeah, I
make
never got to hit a mounted player with it.
Yeah.
Reflex.
I mostly hit zombies with it.
Nice.
Oh, ouch.
Reflex.
Okay. The DC for it. Are you comfortable with his 15?
It doesn't matter if he fails, it's fine.
Okay. I will tell you that a 15 does hit. I mean, it's a second level spell, so the idea that she has higher than a +3 modifier on an NPC is that's a rough high, you know. All right, cool. So this is going to do for damage. Don't I have that as a button? I thought it damage as a button. Did I never put it in this kit? Apparently I didn't. All right, cool. Let me /R 3d6. This is fire damage to you. So, ooh!
Oh, that's.
Ooh!
Oh my god.
Oh, that's sexy. Okay. You take 16 points of fire damage.
I
Neil.
think that's more damage than mine ever did.
Yes.
Like that one hit did more damage than my sphere ever fucking
Don't
did.
forget the hype train moves, guys.
Yeah.
All right, that was very exciting for me. Carrick doesn't take any damage though, which is nice. He completely negates it. So more or less, as the fireball kind of
Oh,
jumps
nice.
up,
Oh,
Carrick is
he
able to.
negated it. Oh, I
Correct.
see.
Carrick is able to kind of like jump down or whatever it is out of the way, which unfortunately, the way that Carrick moved out of the way of the fire instinctively, you wouldn't hold it against him. It puts you full-fledged into the fire and burns you.
How to Train Your Dragon moment. Ah, fuck.
Yeah. That moment where he just flies into it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I won't lie. Those movies, those movies, still make me cry when the first one's the best. The first one gets me all emotional. The
So
other two,
literally, the theme makes me tear up because that movie meant so much to me when it came out.
yeah.
I was literally going to university for a degree I hated because I thought my dad wanted me to do it. Like, literally, when it came out was the most perfect time for me.
It is a really, really, really well written movie, well performed movie. The animation for its time was absolutely crazy. Like, I have zero complaints about that movie. So, all right, moving on. This is going to bring us to Red Guy's turn, who just took a shot. So this person whose hand cannon they have, you can see they grab from inside their like a pouch that they have. There's this strange, like almost triangular shaped thing that they.
He's shot me.
Yeah.
I've not had a turn since being shot.
Oh, did I skip you? Oh my god, I legitimately skipped. I harmed you and then was like, that was your turn. It is now your turn.
Yeah, I was gonna be like, how is he shooting again?
Wait a minute. Let me check something.
You've been fireballed. That'll do. That'll do for you. That's funny.
Hola, this.
Yeah.
You just pointed to everything, all of them.
How does changing weapon work in this scenario?
Let's see.
I can drop and draw as a move.
Dropping an object is a free action, and drawing is a move action or as part of a move action.
Okay, cool. So I can drop and draw to
Correct.
change weapon. Cool.
So you literally drop it on the ground. Clatter, clatter, clatter.
Just wanted to check that. Before I do that, I think it's a bit painful. Because of not having, so I'm going to use my hype train. It's an all-in-line attack. Our battle map is not hugely accurate. How many people can I get in it?
If you can, because you have to, they don't have to be. So the way that you would have to angle is if you can move through, you don't have to move through their square. You can move around them. Kind of. Hold on, let me just think. No, because you take up the whole hallway. They're in front of you. I would say you can get all three of them, but
Like
you have
so?
the only thing is for that first target. It is only for the first one because how they position themselves to almost like wall you off in the doorway. They use you as like a cork. Is you have to overrun that first target, and if you do, you can hit all three of them without any other secondary attacks. Now, granted, last time you just happened to roll poorly. Your modifier is pretty great, so you're probably going to be able to get your line attack. It's just a matter of you have to overrun that first person because they're positioning. If you do so, you can hit all three of them with your line.
Okay, let's try that then. So it will be an overrun by Karok, which is a CNB +2. Watch me roll a 3.
Boom. Are you happy with your 24, or is that on the edge for you?
Luck it just in case. If it's your big move, I say go for it.
I'll look.
A 27 absolutely defeats him, and moreover, defeats him by 5, which means that they are actually knocked prone, so you have a +2 to the attack against this in particular person.
So
you definitely
end up, like there-ish?
Sorry, because it was a 22 is actually what the exact number was. You are going to end up more or less charging all the way up to the last person. So you are...
Okay, right. I see. Yeah, because that's how it works. Yeah,
it's kind of like one of those things where Carrick literally just like, again, does another cow kick and knocks the guy on the ground and then starts charging forward, and you're able to, hit each of them as you go. All right.
Okay, so it's an all-in-line attack.
Yep.
Do I make a single attack roll or one per person?
So because do we have this as a written format somewhere that I can read real quick? So I can get
Yes, pinned in the Discord.
in our Discord. Thank
Yeah.
you, sir. Going to our Discord.
It's not that clear.
No, I
it's
got
Just
you.
just
all-in-line attack. 5d8.
So
Will save
it's
unconscious.
automatically 4d8 damage to each of the first 2 targets and a normal attacking conditions on the final target only.
It's level 4.
So it's 5d8 all in line, but again, same normal attack only on the final person. So you hit 5d8 automatically to the first 2 targets, and the last one takes 5d8 plus you get to make your attack roll against them
Okay.
because it's a line attack.
So I'm doing an action here, so this is just a standard mounted attack, not a charge, correct?
You are wait, what?
So on the final person, it's just a standard mounted attack.
Correct. Yes.
Cool. Right. Okay.
see what you're
So
saying.
I'll roll 5d8.
With your lance, it would also be considered a charge attack because it's just like the whole idea of how a lance works, right?
Okay.
So
Cool.
that's like
That's what I was wondering.
your
So this is 5d8 damage, yeah? I'm rolling?
Correct. Yeah, if it was a level 5, they would all get everything. Cool.
Yeah, it's level 4.
Yep.
So 5d8 damage.
And then
Oh.
28 fucking damage. Jesus Christ. And remember, this is something that they don't have a save against. This is like you hit them with this damage. That's one of the perks of having the ultimate ability. And you got the shit kicked out of you, which is why you were able to use it. So you absolutely just 28 points of damage, injures the guy that's prone. Very, very heavily injures the person that had the hand cannon, like very heavily injures them. And the person at the end who's a caster, borderline death. You know what I mean? Why don't you go ahead and roll a
Holy shit.
an attack roll against that final person?
So this is a charge.
It's a normal attack.
So it's not a charge.
Correct. Unless you have the lance. Correct.
It is a lance that I'm using.
Oh, my apologies. If it is the lance,
Because
then
I
it is a
asked, but I
charge.
didn't change because I wanted to use this.
Cool. Then it is a lance. Go right ahead. Don't charge attack.
Okay. So this is... Let me double check because I don't think I've used it since getting it. Okay, right. I've been hit a lot. It takes a while to work out. So this is a mounted charge power attack.
Yep.
-1 because I'm in enclosed spaces.
Does this include all modifiers?
Mhm.
Why
Yep.
is it a plus 30?
It's not a
It's
plus
not a
30?
plus 30.
Oh, you rolled a 19. The physical dice is 8 for me.
No,
Oh,
there's
right,
2
no.
dice. Remember,
Oh.
it rolls the
Oh, I can't even see the second die is behind the turn order. That
It's
makes
a plus
so much sense.
19.
Okay, I see it now.
I was like, it's not.
Okay, that makes so much more sense.
Yeah. I was thinking this one. It's a plus 30. I'm like, these numbers don't add up to 30.
Yeah, sorry. I saw differently. Go ahead, sir.
Does that hit?
Yes, you mother.
Every
didn't
player
tell
loves
me.
to ask when they roll that high. Look at the crit damage.
Yeah, but he didn't crit. He just did the total of 82.
Oh, that person is paced.
I imagine there is a hole in her
This
chest.
is the caster, isn't it?
The size.
Yeah.
That was the caster.
There's a
yeah.
hole in her chest the size of the diameter of the lance, about a third the way up it. You know what I mean?
He just starts wheeling the lance to get her off.
These other two.
So smash her against the magical shield that's up there, just to yeah.
Scraping
Scraping.
lance against the shield.
These two need to make a will save 19 DC or fall unconscious.
Who needs to make the person at the end?
It just says effect will save or unconscious.
Neil. She's dead.
Yeah, but they were all hit by the 5d8.
Normal attack and conditions are only on final attack level 5.
Yeah,
all suffer,
see
all
level
suffer.
5 all
Yeah.
suffer the condition.
I see. So I got you. You just haven't typed it for those bits. Gotcha.
Yeah. It's just
Yeah.
one target only. Yeah.
I'm with
So,
you.
yeah.
I'm
Work from the top down, I
Yeah.
think, is a good way of doing it.
All right, cool. So
Well,
either way,
well,
yeah,
level 5 down.
she's dead. She's very dead.
Yep. Yep.
It's now this guy's turn, who with very shaky hands produces a square, almost like conal shaped thing, brings it to his teeth and bites it free and starts emptying whatever that is into the hand cannon that he's got there. After he's done emptying that into it, he then goes over and he grabs this like small sphere, like big metal sphere, and drops that into the thing as well, and then pulls out a stick and starts tapping that down to get it inside there. And then he goes...
Sorry, what was he doing, Scott?
Tapping that down. And then he goes over and he pulls out a bit of twine from the back of this thing, and then shoves another bit of twine into the back of it again. Kind of has to suck on the kerosene or whatever it is that's on there for a second to get thin enough they can shove it into the back of the thing, and gets the whole thing set up where, you know, he gets that out and starts pulling out his like flint sparker. So that was his turn, was doing all of that.
I was gonna say, if you described all of that and then like said, "Oh, but he gets to shoot," I was gonna be like, "Excuse me."
And while taking a 5-foot step backwards, stumble backwards because he's like, "Oh!"
Fallout
pain.
76 has a flintlock and a musket, and it's hilarious because there's all these like super advanced weapons, and there's a dude just going bang. It's just like spends so long reloading, it's ridiculous.
I think muskets take 2 turns to reload in this, or whatever it is.
Boy.
But either way,
Yeah, I believe it.
so either way, so he gets that thing all loaded up and good to go. And that was his turn. Now it's Crow's turn. Crow is off having fun. This guy's turn. He is just kind of like cowering in the corner, holding on to his wound of an arrow sticking inside of his shoulder, not doing anything whatsoever. It's now Galen's turn. It goes from 2 to a 1. Sorry, Galen. At least you get for the show.
That's no, I'm perfect. I'm fine. This is great.
It's now Viggo's turn. Well, the pathway has been cleared for you. You have no idea what that guy with the
there's a guy that's
smoking gun is.
prone, right?
Yeah, that's the dude that's on the pink guy. The one that's had the sword is right on the ground in front of you. Yep. You just have to walk up a little bit.
Yeah. Do I get sneak attack if I attack him and he's prone?
What's up?
Do I get sneak attack to
No,
attacking him while he's
no.
prone?
Only if they're denied dexterity to AC, and that's not from prone.
Okay.
But how can you be anything but flat-footed? He's not got his feetsies. They're flat.
I just realized what time it was. Holy shit.
Oh my god,
Jesus,
yeah.
Do I have any information about how healthy these guys are?
I just got a text from work that says, I think starting today, no more masks at work. Wow. I mean, I don't know if
Like
it's
not enforced, or
the local, so the Massachusetts hasn't mandated masks in a long time.
yeah, but businesses still have.
I knew once California reduced it from a pandemic to what's it called, that I was like, once California changes things, everything's gonna fall very shortly thereafter. Oops, excuse me, I just burped. I just pulled a Mathis. My apologies.
Oh, good. So if you're making comment about that burp getting through, I'm guessing my burp earlier didn't get through. I was like, oh no, I wasn't.
We heard
muted.
you.
Oh,
Yeah. There's clearly an
I literally
accident.
unmuted to burp and then muted, and then I realized what I did, and I was like, oh my god.
I'll get the
So how
details. I'll
healthy
read
are these
memos
guys?
later. I'm sorry. What's up, sir?
How healthy are these guys?
Yes, that's right. It's your turn. Okay. So I wanted to tell you that when you're looking at these people, the one that is across from you, that's like reloading the gun, so on and so forth, that's over there, he is fucked up. I have to look at the parameters of your spell real quick to tell you exactly what it says. Death Watch. Here we go. So they are fighting off death. They are.
Holy shit.
They are.
Holy
fucked
shit.
Up. However, the person on the ground in front of you is glowing white.
Oh, it's okay.
No, he's glowing white.
Ish.
They
Oh,
are.
glowing
They are
white.
not alive.
Oh. Is he moving?
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Oh shit.
That is an undead.
That's why he was
person
so
in front of you.
excited.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Well, I'm gonna shoot the guy that's nearly dead and hopefully kill him. And
You're not gonna go
I'm gonna
after the
shout-
supernatural creature in front of you. Like you drank this potion for the first time ever. You see something that's like, this is an anomaly. No, it's not. I know what this is.
Yeah.
That-
Your
that
reaction
guy
is living
has
guy.
a-
He wants to kill that dude, but he's gonna
Yeah,
get
yeah.
the dude with the explosion
That-
thing.
that-
You
that
choose
guy is
murder over
prone.
reacting to something supernatural. Okay.
This guy is prone, right? Whether
Oh
you
yeah,
know, he
prone
still has
makes
to get
his
up.
ranged attack is
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
so anyway, I'm going to shoot the what do you call it, guy?
prone would make it harder for him to shoot him anyway, so it does make sense.
It's a logical thing, actually. To be fair, that
I
makes
don't. I
sense.
see. I think a character being like, that's the stories. The stories say that's a thing. Granted, you guys did encounter the shadows at one point, which was scary. So I imagine a character would react, but we also know that what's his name, Viggo, is calculated and passionless. So,
He's a pragmatist.
yeah.
He'll react later once all the many
we're
drugs in
still
his
in
system
the,
have worn off.
there's you know
He's witcher
blood
mode
is
right
flowing,
now
all right?
with
You know
like
what I'm saying?
he's
We're in
got
the
all
middle of a battle. This
mutagens.
isn't the time to.
This is the
react.
absolute time to react. It's when emotions are high and fear is there and whatnot. You just heard
Someone
a noise.
just
you
done
never
my
heard
take out,
horse
before.
take out the
stop.
other guy and take out the other guy, and then it's me and Neil versus the one that's left.
You hear a loud noise like you've never heard before. Walk into seeing your friend like backwards on the horse, sitting forward as he's regaining his balance. A ball of fire summons there. He's charred, and then you walk around the corner to see something in somebody's hand that you've never seen before, with smoke coming out of it, and an undead creature. And you're just like, I'm gonna go for that guy.
Yeah, well, to be honest, what would have happened was seeing the magic would have had a look of hatred in Vigo's eyes. He would have reached for his extract pouch, and not extract, his mutagen
Like-
pouch, to turn into a fucking wolf. Then Tristan solves that problem. There's no need for that anymore.
Not solved.
He sees
That's still there. The
all
ball
these
of fire is
auras.
still there technically. So let me just put it like,
It's concentration, isn't it?
No, he solved the problem of the mage.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
That's what I'm talking about.
That ball of fire was
it's the mage.
concentration. Interesting.
Duration,
ball of fire
concentration to
is-
move, duration to stay.
It just
Oh.
And
lives
then we
Oh.
shoot.
down.
Yeah. Okay.
I did that spell wrong then because I'm pretty sure I
That's-
got rid of it. A couple
That's its
times.
home now.
Well, for a few rounds, but go ahead.
Vigo hates wizards. Joey hates them.
Go ahead, roll.
Where's my thing?
And why do you think he always gives these
He doesn't-
cold remarks? It's a good thing none of us are wizards. Or it's a pity none of us are wizards, or whatever it is to Crow. Crow triggers him.
Yeah, I mean, Crow's basically just a magic simp. Like the entire time I've known him, he's just been whining.
Every
About,
time
"Oh, I
he's
wish we had a
constantly-
mage.
I'm gonna use my Winifred's on this so I can hopefully hit.
Bold.
Yeah, because I want to take out this guy quickly.
Some might call it a
Um,
wise decision. Winifred.
There's a 5 on top of this. I can't really add it.
That's
So.
perfectly fine. Why don't you go ahead and roll and we know it's an 91. That's fine. It's a 17. Are you happy with your 17 against that guy?
No.
Oh, for a minute there, I thought that included the 5. I was like, oh no.
18.
An 18 actually hits him.
Okay, good.
You just clawing Katana Man on the floor.
No,
Once
he's
again,
killing
this is only
the
1d8.
gunman.
Oh, wait. You're clawing?
What? No,
What?
no. He didn't use.
My
No,
apologies.
I-
I understand. I'm sorry. Okay, I get it. Go ahead.
I was confused.
Yep.
By me.
Yeah, I
Hang on.
pressed the wrong thing.
So
I'm shooting him.
it's 4 points of damage.
It's 4, yeah.
Okay, cool. So 4 points of damage. You know, because again, you can see what's happening there. You know that he had 3 or less before. You did 4 points of damage. You know that he's at 0. and staggered.
Okay.
Cool. That gets us to Pink's turn. So Pink, as their swift action, is going to kip up, which is an ability. So literally does one of those things where he was kind of knocked back on the ground and very heavily injured from that. But more or less what he does is kind of like rolls onto his shoulders and throws himself forward up onto his feet. See, and kind of like as he's rolling back and popping up, you're shooting that arrow, crossbow bolt, kind of like over him or like beside / over him to hit his ally. He lands up on his feet, sword in his hand because he didn't drop it or anything like that. And he's going to step up and he's going to attack you. Because you are the opponent that's right in front of him. So he's going to step up and he's going to attack you. Like I said, kip up was a swift action. You were close by to him because you were just standing right behind Carrick. But hold on, Carrick is you were immediately behind Carrick, but Carrick is 10 by 10. So stepping up to you is 10 feet away, not 5 feet away. So it's not a free 5-foot step. So he can only make one attack, not two. Yes. He can't make two attacks because he had to move up greater. So I'm going to go ahead and make my attack roll against you. Oh, but you're 10 feet away. I can charge attack against you. I'm going to do that.
You can charge attack against me.
Yeah, I'll charge attack. Okay, I imagine a 28 hits you pretty easily.
This boy has been rolling quite well.
You have blur on, right?
He has.
Oh, he does have
have
blur
blur
on.
on.
Yeah, good call. That's
blur.
great. 20% chance. If it's a 1 or a 5, I miss. Or blur's 25% chance. Sorry, 20% chance.
It's
I miss.
20.
Yep.
Should I Google it?
Can I go ahead and have I only see Joey talking in chat recently, so I'm gonna have Joey roll me a D10. A 1 or a 5 misses. Oh no, Green's here.
20% miss.
So one or 5.
But they're all here.
I changed it to green.
Ooh.
But
I changed it to green. No, before
you said it. Joey was on delay and he rolled.
No. I said green. We're
That's
talking 10
dodgy.
seconds before.
Whenever
It
this
was
happens-
10 seconds.
You said Joey
it was
first.
10 seconds.
Joey's the
No,
fuck.
I changed
Whenever
it
this
before.
happens,
Joey was on it
changed
whenever
straight
this
away.
happens, you say whoever does it first. If they don't do it in time, then it goes to the second person. Every time you do this.
I just thought he was there.
That right there.
No. I changed it long before.
No.
That
I
right
changed
there,
it before
boys.
you even heard it.
That was like listening to an episode of what is it you have there?
See,
Jeremy
I will
It's
say
no
I'm no
longer
longer
delay.
on delay now. I switched to a computer. See, that changes it. I hit him. It's not a lot of damage though. You already know what it is. It's 1d8 plus 5.
I won't lie, that was like literally an episode of like Jeremy Kyle. I just like you guys just shouting it. Everyone was just shouting and I was like, oh my god. I felt like Frodo in the Council of the Ring.
You really were just like sitting back in your chair, just like, whoa.
It was a lot.
All right, let's finish these people off.
Yeah, she's dead. So
Good. I thought she moved then. I was like, wait a minute. There's more undead than I thought.
it's now Tristan's turn. I would say
Carrick is-
the chamber that you're in is too small. Oh no! You choose way over there. Nope, it is large enough that you can absolutely get at least 10 feet to charge.
Are there any doors in here?
No.
Oh, cool. So
Carrick is going to wheel about and we're going to charge this gunboy here.
Okay.
oh yeah, I was gonna say that.
Roll me a natty
That
one.
guy is
So
well
this
and truly
is a
fucked.
mounted charge power attack with a -1 because I'm in a low roofish space.
This poor dude got put to like 0 health and then is absolutely fucked.
Yeah,
It
there's
wasn't
no.
a 1.
Yeah.
He's dead. That dude is dead.
Yep. Go ahead and roll it.
Okay.
Yeah, 49 damage. Yep. Which makes sense.
Did
'cause
you
if-
overkill him twice?
Yeah, well, yeah. This one's absolutely. I mean, he had, as I said beforehand, he was fighting off death, so he was at like 2 or 1 health points or whatever that was, right? So so this person. Oh, so no, he was at 0 health points. I just said that.
He was at
0.
0 because he went from 3 to at max 3, got to
Correct.
3
Oh,
damage.
he
So,
was at
so he's
zero.
at negative
Oh,
48.
Yeah.
feels bad.
This guy, this guy is dead.
Negative 48. This guy's dead. So
I thought he was like trying to get up. I'm reloading.
Oh, he
No,
absolutely.
he was until someone shot him.
He absolutely he reloaded and was going to fire this turn, but your turn was before his. So you turn, you charge attack him, and you hit him to negative 48 health points. So same idea. You can almost imagine like you just ride up and you just hit him, you know, like straight through the belly, the soft spots, with the javelin.
This dude's real glad he surrendered. This dude's watching a horror show.
Yeah, I know, right? It's Crow's turn. This guy is off in the corner weeping, hoping that he doesn't get killed. After all is said and done with the gruesomeness. Gallon, this was your last turn of waiting, so next turn you actually arrive.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You know that gif of the guy bringing pizza into the room that's like on fire and everything, right? Like Gallon's just going to turn up like,
Holy shit. There's just two people on his lance skewered. Just like, I need a third.
Viggo, it is your turn, sir. What do you do with your turn with this person immediately in front of you?
Yeah, well, I drop the crossbow.
Okay.
And I
This crossbow
take
can
out
be
the
used as a
dagger
melee
that's
weapon.
at my side.
And
It can?
it's a club, so it's a simple weapon. So you
a Stalingrad can. A Stalingrad can.
Yeah, it has like a metal
They're
butt
especially
to it.
reinforced.
That's why they're good, yeah.
What is it? Is it a
It's a D6
Can I
weapon
just-
because it's a club.
D6?
Yep, and it counts as a masterwork club, just like the weapons masterwork. So if you just even type in the I masterwork club and drag it to
So
your
I
character
can just press the crossbow Stalingrad because it's already I just press that.
Well, one's
You attack
dexterity,
with the
one's
thing
strength,
anyway, right?
though. One's dexterity, one's strength. So that might modify it for you.
I have combat expertise. I don't know if that applies to this though. Lets me use dexterity to hit.
It's a light weapon, isn't it? Is a club a light weapon? Let me look. Sorry.
I think so.
Now I
I'm
have
not
to check.
certain.
Club is
don't think
it's a
club is a-
simple one-handed weapon, so it would be strength based.
Okay.
Okay, well I'll drop it and I'll take the dagger.
I imagine Tristan looking over and seeing you just drop a Stalingrad, just like it clattering on the ground and just shaking his head, like people with money.
It's okay. Apparently they're fucking everywhere.
It's like somebody that already has a PS5 and they get mad and they throw their controller, and you're like, "Fuck you!" Like,
Yeah, it's almost like this person's fighting for their life and they realize that they have no idea how to attack with this crossbow because so they drop it and attack with something they do know how to use. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Like, if
Okay.
you're in danger, are you gonna reverently put your PS5 controller down, or are you gonna yeet it at the assailant? I mean, those
That's a good
things are
point, yeah.
dangerous.
Excuse me, I
No,
meant
I don't-
because you were
I don't-
angry at playing Dark Souls. So you with your 12, unfortunately your 12 does not hit, but it doesn't hit because I'm going to do this. They charged last round, didn't they? Yes, they did. So it's
Yeah.
this. I'm almost positive I'm going to hit with this unless I roll a 1. Cool. And that actually is going to trigger this because again, it's not their turn yet, so they still have charge in effect.
Are you trying to hit me?
Yep.
With what?
A 17 is
Good roll.
absolute. A 17 is absolute trash. I don't think a 17 is going to hit you.
What's the 21?
So what happens is you try to attack him with a dagger. They literally, with their sword in hand, parry your dagger and try to riposte stab at you with the sword. But even though your dagger was parried out wide, you're able
I
to
getcha.
you're able to dodge to the side and not take the hit. He would have riposted to Neil earlier, but Neil was too far from his reach.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that actually brings us to this person's turn, in which case the charge aspect of them is now gone because it's the beginning of the next turn. And so now they're just standing before you. They're going to free 5-foot step angle. So they're, moving so they can get their back out of the cave, but they're not actually leaving the cave yet. They're going to make their 2 attacks against you. First one's
Little
with a
do they
plus
know.
11. A 26
Ooh.
is definitely going to hit you.
That's a hit. Yeah.
And then their second one's a plus 6. A 16, I think you've been buffing
No.
for ages. I don't think that's going to hit you.
Yeah.
So,
You need to roll because I have.
I'm aware.
Oh,
I'm aware.
blur, yeah.
Hey, V sword, roll me a D10. It's going to be a 1 and a 5 again. And then, I assume I'm going to hit you, so I'm going to get my damage prepped up. Give V sword a 5, a 4, a 3, a 2, a 1.
God damn. You hear that? Norway says, if it's an undead, it's intrinsically bad and needs ending.
Boom.
Ooh.
I hit you for 13 points of damage, Viggo. So that's a nice heavy slash, which throws you back, but you're able to then, with that first attack, it hits you. But your second attack, all those layers of defense, everything you have, like scraping bark off of you, magically slowed down and thwarted attack by the shield, and kind of like all the other details involved. Unfortunately, your blur doesn't seem to affect this creature as an unerring accuracy, which as they're glowing white in your eyes, you fully are aware of the fact that they are not a living creature.
It's a ring wraith. Oh my god, he's just stabbed Viggo with a Morgul blade.
Okay, that's now Tristan's turn.
Of course, Lord of the Rings campaign. We have Aragorn with us. I see where you're going.
So in Tesh, just so you can plan your turn, for the average person, so more or less you brought yourself to where Viggo was. So a 30-foot movement would bring you to the cave mouth, which would be, so if like from where you are right now to where they are actively fighting is about,
So
is about 45 feet from where you are.
Yeah, 30 foot to Virgil.
30 feet to
Because
Virgil,
Virgil's at the
yes.
cave.
And Virgil's
Yeah.
about 15
Perfect.
feet from where those two are actively in melee combat, okay? It's
That's
Tristan's turn.
perfect, because I only need a swift action to merge Virgil into the armor, so...
If
This
he was
is
if he was 5 more feet away, you would have to stand in the fire to be able to hit him. But because you have a reach weapon, you can
That's
actually
what I was going to ask.
you can actually hit him. However, but because how the cave is not that deep, you wouldn't be able to charge attack. You'd just be able to move up and attack to hit him. You don't have 10 feet because remember the cave is not that deep. The whole time I described it as being only about 15 feet deep, right?
So I can't like free 5-foot step that way and charge him.
You can't free 5-foot step and then move or charge. No.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay.
You can free 5-foot step and then move action, standard action, or full round action. That doesn't include movement. Do you have a
Cool.
swift action ability that allows you to move?
No, I don't
Okay.
think so.
That'd be different.
Right. Okay. So this is a lance.
Yep.
I am mounted.
Yep. With the -1 from the overhead.
It's not a charge. -1 from the overhead. I have a current +5 to my damage because he's the target of my challenge. It's a power attack. What does power attack add?
Minus
This
to
is-
chance to hit plus the damage. You're not using it two-handed. You're using it one-handed, so you don't get the +3s. You get the +2s.
You said it counts as a two-handed.
It's a two-handed if you are using it two-handed, not if you're using
Oh,
it one-handed,
okay, cool.
right?
All right. Fine. Sure. Do I want a -1 penalty?
So, but you have shield cast, so you very well may be holding it in two hands. I don't know.
No, that's fine. It's just I queried this before, and you said it was.
It's
different,
two-handed
but
if you're
that's-
using two-handed, yeah. But if you only have one hand on it, it's
Yeah, no. This is what I asked,
Yeah.
but it was not that clear.
I'm just
So
surprised that
I
you can
would-
use a shield and a lance at the same time. I'm like, oh,
I would take a -2 on horseback. It's one-handed.
there you go.
So on horseback, it would be It's a -2 to hit with power attack, right?
Yep.
But it adds what? A +4 bonus to damage?
Correct, yep.
Okay, let's do that. So that becomes a -2 and a +9.
Roll a 1. Roll a 1. Right the wrongs of the session 1. 20 is a solid chance to hit. Are you going to modify that, or are you satisfied with your 20?
I'm satisfied with my 20.
I'm glad that you're satisfied with your 20, because I'm going to roll this. Because this is just an attack of opportunity for me. Fuck. Did anybody ever give me Daddy's dice? Why does nobody ever give me Daddy's dice anymore? Like, why do you never help me? Like, why do you
I
never
like
help
that.
me?
I really
could
like
have,
that gift.
I just needed
That
2
gift is
more.
great.
I just needed a 20. I just have to meet his number to thwart it. God damn it. 20
20
points of
damage.
Yeah, which is pretty friggin' solid. You don't forget last time you did what? Where's the big boy that you did to him? You did 28, and this time you did 20. And then I think you may have hurt him one time prior to that.
I don't think I did, no.
Yeah. Oh no, that 3 points of damage wasn't to him.
Is my deafened running out at the end of my
did this
round
incorporate
here?
your challenged?
Yes, it did.
Okay, cool.
I believe, because it's got
Yeah, you had not hurt him prior. You are correct.
Yeah.
All right. So he takes 20. So he's taken and 28. So he's taken 48 that you're aware of. Cool. Awesome. That is Tristan's turn. He is still standing. It's now Crow's turn. Crow is off doing whatever he's doing. This guy's still sobbing in the corner, trying not to piss himself.
Yay!
Gallon, as 30 feet of his move, is able to get to the cave mouth.
Yeah. Oops. Sorry. I was holding on to him when you moved him. So I'm gonna, with this guy facing away from me, I'm going to immediate action. No, sorry. A free action drop. Free action drop the armor, because I have to do this to integrate Virgil. Swift action. It's just like the pulse armor, and then he's part of my armor.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna fire using my psionic focus to do the extra damage this time, since I have him with me. Make sure I have all the things ticked. I do.
Okay, so
Ooh.
so and this is you throwing one, right? So it's one of those things where,
Yes.
where you've been flying and literally you can imagine you come bursting through the bush,
Oh,
landing
yeah,
on the
it's-
landing on the grounds, jogging up the last couple steps to place the hand onto what's it called?
Virgil.
Virgil. The thing is, place a hand on Virgil is probably like standing like at about arm level on the side of the cave wall, and there's just like a double wave over your body as you become your crystalline structure. The whole while that you're kind of like absorbing that, you then start growing a crystal in the same hand that was holding Virgil. You throw it out at the guy in front of you. You have all the abilities to ignore any penalties, so you easily hit.
Sweet. Yeah, I am going to use my 1 of 3 a day to ignore the fact that he's. Does that actually it ignores cover and stuff like that? Does it ignore the fact that he's fighting in combat?
Let
me
don't you
ping
have
it.
precise shot?
No, not yet. Actually,
Oh, so
I have.
so your 22
I have-
hits.
Oh, okay, that's fine then. I was going to say I could use my 1 of 3 per day to use the braces of accuracy, but I don't know if that affects.
You would have had to say it beforehand, and you're 22 hits, so you're fine.
Oh,
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Cool. That's fine. Okay, then damage is.
And it was a swift action anyways, which I think you already used. So
21.
So as far as you thought, 48 damage. That's 68. That's 69 damage. I mean, if he doesn't go down on 69, you know, this man is dead to me. Undead to me, even. Unfortunately for me, Gallon gets to be the goddamn fucking hero. Flying in this whole while, causing the distractions to make sure you guys aren't getting swarmed by a bunch of baddies. Crow taking care of the only scouts that are nearby. Crow literally comes swooping in. We're talking Superman landing, like flies in and then lands with a little jog, like a 4 or 5 step jog to hand on the crystal, like double pulse absorb, grabs the crystal in his hand, hurls it. Almost looks like he throws poor Virgil.
He
Throws
probably
at the
would
guy,
look like that.
hits him right between his shoulder blades in the back, like severing the spine, and the creature's kind of like. And then Viggo, who's standing directly in front of him, as he's looking at you, sword in hand, looking to fight you, you can see that this creature, all of a sudden, as it gets like stabbed in the back, and it looked like a person. It just looked like, I mean, you can see the domino mask or whatever it is. It looked like a person, normal eyes, irises, so on and so forth. All of a sudden, the eyes go completely black. Like they turn, every part of the eye goes fully black. And then the skin on their body immediately starts to turn gray. And they slump down to a knee. You can see like cracks and whatnot forming along their skin. and then they collapse backwards onto the ground, and they look like an old, aged, decrepit corpse. Like, still has some skin on them, but the skin is like cracked and sunken in and withdrawn. The teeth of them, if you see the teeth, are very much have decay and whatnot happening to them. Like, their hair goes from being just like a regular head of hair to having like significant patches missing and grayed out, kind of looking like the Crypt Keeper style hair. You know what I mean? Like, they look like they're just haggard. So you literally see this. I mean, I imagine others don't really notice the transition as much. Maybe I would say, Tristan, you want to go ahead and roll me a perception to notice it? But otherwise, Viggo is standing right there over the thing, was aware that it was undead, and witnesses the full transformation in front of him.
Very out of breath. He's sitting there doing the thing.
My deafened actually would have run out by now, but
yeah. So that's perfectly fine. This doesn't include a penalty, does it?
no.
Minus...
Okay, so that's perfect then. Yep, you're good.
Unopposed.
So
yeah.
so you get a 14. You can definitely see. You weren't really paying attention fully to what the person looked like before because you're in the middle of combat, got shot by them, so much happening. But you can definitely see the person on the ground. Like when you finally like look at them, it's like, and everybody will notice that. But you're like, I don't remember them looking like that before. Holy shit! But you don't see the transformation, right? All right, cool. So this brings it down to that situation's fucking done. It's important to note, like another 12, 15 seconds after the combat ends, the ball of fire just kind of goes and disappears. But how do you guys react to all of a sudden that dropping, dying, so on and so forth? And Gallon just starts walking into the cave just to see you
What
guys.
I miss.
Is the corpse gonna break apart if we move it?
Good question. You don't know. Oh, by the way,
What the fuck?
they're registering as dead now. So black aura to them.
All right.
What the
first
fuck?
things first for Viggo. Because that's everyone in the room. I'm not, apart from that one guy. He's gonna take out the picture he drew, the kingfish picture, and he's gonna hold it up to Triss, and he's gonna say, "Make sure that guy spreads like awareness. The guy that's actually still alive in the room." I think Triss already intimidated him once. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's surrendered.
Triss is also a bit injured, but I imagine, he takes it. So Triss?
He's got like 50 potions, I think, of heal life.
Oh, listen, that
You'll
doesn't
be
change the pain
fine.
of the moment, right? It's not 5e where you can drop a deuce and all of a sudden your health points are healed, so pain is even.
Yeah, but like
Gallon
it
would
makes
just look
sense.
at
You
you
ever
guys.
dropped a deuce, doesn't it? Don't you just feel better after?
Depending on the deuce, yeah.
If you guys are looking calm, like the fight's over, Gallon's like, we
We're
good?
both very hurt.
I'll make sure no one else is coming to join the fight then.
Yeah,
We-
I think
we-
we should
we finished in
check
here?
this room out as quick as we can.
Oh, wait. We finished in
loot the
here?
bodies and see if there is any hidden things in here.
Good idea.
What about that bloody explosion?
Yeah, I
What
heard
about-
that. What was that?
Well, the explosion's one thing, but this guy was dead before we started fighting him.
What do you mean? That's
What?
Can I identify what happened as like a spell effect? Like, is there something like, can I roll Arcana or anything like that?
You can absolutely use either knowledge religion or knowledge arcana to understand undead.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna roll knowledge Arcana, which means I have a +2 to this because of the religion.
Oof.
you did have a +2 from your roll.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you are able to tell that
No,
that
I
was an undead creature that was able to maintain some degree of looking like a living creature, whatever ability it was, whatever creature it was that did this. It seemingly was able to be defeated by your attack. I mean, maybe your mind goes to vampires. Vampires, when they die, they tend to decay very quickly, but a vampire doesn't just die from being attacked by a bunch of shit. So, I mean, at least as legends tell you, you don't actually know one way or the other. But
Yeah.
you have no idea what this is.
So he says, yeah, the thing was dead. I think, Galen, you finished it off, but you've killed your first undead creature. I wonder if, let's just search first, and I'll have time to think later.
I'm gonna let you two search. I'm gonna go over to the guy who surrendered with that
Yeah.
poster.
Yeah, I will help search. Galen, before he searches any bodies, he kicks them a little. Just to make sure they've got a hole in them, but he just said there was an undead, so
Yeah, I go straight to the mage. By the way.
So the policy changed to masks are optional, and depending on who you are, like oh, if you're immunocompromised or have high risk of severe illness, so on and so forth, they're suggested. But otherwise, it's
Oh, you were talking. I thought you were talking. We
Yeah, you
found,
realize the
like,
guys in this wear masks.
Yeah, I
Like you're
thought
just
you were
trolling
saying
us.
that we found-
Like Galen just picks up a piece of paper. Like to all people,
I
masks are
legitimately
now
thought that's
optional.
what he was
Like,
saying. I thought we'd found something that said masks were optional now. And I was really confused what this had to do with anything.
Yep. So the policy is just
That
adhere to
confused
local
me.
governments and municipalities. Okay, Kari. So I just wanted to learn because it's been 2 years. Okay, we've been wearing masks for 2 years. I'm curious what the
God.
change was.
Scott,
Yeah.
we were just talking about how you perked up and started talking about masks.
I know. I heard it all.
And we thought you were talking about
Yeah.
them. Okay, good.
Yeah,
Yeah, like,
I
what
heard
the
it all.
fuck?
I just needed to read it because it was like important. So
Okay, fair.
yeah, it's all good. All right, cool. So yeah, you're able to, as I described, or so on and so forth. And then Neil, you're gonna go over and talk to that dude, and you're gonna intimidate the poopies out of them, right? What do you actually say to them, Neil, as we shore up the session?
Kingfishers, motherfucker.
drop mic. No.
KFMF.
Tris will walk over and like note the arrow. Keep pressure on that. Look, you made the right decision. And then he'd hold out the poster. The Kingfishers did this.
Just as a note,
Black Knights are over. If I hear anything else about them, well, he'll nod to the corpses.
Nods. Gets up,
so
holding their wounds.
our plan
still.
was to.
That
sorry.
unless you stop them, they're running the fuck
I was gonna
outta
say,
here.
yeah. Our plan was we were gonna wait for the next higher ups to come, like find out what was happening and take
Well,
them as well. weren't we?
the plan was to get whatever you can out of this location of importance or knowledge or so on and so forth to work with. So,
No, you're right. Correction.
and then
thank you.
if
You're
others
exactly
show up,
right.
you wanted to take out the lieutenants, not actively hunt them.
Yeah,
down,
I
though.
forgot about that. Yeah, I forgot we wanted to.
You
make
might
sure
you
that
might like
we
lie
found
low
people.
and wait for them, but not necessarily engage unless you feel it necessary.
We can't let this guy leave yet because we want we need to go to the city without to the port without word having getting there that they've been made.
I mean, he's a wounded man.
In
but
theory,
he's
you
not
guys
gonna
would be able
make
to
it.
get to port before they do, right?
Yeah, I'm more talking about if like he gets out and gets word to anyone around here, like a scout, and then they start running. We just gotta. I don't think we can let him go yet.
I'm not going to detain a wounded man.
I mean, you're talking about the difference
guy,
of
probably.
say the difference of
probably,
maybe
like,
15, 20 minutes before
knock him
other
out.
people show up. You know, so
Okay,
yeah.
fair.
You were saying something, Jake?
No, I just said you could, incapacitate him if you want to.
Or to ruin the guy's day.
It's already ruined.
Let's
Listen,
make it worse.
if you're finishing the session now, just tell me one thing. All right? Is there a wizard's book?
No,
That's why he went for the mage.
no,
No wizard's book?
no. She was a
Ooh.
druid.
Ah, interesting.
Jake just throws his table, just ah!
All right, well,
It's
we
one of the
still
reasons
search
why
them all.
they're so removed and in nature, over by like caves and the waterfalls. She was one of the leaders.
Right.
Yeah, I really appreciate how natural they are. Undead, black powder weaponry, natural.
Yeah. Well, there are also blighter druids. So
Stone shape.
Scott's
All right,
letting
so
it go.
are we gonna do all the loot stuff next session then?
Yes.
We could do it
we'll
in
have
the
to-
downtime.
Yeah, well,
in
sure,
between.
sure. But the important stuff that you find will have to be done.
Yeah,
afterwards.
yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I really have
You-
to pee too, and I have to go get some stuff done because I'm doing a work from home today because I'm doing some like training
Yeah,
stuff for.
We've already
people.
ran super over.
Yeah.
Yeah, that went much better than expected, though.
Well, I'm leading.
I mean,
a
it nearly
training
went really
today,
badly.
So much fun.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, it's funny actually. The masks end today, and I'm not even in work for 2 more days. So this happened last time where masks ended while I was on vacation, and I came back from vacation, and like a few days later, masks were back on. And I was like, ah. But yeah. So I'm not even in the building for 2 days. So either way, cool. I have to go pee, and then I have some other stuff to take care of. You guys are welcome to hop into the Discord chat. I'm not making any promises because, like I said, I have some stuff to take care of, including somebody just asked me for something. Well, who's it that just asked you for something? I said, ooh, I'm gonna try. Oh, I have to try to fix the bot. So I just got to make sure I don't close the bot so I remember to fix it while I have spare time.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that. Who knows that? Green or something?
Somebody did. But all right, cool.
Of course it was green.
Anybody want to say anything before we get out of here?
Bye.
Cool.
No.
Tonight, Lost Initiative.
Thanks for your help, chat.
Let's go raid one of our friends playing an awesome game. All right.
Remember,
Hey, yeah.
don't give Scott daddies.
Oh, I hate you all. I could do so much more with those.
Don't give him those daddies, guys.
I could have been up for another one more round and actually like really hurt Jake so I could make him feel it. Made him feel
What
it.
do you mean? You're an old man. Like it's entirely normal to not be up for the extra round.
Goodbye, everybody.